Chapter 12 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 12. Paul's Education. After the lapse of some minutes, which appeared an immense time to little Paul Dombey on the table, Dr. Blimber came back. The doctor's walk was stately and calculated to impress the juvenile mind with solemn feelings. It was a sort of march, but when the doctor put out his right foot, he gravely turned upon his axis with a semicircular sweep towards the left, and when he put out his left foot, he turned in the same manner towards the right, so that he seemed, at every stride he took, to look about him as though he were saying, "Can anybody have the goodness to indicate any subject in any direction on which I am uninformed? I rather think not." Mrs. Blimber and Miss Blimber came back in the doctor's company, and the doctor, lifting his new pupil off the table, delivered him over to Miss Blimber. "Cornelia," said the doctor, "Dombey will be your charge at first. Bring him on, Cornelia, bring him on." Miss Blimber received her young ward from the doctor's hands, and Paul, feeling that the spectacles were surveying him, cast down his eyes. "How old are you, Dombey?" said Miss Blimber. "6," answered Paul, wondering, as he stole a glance at the young lady, why her hair didn't grow long like Florence's, and why she was like a boy. "How much do you know of your Latin grammar, Dombey?" said Miss Blimber. "None of it," answered Paul. Feeling that the answer was a shock to Miss Blimber's sensibility, he looked up at the three faces that were looking down at him, and said, "I haven't been well. I have been a weak child. I couldn't learn a Latin grammar when I was out every day with old Glubb. I wish you'd tell old Glubb to come in and see me, if you please." "What a dreadful low name," said Mrs. Blimber. "Unclassical to a degree. Who is the monster, child?" "What monster?" inquired Paul. "Glubb," said Mrs. Blimber with a great disrelish. "He's no more a monster than you are," returned Paul. "What?" cried the doctor in a terrible voice. "Ay, aha, what's that?" Paul was dreadfully frightened, but still he made a stand for the absent Glubb, though he did it trembling. "He's a very nice old man, ma'am," he said. "He used to draw my coach. He knows all about the deep sea, and the fish that are in it, and the great monsters that come and lie on rocks in the sun, and dive into the water again when they're startled, blowing and splashing so that they can be heard for miles." "There are some creatures," said Paul, warming with his subject, "I don't know how many yards long, and I forget their names, but Florence knows, that pretend to be in distress, and when a man goes near them, out of compassion, they open their great jaws and attack him. But all he has got to do," said Paul, boldly tendering this information to the very doctor himself, "is to keep on turning as he runs away, and then, as they turn slowly because they are so long and can't bend, he's sure to beat them. And though old Glubb don't know why the sea should make me think of my mamma that's dead, or what it is that is always saying, he knows a great deal about it. And I wish," the child concluded with a sudden falling of his countenance, and falling in his animation, as he looked like one forlorn upon the three strange faces, "that you'd let old Glubb come here and see me, for I know him very well, and he knows me." "Ha!" said the doctor, shaking his head. "This is bad, but study will do much." Mrs. Blimber opined, with something like a shiver, that he was an unaccountable child, and allowing for the difference of visage, looked at him pretty much as Mrs. Pipchin had used to do. "Take him round the house, Cornelia," said the doctor, "and familiarise him with his new sphere. Go with that young lady, Dombey." Dombey obeyed, giving his hand to the abstruse Cornelia, and looking at her sideways with timid curiosity as they went away all together. For her spectacles, by reason of the glistening of the glasses, made her so mysterious that he didn't know where she was looking, and was not indeed quite sure that she had any eyes at all behind them. Cornelia took him first to the schoolroom, which was situated at the back of the hall, and was approached through two baize doors, which deadened and muffled the young gentlemen's voices. Here there were 8 young gentlemen in various stages of mental prostration, all very hard at work, and very grave indeed. Toots, as an old hand, had a desk to himself in one corner, and a magnificent man of immense age, he looked, in Paul's young eyes, behind it. Mr. Feeder, B.A., who sat at another little desk, had his Virgil stop on, and was slowly grinding that tune to 4 young gentlemen. Of the remaining 4, 2, who grasped their foreheads convulsively, were engaged in solving mathematical problems. One, with his face like a dirty window from much crying, was endeavouring to flounder through a hopeless number of lines before dinner, and one sat looking at his task in stony stupefaction and despair, which it seemed had been his condition ever since breakfast time. The appearance of a new boy did not create the sensation that might have been expected. Mr. Feeder, B.A., who was in the habit of shaving his head for coolness, and had nothing but little bristles on it, gave him a bony hand, and told him he was glad to see him, which Paul would have been very glad to have told him if he could have done so with the least sincerity. Then Paul, instructed by Cornelia, shook hands with the 4 young gentlemen at Mr. Feeder's desk, then with the 2 young gentlemen at work on the problems, who were very feverish, then with the gentleman at work against time, who was very inky, and lastly with the young gentleman in a state of stupefaction, who was flabby and quite cold. Paul, having been already introduced to Toots, that pupil merely chuckled and breathed hard, as his custom was, and pursued the occupation in which he was engaged. It was not a severe one, for on account of his having gone through so much, in more senses than one, and also of his having, as before hinted, left off blowing in his prime, Toots now had license to pursue his own course of study, which was chiefly to write long letters to himself from persons of distinction, addressed P. Toots, Esquire, Brighton, Sussex, and to preserve them in his desk with great care. These ceremonies passed, Cornelia led Paul upstairs to the top of the house, which was rather a slow journey, on account of Paul being obliged to land both feet on every stair before he mounted another. But they reached their journey's end at last, and there, in a front room, looking over the wild sea, Cornelia showed him a nice little bed with white hangings close to the window, on which there was already beautifully written on a card in round text, downstrokes very thick and upstrokes very fine, Dombey, while 2 other little bedsteads in the same room were announced through like means as respectively appertaining unto Briggs and Tozer. Just as they got downstairs again into the hall, Paul saw the weak-eyed young man who had given the mortal offence to Mrs. Pipchin suddenly seize a very large drumstick and fly at a gong that was hanging up, as if he had gone mad or wanted vengeance. Instead of receiving warning, however, or being instantly taken into custody, the young man left off unchecked after having made a dreadful noise. Then Cornelia Blimber said to Dombey that dinner would be ready in a quarter of an hour, and perhaps he had better go into the schoolroom among his friends. So Dombey, deferentially passing the great clock, which was still as anxious as ever to know how he found himself, opened the schoolroom door a very little way and strayed in like a lost boy, shutting it after him with some difficulty. His friends were all dispersed about the room except the stony friend, who remained immovable. Mr. Feeder was stretching himself in his grey gown, as if, regardless of expense, he were resolved to pull the sleeves off. "Hey ho hum," cried Mr. Feeder, shaking himself like a cart horse. "Oh, dear me, dear me. Yeah." Paul was quite alarmed by Mr. Feeder's yawning. It was done on such a great scale, and he was so terribly in earnest. All the boys, too, Toots excepted, seemed knocked up, and were getting ready for dinner, some newly tying their neckcloths, which were very stiff indeed, and others washing their hands or brushing their hair in an adjoining antechamber, as if they didn't think they should enjoy it at all. Young Toots, who was ready beforehand, and had therefore nothing to do, and had leisure to bestow upon Paul, said with heavy good nature, "Sit down, Dombey." "Thank you, sir," said Paul. His endeavouring to hoist himself on to a very high window seat, and his slipping down again, appeared to prepare Toots's mind for the reception of a discovery. "You're a very small chap," said Mr. Toots. "Yes, sir, I'm small," returned Paul. "Thank you, sir." For Toots had lifted him into the seat, and done it kindly, too. "Who's your tailor?" inquired Toots, after looking at him for some moments. "It's a woman that has made my clothes as yet," said Paul. "My sister's dressmaker." "My tailor's Burgess and Company," said Toots. "Fashionable, but very dear." Paul had wit enough to shake his head, as if he would have said it was very easy to see that, and indeed he thought so. "Your father's regularly rich, ain't he?" inquired Mr. Toots. "Yes, sir," said Paul. "He's Dombey and Son." "And which?" demanded Toots. "And Son, sir," replied Paul. Mr. Toots made one or two attempts, in a low voice, to fix the firm in his mind, but not quite succeeding, said he would get Paul to mention the name again to-morrow morning, as it was rather important; and indeed he proposed nothing less than writing himself a private and confidential letter from Dombey and Son immediately. By this time the other pupils, always excepting the stony boy, gathered round. They were polite but pale, and spoke low, and they were so depressed in their spirits that, in comparison with the general tone of that company, Master Bitherstone was a perfect miller, or complete jest book. And yet he had a sense of injury upon him too, had Bitherstone. "You sleep in my room, don't you?" asked a solemn young gentleman, whose shirt collar curled up the lobes of his ears. "Master Briggs?" inquired Paul. "Tozer," said the young gentleman. Paul answered yes, and Tozer, pointing out the stony pupil, said that was Briggs. Paul had already felt certain that it must be either Briggs or Tozer, though he didn't know why. "Is yours a strong constitution?" inquired Tozer. Paul said he thought not. Tozer replied that he thought not also, judging from Paul's looks, and that it was a pity, for it need be. He then asked Paul if he were going to begin with Cornelia, and on Paul saying yes, all the young gentlemen, Briggs excepted, gave a low groan. It was drowned in the tintinnabulation of the gong, which, sounding again with great fury, there was a gentle move towards the dining-room, still excepting Briggs the stony boy, who remained where he was, and as he was, and on its way to whom Paul presently encountered a round of bread, genteelly served on a plate and napkin, and with a silver fork lying crosswise on the top of it. Dr. Blimber was already in his place in the dining-room, at the top of the table, with Miss Blimber and Mrs. Blimber on either side of him. Mr. Feeder, in a black coat, was at the bottom. Paul's chair was next to Miss Blimber, but it being found, when he sat in it, that his eyebrows were not much above the level of the tablecloth, some books were brought in from the doctor's study, on which he was elevated, and on which he always sat from that time, carrying them in and out himself on after occasions, like a little elephant and castle. Grace having been said by the doctor, dinner began. There was some nice soup, also roast meat, boiled meat, vegetables, pie, and cheese. Every young gentleman had a massive silver fork and a napkin, and all the arrangements were stately and handsome. In particular, there was a butler in a blue coat and bright buttons, who gave quite a winy flavour to the table beer. He poured it out so superbly. Nobody spoke, unless spoken to, except Dr. Blimber, Mrs. Blimber, and Miss Blimber, who conversed occasionally. Whenever a young gentleman was not actually engaged with his knife and fork or spoon, his eye, with an irresistible attraction, sought the eye of Dr. Blimber, Mrs. Blimber, or Miss Blimber, and modestly rested there. Toots appeared to be the only exception to this rule. He sat next Mr. Feeder on Paul's side of the table, and frequently looked behind and before the intervening boys to catch a glimpse of Paul. Only once during dinner was there any conversation that included the young gentlemen. It happened at the epoch of the cheese, when the doctor, having taken a glass of port wine, and hemmed twice or thrice, said, "It is remarkable, Mr. Feeder, that the Romans—" At the mention of this terrible people, their implacable enemies, every young gentleman fastened his gaze upon the doctor, with an assumption of the deepest interest. One of the number, who happened to be drinking, and who caught the doctor's eye glaring at him through the side of his tumbler, left off so hastily that he was convulsed for some moments, and in the sequel ruined Dr. Blimber's point. "It is remarkable, Mr. Feeder," said the doctor, beginning again slowly, "that the Romans, in those gorgeous and profuse entertainments of which we read in the days of the emperors, when luxury had attained a height unknown before or since, and when whole provinces were ravaged to supply the splendid means of one imperial banquet." Here the offender, who had been swelling and straining and waiting in vain for a full stop, broke out violently. "Johnson," said Mr. Feeder, in a low reproachful voice, "take some water." The doctor, looking very stern, made a pause until the water was brought, and then resumed. "And when Mr. Feeder—" But Mr. Feeder, who saw that Johnson must break out again, and who knew that the doctor would never come to a period before the young gentleman until he had finished all he had meant to say, couldn't keep his eye off Johnson, and thus was caught in the fact of not looking at the doctor, who consequently stopped. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Mr. Feeder, reddening. "I beg your pardon, Dr. Blimber." "And when," said the doctor, raising his voice, "when, sir, as we read, and have no reason to doubt, incredible as it may appear to the vulgar of our time, the brother of Vitellius prepared him a feast in which were served of fish 2,000 dishes." "Take some water, Johnson. Dishes, sir," said Mr. Feeder. "Of various sorts of fowl, 5,000 dishes." "Or try a crust of bread," said Mr. Feeder. "And one dish," pursued Dr. Blimber, raising his voice still higher as he looked all round the table, "called from its enormous dimensions the Shield of Minerva, and made, among other costly ingredients, of the brains of pheasants." "Oo, oo, oo," from Johnson. "Woodcocks. Oo, oo, oo. The sounds of the fish called scary—" "You'll burst some vessel in your head," said Mr. Feeder. "You had better let it come." "And the spawn of the lamprey brought from the Carpathian Sea," pursued the doctor, in his severest voice. "When we read of costly entertainments such as these, and still remember that we have a Titus, what would be your mother's feelings if you died of apoplexy?" said Mr. Feeder. "A Domitian, and you're blue, you know," said Mr. Feeder. "A Nero, a Tiberius, a Caligula, a Heliogabalus, and many more," pursued the doctor. "It is, Mr. Feeder, if you are doing me the honour to attend, remarkable, very remarkable, sir." But Johnson, unable to support it any longer, burst at that moment into such an overwhelming fit of coughing that although both his immediate neighbours thumped him on the back, and Mr. Feeder himself held a glass of water to his lips, and the butler walked him up and down several times between his own chair and the sideboard, like a sentry, it was full 5 minutes before he was moderately composed, and then there was a profound silence. "Gentlemen," said Dr. Blimber, "rise for grace. Cornelia, lift Dombey down." Nothing of whom but his scalp was accordingly seen above the tablecloth. "Johnson will repeat to me tomorrow morning before breakfast, without book, and from the Greek Testament, the first chapter of the Epistle of St. Paul to the Ephesians. We will resume our studies, Mr. Feeder, in half an hour." The young gentleman bowed and withdrew. Mr. Feeder did likewise. During the half hour the young gentleman, broken into pairs, loitered arm in arm up and down a small piece of ground behind the house, or endeavoured to kindle a spark of animation in the breast of Briggs. But nothing happened so vulgar as play. Punctually at the appointed time the gong was sounded, and the studies, under the joint auspices of Dr. Blimber and Mr. Feeder, were resumed. As the Olympic game of lounging up and down had been cut shorter than usual that day, on Johnson's account, they all went out for a walk before tea. Even Briggs, though he hadn't begun yet, partook of this dissipation, in the enjoyment of which he looked over the cliff 2 or 3 times darkly. Dr. Blimber accompanied them, and Paul had the honour of being taken in tow by the doctor himself, a distinguished state of things, in which he looked very little and feeble. Tea was served in a style no less polite than the dinner, and after tea the young gentleman, rising and bowing as before, withdrew to fetch up the unfinished tasks of that day, or to get up the already looming tasks of tomorrow. In the meantime, Mr. Feeder withdrew to his own room, and Paul sat in a corner wondering whether Florence was thinking of him, and what they were all about at Mrs. Pipchin's. Mr. Toots, who had been detained by an important letter from the Duke of Wellington, found Paul out after a time, and having looked at him for a long while, as before, inquired if he were fond of waistcoats. Paul said, "Yes, sir." "So am I," said Toots. No word more spake Toots that night, but he stood looking at Paul as if he liked him, and as there was company in that, and Paul was not inclined to talk, it answered his purpose better than conversation. At 8 o'clock or so, the gong sounded again for prayers in the dining room, where the butler afterwards presided over a side table on which bread and cheese and beer was spread for such young gentlemen as desired to partake of those refreshments. The ceremonies concluded by the doctor's saying, "Gentlemen, we will resume our studies at 7 tomorrow." And then, for the first time, Paul saw Cornelia Blimber's eye, and saw that it was upon him. When the doctor had said these words, "Gentlemen, we will resume our studies at 7 tomorrow," the pupils bowed again and went to bed. In the confidence of their own room upstairs, Briggs said his head ached ready to split, and that he should wish himself dead if it wasn't for his mother, and a blackbird he had at home. Tozer didn't say much, but he sighed a good deal, and told Paul to look out, for his turn would come tomorrow. After uttering those prophetic words, he undressed himself moodily and got into bed. Briggs was in his bed too, and Paul in his bed too, before the weak-eyed young man appeared to take away the candle, when he wished them good night and pleasant dreams. But his benevolent wishes were in vain, as far as Briggs and Tozer was concerned. For Paul, who lay awake for a long while, and often woke afterwards, found that Briggs was ridden by his lesson as a nightmare, and that Tozer, whose mind was affected in his sleep by similar causes in a minor degree, talked unknown tongues or scraps of Greek and Latin, it was all one to Paul, which, in the silence of night, had an inexpressibly wicked and guilty effect. Paul had sunk into a sweet sleep, and dreamed that he was walking hand in hand with Florence through beautiful gardens, when they came to a large sunflower, which suddenly expanded itself into a gong and began to sound. Opening his eyes, he found that it was a dark, windy morning, with a drizzling rain, and that the real gong was giving dreadful notes of preparation down in the hall. So he got up directly, and found Briggs with hardly any eyes, for nightmare and grief had made his face puffy, putting his boots on, while Tozer stood shivering and rubbing his shoulders, in a very bad humour. Poor Paul couldn't dress himself easily, not being used to it, and asked them if they would have the goodness to tie some strings for him. But as Briggs merely said "bother," and Tozer "oh yes," he went down, when he was otherwise ready, to the next story, where he saw a pretty young woman in leather gloves cleaning a stove. The young woman seemed surprised at his appearance, and asked him where his mother was. When Paul told her she was dead, she took her gloves off, and did what he wanted, and furthermore rubbed his hands to warm them, and gave them a kiss, and told him whenever he wanted anything of that sort, meaning in the dressing way, to ask for Melia, which Paul, thanking her very much, said he certainly would. He then proceeded softly on his journey downstairs, towards the room in which the young gentlemen resumed their studies, when passing by a door that stood ajar, a voice from within cried, "Is that Dombey?" On Paul replying, "Yes, ma'am," for he knew the voice to be Miss Blimber's, Miss Blimber said, "Come in, Dombey," and in he went. Miss Blimber presented exactly the appearance she had presented yesterday, except that she wore a shawl. Her little light curls were as crisp as ever, and she had already her spectacles on, which made Paul wonder whether she went to bed in them. She had a cool little sitting room of her own up there, with some books in it, and no fire. But Miss Blimber was never cold and never sleepy. "Now, Dombey," said Miss Blimber, "I am going out for a constitutional." Paul wondered what that was, and why she didn't send the footman out to get it in such unfavourable weather. But he made no observation on the subject, his attention being devoted to a little pile of new books on which Miss Blimber appeared to have been recently engaged. "These are yours, Dombey," said Miss Blimber. "All of 'em, ma'am?" said Paul. "Yes," returned Miss Blimber, "and Mr. Feeder will look you out some more very soon, if you are as studious as I expect you will be, Dombey." "Thank you, ma'am," said Paul. "I am going out for a constitutional," resumed Miss Blimber, "and while I am gone, that is to say, in the interval between this and breakfast, Dombey, I wish you to read over what I have marked in these books, and to tell me if you quite understand what you have got to learn. Don't lose time, Dombey, for you have none to spare, but take them downstairs and begin directly." "Yes, ma'am," answered Paul. There were so many of them that although Paul put one hand under the bottom book, and his other hand and his chin on the top book, and hugged them all closely, the middle book slipped out before he reached the door, and then they all tumbled down on the floor. Miss Blimber said, "Oh, Dombey, Dombey, this is really very careless," and piled them up afresh for him. And this time, by dint of balancing them with great nicety, Paul got out of the room and down a few stairs before two of them escaped again. But he held the rest so tight that he only left one more on the first floor and one in the passage, and when he got the main body down into the schoolroom, he set off upstairs again to collect the stragglers. Having at last amassed the whole library and climbed into his place, he fell to work, encouraged by a remark from Tozer to the effect that he was in for it now, which was the only interruption he received till breakfast time. At that meal, for which he had no appetite, everything was quite as solemn and genteel as at the others, and when it was finished, he followed Miss Blimber upstairs. "Now, Dombey," said Miss Blimber, "have you got on with those books?" They comprised a little English and a deal of Latin, names of things, declensions of articles and substantives, exercises thereon, and preliminary rules, a trifle of orthography, a glance at ancient history, a wink or two at modern ditto, a few tables, 2 or 3 weights and measures, and a little general information. When poor Paul had spelt out number 2, he found he had no idea of number 1. Fragments whereof afterwards obtruded themselves into number 3, which slided into number 4, which grafted itself on to number 2. So that whether 20 Romuluses made a rebus, or hic haec hoc was Troy weight, or a verb always agreed with an ancient Briton, or 3 times 4 was Taurus a bull, were open questions with him. "Oh, Dombey, Dombey," said Miss Blimber, "this is very shocking." "If you please," said Paul, "I think if I might sometimes talk a little to old Glubb, I should be able to do better." "Nonsense, Dombey," said Miss Blimber. "I couldn't hear of it. This is not the place for glubs of any kind. You must take the books down, I suppose, Dombey, one by one, and perfect yourself in the day's instalment of Subject A before you turn at all to Subject B. I am sorry to say, Dombey, that your education appears to have been very much neglected." "So papa says," returned Paul. "But I told you I have been a weak child. Florence knows I have. So does Wickham." "Who is Wickham?" asked Miss Blimber. "She has been my nurse," Paul answered. "I must beg you not to mention Wickham to me, then," said Miss Blimber. "I couldn't allow it." "You asked me who she was," said Paul. "Very well," returned Miss Blimber, "but this is all very different from being anything of that sort, Dombey, and I couldn't think of permitting it. As to having been weak, you must begin to be strong. And now take away the top book, if you please, Dombey, and return when you are master of the theme." Miss Blimber expressed her opinion on the subject of Paul's uninstructed state with a gloomy delight, as if she had expected this result, and were glad to find that they must be in constant communication. Paul withdrew with the top task, as he was told, and laboured away at it, down below, sometimes remembering every word of it, and sometimes forgetting it all, and everything else besides, until at last he ventured upstairs again to repeat the lesson, when it was nearly all driven out of his head before he began, by Miss Blimber's shutting up the book and saying, "Go on, Dombey," a proceeding so suggestive of the knowledge inside of her that Paul looked upon the young lady with consternation, as a kind of learned Guy Fawkes, or artificial Bogle, stuffed full of scholastic straw. He acquitted himself very well, nevertheless, and Miss Blimber, commending him as giving promise of getting on fast, immediately provided him with Subject B, from which he passed to C, and even D, before dinner. It was hard work, resuming his studies soon after dinner, and he felt giddy and confused and drowsy and dull. But all the other young gentlemen had similar sensations, and were obliged to resume their studies too, if there were any comfort in that. It was a wonder that the great clock in the hall, instead of being constant to its first inquiry, never said, "Gentlemen, we will now resume our studies," for that phrase was often enough repeated in the neighbourhood. The studies went round like a mighty wheel, and the young gentlemen were always stretched upon it. After tea, there were exercises again, and preparations for the next day by candlelight, and in due course there was bed, where, but for that resumption of the studies which took place in dreams, were rest and sweet forgetfulness. On Saturdays, oh happy Saturdays, when Florence always came at noon, and never would, in any weather, stay away, though Mrs. Pipchin snarled and growled, and worried her bitterly. Those Saturdays were Sabbaths for at least 2 little Christians among all the Jews, and did the holy Sabbath work of strengthening and knitting up a brother's and a sister's love. Not even Sunday nights, the heavy Sunday nights, whose shadow darkened the first waking burst of light on Sunday mornings, could mar those precious Saturdays. Whether it was the great seashore where they sat and strolled together, or whether it was only Mrs. Pipchin's dull back room, in which she sang to him so softly, with his drowsy head upon her arm, Paul never cared. It was Florence. That was all he thought of. So on Sunday nights, when the doctor's dark door stood agape to swallow him up for another week, the time was come for taking leave of Florence. No one else. Mrs. Wickham had been drafted home to the house in town, and Miss Nipper, Now a smart young woman had come down. To many a single combat with Mrs. Pipchin did Miss Nipper gallantly devote herself. And if ever Mrs. Pipchin in all her life had found her match, she had found it now. Miss Nipper threw away the scabbard the first morning she arose in Mrs. Pipchin's house. She asked and gave no quarter. She said it must be war, and war it was, and Mrs. Pipchin lived from that time in the midst of surprises, harassings, and defiances, and skirmishing attacks that came bouncing in upon her from the passage, even in unguarded moments of chops, and carried desolations to her very toast. Miss Nipper had returned one Sunday night with Florence from walking back with Paul to the doctor's, when Florence took from her bosom a little piece of paper on which she had penciled down some words. "See here, Susan," she said. "These are the names of the little books that Paul brings home to do those long exercises with, when he is so tired. I copied them last night while he was writing." "Don't show 'em to me, Miss Floy, if you please," returned Nipper. "I'd as soon see Mrs. Pipchin." "I want you to buy them for me, Susan, if you will, to-morrow morning. I have money enough," said Florence. "Why, goodness gracious me, Miss Floy," returned Miss Nipper, "how can you talk like that, when you have books upon books already, and masterses and mistresses a teaching of you everything continual, though my belief is that your pa, Miss Dombey, would never have learned you nothing, never would have thought of it, unless you'd asked him, when he couldn't well refuse, but giving consent when asked, and offering when unasked, miss, is quite two things. I may not have my objections to a young man's keeping company with me, and when he puts the question may say yes, but that's not saying, would you be so kind as like me?" "But you can buy me the books, Susan, and you will, when you know I want them." "Well, miss, and why do you want 'em?" replied Nipper, adding in a lower voice, "If it was to fling at Mrs. Pipchin's head, I'd buy a cartload." "Paul has a great deal too much to do, Susan," said Florence. "I am sure of it." "And well you may be, miss," returned her maid, "and make your mind quite easy that the willing dear is worked and worked away. If those is Latin legs," exclaimed Miss Nipper, with strong feeling, in allusion to Paul's, "give me English ones." "I am afraid he feels lonely and lost at Dr. Blimber's, Susan," pursued Florence, turning away her face. "Ah!" said Miss Nipper, with great sharpness. "Oh, them Blimbers!" "Don't blame anyone," said Florence. "It's a mistake." "I say nothing about blame, miss," cried Miss Nipper, "for I know that you object; but I may wish, miss, that the family was set to work to make new roads, and that Miss Blimber went in front and had the pickaxe." After this speech, Miss Nipper, who was perfectly serious, wiped her eyes. "I think I could perhaps give Paul some help, Susan, if I had these books," said Florence, "and make the coming week a little easier to him. At least I want to try. So buy them for me, dear, and I will never forget how kind it was of you to do it." It must have been a harder heart than Susan Nipper's that could have rejected the little purse Florence held out with these words, or the gentle look of entreaty with which she seconded her petition. Susan put the purse in her pocket without reply, and trotted out at once upon her errand. The books were not easy to procure, and the answer at several shops was either that they were just out of them, or that they never kept them, or that they had a great many last month, or that they had expected a great many next week. But Susan was not easily baffled in such an enterprise, and having entrapped a white-haired youth, in a black calico apron, from a library where she was known, to accompany her in her quest, she led him such a life in going up and down that he exerted himself to the utmost if it were only to get rid of her, and finally enabled her to return home in triumph. With those treasures, then, after her own daily lessons were over, Florence sat down at night to track Paul's footsteps through the thorny ways of learning, and being possessed of a naturally quick and sound capacity, and taught by that most wonderful of masters, love, it was not long before she gained upon Paul's heels and caught and passed him. Not a word of this was breathed to Mrs. Pipchin, but many a night, when they were all in bed, and when Miss Nipper, with her hair in papers and herself asleep in some uncomfortable attitude, reposed unconscious by her side, and when the chinking ashes in the grate were cold and grey, and when the candles were burnt down and guttering out, Florence tried so hard to be a substitute for one small Dombey that her fortitude and perseverance might have almost won her a free right to bear the name herself. And high was her reward when one Saturday evening, as little Paul was sitting down as usual to resume his studies, she sat down by his side and showed him all that was so rough made smooth, and all that was so dark made clear and plain before him. It was nothing but a startled look in Paul's wan face, a flush, a smile, and then a close embrace. But God knows how her heart leapt up at this rich payment for her trouble. "Oh, Floy," cried her brother, "how I love you! How I love you, Floy!" "And I you, dear." "Oh, I am sure of that, Floy." He said no more about it, but all that evening sat close by her, very quiet, and in the night he called out from his little room within hers 3 or 4 times that he loved her. Regularly, after that, Florence was prepared to sit down with Paul on Saturday night, and patiently assist him through so much as they could anticipate together of his next week's work. The cheering thought that he was labouring on where Florence had just toiled before him would of itself have been a stimulant to Paul in the perpetual resumption of his studies, but coupled with the actual lightening of his load consequent on this assistance, it saved him possibly from sinking underneath the burden which the fair Cornelia Blimber piled upon his back. It was not that Miss Blimber meant to be too hard upon him, or that Dr. Blimber meant to bear too heavily on the young gentleman in general. Cornelia merely held the faith in which she had been bred, and the doctor, in some partial confusion of his ideas, regarded the young gentlemen as if they were all doctors, and were born grown up. Comforted by the applause of the young gentleman's nearest relations, and urged on by their blind vanity and ill-considered haste, it would have been strange if Dr. Blimber had discovered his mistake, or trimmed his swelling sails to any other tack. Thus, in the case of Paul, when Dr. Blimber said he made great progress, and was naturally clever, Mr. Dombey was more bent than ever on his being forced and crammed. In the case of Briggs, when Dr. Blimber reported that he did not make great progress yet, and was not naturally clever, Briggs senior was inexorable in the same purpose. In short, however high and false the temperature at which the doctor kept his hothouse, the owners of the plants were always ready to lend a helping hand at the bellows, and to stir the fire. Such spirits as he had in the outset, Paul soon lost, of course, but he retained all that was strange and old and thoughtful in his character, and under circumstances so favourable to the development of those tendencies, became even more strange and old and thoughtful than before. The only difference was that he kept his character to himself. He grew more thoughtful and reserved every day, and had no such curiosity in any living member of the doctor's household as he had had at Mrs. Pipchin's. He loved to be alone, and in those short intervals when he was not occupied with his books, liked nothing so well as wandering about the house by himself, or sitting on the stairs listening to the great clock in the hall. He was intimate with all the paper hanging in the house, saw things that no one else saw in the patterns, found out miniature tigers and lions running up the bedroom walls, and squinting faces leering in the squares and diamonds of the floor cloth. The solitary child lived on, surrounded by this arabesque work of his musing fancy, and no one understood him. Mrs. Blimber thought him odd, and sometimes the servants said among themselves that little Dombey moped, but that was all. Unless young Toots had some idea on the subject, to the expression of which he was wholly unequal. Ideas, like ghosts, according to the common notion of ghosts, must be spoken to a little before they will explain themselves, and Toots had long left off asking any questions of his own mind. Some mist there may have been issuing from that leaden casket, his cranium, which, if it could have taken shape and form, would have become a genie. But it could not, and it only so far followed the example of the smoke in the Arabian story as to roll out in a thick cloud, and there hang and hover. But it left a little figure visible upon a lonely shore, and Toots was always staring at it. "How are you?" he would say to Paul 50 times a day. "Quite well, sir, thank you," Paul would answer. "Shake hands," would be Toots' next advance, which Paul, of course, would immediately do. Mr. Toots generally said again, after a long interval of staring and hard breathing, "How are you?" To which Paul again replied, "Quite well, sir, thank you." One evening Mr. Toots was sitting at his desk, oppressed by correspondence, when a great purpose seemed to flash upon him. He laid down his pen and went off to seek Paul, whom he found at last, after a long search, looking through the window of his little bedroom. "I say," cried Toots, speaking the moment he entered the room, lest he should forget it, "what do you think about?" "Oh, I think about a great many things," replied Paul. "Do you, though?" said Toots, appearing to consider that fact in itself surprising. "If you had to die," said Paul, looking up into his face. Mr. Toots started and seemed much disturbed. "Don't you think you would rather die on a moonlight night, when the sky was quite clear, and the wind blowing, as it did last night?" Mr. Toots said, looking doubtfully at Paul and shaking his head, that he didn't know about that. "Not blowing, at least," said Paul, "but sounding in the air like the sea sounds in the shells. It was a beautiful night. When I had listened to the water for a long time, I got up and looked out. There was a boat over there, in the full light of the moon, a boat with a sail." The child looked at him so steadfastly and spoke so earnestly that Mr. Toots, feeling himself called upon to say something about this boat, said, "Smugglers," but with an impartial remembrance of there being two sides to every question, he added, "or preventive." "A boat with a sail," repeated Paul, "in the full light of the moon, the sail like an arm, all silver. It went away into the distance, and what do you think it seemed to do as it moved with the waves?" "Pitch," said Mr. Toots. "It seemed to beckon," said the child, "to beckon me to come. There she is, there she is." Toots was almost beside himself with dismay at this sudden exclamation, after what had gone before, and cried, "Who?" My sister Florence!" cried Paul, looking up here and waving her hand. "She sees me! She sees me! Good night, dear. Good night. Good night." His quick transition to a state of unbounded pleasure as he stood at his window, kissing and clapping his hands, and the way in which the light retreated from his features as she passed out of his view, and left a patient melancholy on the little face, were too remarkable wholly to escape even Toots's notice, their interview being interrupted at this moment by a visit from Mrs. Pipchin, who usually brought her black skirts to pair upon Paul just before dusk, once or twice a week. Toots had no opportunity of improving the occasion, but it left so marked an impression on his mind that he twice returned, after having exchanged the usual salutations, to ask Mrs. Pipchin how she did. This the irascible old lady conceived to be a deeply devised and long meditated insult, originating in the diabolical invention of the weak-eyed young man downstairs, against whom she accordingly lodged a formal complaint with Dr. Blimber that very night, who mentioned to the young man that if he ever did it again, he should be obliged to part with him. The evenings being longer now, Paul stole up to his window every evening to look out for Florence. She always passed and repassed at a certain time until she saw him, and their mutual recognition was a gleam of sunshine in Paul's daily life. Often after dark, one other figure walked alone before the doctor's house. He rarely joined them on Saturday now. He could not bear it. He would rather come unrecognized and look up at the windows where his son was qualifying for a man, and wait and watch and plan and hope. Oh, could he but have seen as others did, the slight, spare boy above, watching the waves and clouds at twilight, with his earnest eyes, and breasting the window of his solitary cage when birds flew by, as if he would have emulated them and soared away. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 13. Shipping Intelligence and Office Business. Mr. Dombey's offices were in a court where there was an old established stall of choice fruit at the corner, where perambulating merchants of both sexes offered for sale at any time between the hours of 10 and 5 slippers, pocketbooks, sponges, dogs' collars, and Windsor soap, and sometimes a pointer or an oil painting. The pointer always came that way, with a view to the Stock Exchange, where a sporting taste, originating generally in bets of new hats, is much in vogue. The other commodities were addressed to the general public, but they were never offered by the vendors to Mr. Dombey. When he appeared, the dealers in those wares fell off respectfully. The principal slipper and dog's collar man, who considered himself a public character, and whose portrait was screwed on to an artist's door in Cheapside, threw up his forefinger to the brim of his hat as Mr. Dombey went by. The ticket porter, if he were not absent on a job, always ran officiously before to open Mr. Dombey's office door as wide as possible and hold it open with his hat off while he entered. The clerks within were not a whit behindhand in their demonstrations of respect. A solemn hush prevailed as Mr. Dombey passed through the outer office. The wit of the counting-house became in a moment as mute as the row of leathern fire-buckets hanging up behind him. Such vapid and flat daylight as filtered through the ground-glass windows and skylights, leaving a black sediment upon the panes, showed the books and papers, and the figures bending over them, enveloped in a studious gloom, and as much abstracted in appearance from the world without as if they were assembled at the bottom of the sea, while a mouldy little strong room in the obscure perspective, where a shady lamp was always burning, might have represented the cavern of some ocean monster, looking on with a red eye at these mysteries of the deep. When Perch the messenger, whose place was on a little bracket like a timepiece, saw Mr. Dombey come in, or rather when he felt that he was coming, for he had usually an instinctive sense of his approach, he hurried into Mr. Dombey's room, stirred the fire, quarried fresh coals from the bowels of the coal-box, hung the newspaper to air upon the fender, put the chair ready and the screen in its place, and was round upon his heel on the instant of Mr. Dombey's entrance, to take his great coat and hat and hang them up. Then Perch took the newspaper and gave it a turn or two in his hands before the fire, and laid it deferentially at Mr. Dombey's elbow. And so little objection had Perch to being deferential in the last degree, that if he might have laid himself at Mr. Dombey's feet, or might have called him by some such title as used to be bestowed upon the Caliph Haroun al-Rashid, he would have been all the better pleased. As this honour would have been an innovation and an experiment, Perch was fain to content himself by expressing as well as he could in his manner, "You are the light of my eyes, you are the breath of my soul, you are the commander of the faithful Perch." With this imperfect happiness to cheer him, he would shut the door softly, walk away on tiptoe, and leave his great chief to be stared at, through a dome-shaped window in the leads, by ugly chimney-pots and backs of houses, and especially by the bold window of a hair-cutting saloon on the first floor, where a waxen effigy, bald as a Mussulman in the morning, and covered after 11 o'clock in the day with luxuriant hair and whiskers in the latest Christian fashion, showed him the wrong side of its head for ever. Between Mr. Dombey and the common world, as it was accessible through the medium of the outer office, to which Mr. Dombey's presence in his own room may be said to have struck like damp or cold air, there were 2 degrees of descent. Mr. Carker in his own office was the first step. Mr. Morfin in his own office was the second. Each of these gentlemen occupied a little chamber like a bathroom, opening from the passage outside Mr. Dombey's door. Mr. Carker, as Grand Vizier, inhabited the room that was nearest to the Sultan. Mr. Morfin, as an officer of inferior state, inhabited the room that was nearest to the clerks. The gentleman last mentioned was a cheerful-looking, hazel-eyed elderly bachelor, gravely attired as to his upper man in black, and as to his legs in pepper and salt colour. His dark hair was just touched here and there with specks of grey, as though the tread of time had splashed it, and his whiskers were already white. He had a mighty respect for Mr. Dombey, and rendered him due homage; but as he was of a genial temper himself, and never wholly at his ease in that stately presence, he was disquieted by no jealousy of the many conferences enjoyed by Mr. Carker, and felt a secret satisfaction in having duties to discharge, which rarely exposed him to be singled out for such distinction. He was a great musical amateur in his way, after business, and had a paternal affection for the violoncello, which was once in every week transported from Islington, his place of abode, to a certain club room hard by the bank, where quartets of the most tormenting and excruciating nature were executed every Wednesday evening by a private party. Mr. Carker was a gentleman 38 or 40 years old, of a florid complexion, and with two unbroken rows of glistening teeth, whose regularity and whiteness were quite distressing. It was impossible to escape the observation of them, for he showed them whenever he spoke, and bore so wide a smile upon his countenance, a smile, however, very rarely indeed extending beyond his mouth, that there was something in it like the snarl of a cat. He affected a stiff white cravat, after the example of his principal, and was always closely buttoned up and tightly dressed. His manner toward Mr. Dombey was deeply conceived and perfectly expressed. He was familiar with him in the very extremity of his sense of the distance between them. Mr. Dombey, to a man in your position from a man in mine, there is no show of subservience compatible with the transaction of business between us. That I should think sufficient. I frankly tell you, sir, I give it up altogether. I feel that I could not satisfy my own mind, and heaven knows, Mr. Dombey, you can afford to dispense with the endeavour." If he had carried those words about with him, printed on a placard, and had constantly offered it to Mr. Dombey's perusal on the breast of his coat, he could not have been more explicit than he was. This was Carker the manager. Mr. Carker the junior, Walter's friend, was his brother, 2 or 3 years older than he, but widely removed in station. The younger brother's post was on the top of the official ladder, the elder brother's at the bottom. The elder brother never gained a stave or raised his foot to mount one. Young men passed above his head and rose, but he was always at the bottom. He was quite resigned to occupy that low condition, never complained of it, and certainly never hoped to escape from it. "How do you do this morning?" said Mr. Carker the manager, entering Mr. Dombey's room soon after his arrival one day, with a bundle of papers in his hand. "How do you do, Carker?" said Mr. Dombey. "Coolish," observed Carker, stirring the fire. "Rather," said Mr. Dombey. "Any news of the young gentleman who is so important to us all?" asked Carker, with his whole regiment of teeth on parade. "Yes, not direct news. I hear he's very well," said Mr. Dombey, who had come from Brighton overnight, but no one knew it. "Very well, and becoming a great scholar, no doubt," observed the manager. "I hope so," returned Mr. Dombey. "Egad," said Mr. Carker, shaking his head, "time flies." "I think so sometimes," returned Mr. Dombey, glancing at his newspaper. "Oh, you have no reason to think so," observed Carker. "One who sits on such an elevation as yours, and can sit there unmoved in all seasons, hasn't much reason to know anything about the flight of time. It's men like myself, who are low down and are not superior in superior circumstances, and who inherit new masters in the course of time, that have cause to look about us. I shall have a rising sun to worship soon." Time enough, Carker," said Mr. Dombey, rising from his chair and standing with his back to the fire. "Have you anything there for me?" "I don't know that I need trouble you," returned Carker, turning over the papers in his hand. "You have a committee to-day at 3, you know." "And one at 3:75," added Mr. Dombey. "Catch you forgetting anything!" exclaimed Carker, still turning over his papers. "If Mr. Paul inherits your memory, he'll be a troublesome customer in the house. One of you is enough." "You have an accurate memory of your own," said Mr. Dombey. "Oh, I," returned the manager. "It's the only capital of a man like me." Mr. Dombey did not look less pompous or at all displeased as he stood leaning against the chimney-piece, surveying his, of course unconscious, clerk from head to foot. The stiffness and nicety of Mr. Carker's dress, and a certain arrogance of manner, either natural to him or imitated from a pattern not far off, gave great additional effect to his humility. He seemed a man who would contend against the power that vanquished him, if he could, but who was utterly borne down by the greatness and superiority of Mr. Dombey. "Is Morfin here?" asked Mr. Dombey, after a short pause, during which Mr. Carker had been fluttering his papers and muttering little abstracts of their contents to himself. "Morfin's here," he answered, looking up with his widest and most sudden smile, humming musical recollections of his last night's quartette party. "I suppose, through the walls between us and driving me half mad, I wish he'd made a bonfire of his violoncello and burn his music books in it." "You respect nobody, Carker, I think," said Mr. Dombey. "No?" inquired Carker, with another wide and most feline show of his teeth. "Well, not many people, I believe. I wouldn't answer, perhaps," he murmured, as if he were only thinking of it, "for more than one." A dangerous quality, if real, and a not less dangerous one, if feigned. But Mr. Dombey hardly seemed to think so, as he still stood with his back to the fire, drawn up to his full height, and looking at his head clerk with a dignified composure, in which there seemed to lurk a stronger latent sense of power than usual. "Talking of Morfin," resumed Mr. Carker, taking out one paper from the rest, "he reports a junior dead in the agency at Barbados, and proposes to reserve a passage in the Sun and Air. She'll sail in a month or so. For the successor. You don't care who goes, I suppose? We have nobody of that sort here." Mr. Dombey shook his head with supreme indifference. "It's no very precious appointment," observed Mr. Carker, taking up a pen, with which to endorse a memorandum on the back of the paper. "I hope he may bestow it on some orphan nephew of a musical friend. It may perhaps stop his fiddle playing, if he has a gift that way. Who's that? Come in." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Carker. I didn't know you were here, sir," answered Walter, appearing with some letters in his hand, unopened and newly arrived. "Mr. Carker the junior, sir." At the mention of this name, Mr. Carker the manager was, or affected to be, touched to the quick with shame and humiliation. He cast his eyes full on Mr. Dombey with an altered and apologetic look, abased them on the ground, and remained for a moment without speaking. "I thought, sir," he said suddenly and angrily, turning on Walter, "that you had been before requested not to drag Mr. Carker the junior into your conversation." "I beg your pardon," returned Walter. "I was only going to say that Mr. Carker the junior had told me he believed you were gone out, or I should not have knocked at the door when you were engaged with Mr. Dombey. These are letters for Mr. Dombey, sir." "Very well, sir," returned Mr. Carker the manager, plucking them sharply from his hand. "Go about your business." but in taking them with so little ceremony, Mr. Carker dropped one on the floor, and did not see what he had done. Neither did Mr. Dombey observe the letter lying near his feet. Walter hesitated for a moment, thinking that one or the other of them would notice it, but finding that neither did, he stopped, came back, picked it up, and laid it himself on Mr. Dombey's desk. The letters were post letters, and it happened that the one in question was Mrs. Pipchin's regular report, directed as usual, for Mrs. Pipchin was an indifferent penwoman, by Florence. Mr. Dombey, having his attention silently called to this letter by Walter, started and looked fiercely at him, as if he believed that he had purposely selected it from all the rest. "You can leave the room, sir," said Mr. Dombey, haughtily. He crushed the letter in his hand, and having watched Walter out at the door, put it in his pocket without breaking the seal. These continued references to Mr. Carker the junior, Mr. Carker the manager began, as soon as they were alone, are, to a man of my position, uttered before one in yours, so unspeakably distressing—" "Nonsense, Carker," Mr. Dombey interrupted. "You are too sensitive." "I am sensitive," he returned. "If one in your position could by any possibility imagine yourself in my place, which you cannot, you would be so too." As Mr. Dombey's thoughts were evidently pursuing some other subject, his discreet ally broke off here, and stood ready with his teeth ready to present to him when he should look up. "You want somebody to send to the West Indies, you were saying?" observed Mr. Dombey, hurriedly. "Yes," replied Carker. "Send young Gay." "Good, very good indeed. Nothing easier," said Mr. Carker, without any show of surprise, and taking up the pen to re-endorse the letter as coolly as he had done before. "Send young Gay. Call him back, Mr. Dombey." Mr. Carker was quick to do so, and Walter was quick to return. "Gay," said Mr. Dombey, turning a little to look at him over his shoulder. "Here is an opening," said Mr. Carker, with his mouth stretched to the utmost. "In the West Indies, at Barbados. I am going to send you," said Mr. Dombey, scorning to embellish the bare truth, "to fill a junior situation in the counting house at Barbados. Let your uncle know from me that I have chosen you to go to the West Indies." Walter's breath was so completely taken away by his astonishment that he could hardly find enough for the repetition of the words West Indies. "Somebody must go," said Mr. Dombey, "and you are young and healthy, and your uncle's circumstances are not good. Tell your uncle that you are appointed. You will not go yet. There will be an interval of a month or two, perhaps." "Shall I remain there, sir?" inquired Walter. "Will you remain there, sir?" repeated Mr. Dombey, turning a little more round towards him. "What do you mean? What does he mean, Carker?" "Live there, sir," faltered Walter. "Certainly," returned Mr. Dombey. Walter bowed. "That's all," said Mr. Dombey, resuming his letters. "You will explain to him in good time about the usual outfit and so forth, Carker. Of course, he needn't wait, Carker." "You needn't wait, Gay," observed Mr. Carker, bare to the gums. "Unless," said Mr. Dombey, stopping in his reading without looking off the letter, and seemed to listen, "unless he has anything to say." "No, sir," returned Walter, agitated and confused, and almost stunned, as an infinite variety of pictures presented themselves to his mind, among which Captain Cuttle, in his glazed hat, transfixed with astonishment at Mrs. Maxtinger's, and his uncle bemoaning his loss in the little back parlour, held prominent places. "I hardly know. I am much obliged, sir." "He needn't wait, Carker," said Mr. Dombey. And as Mr. Carker again echoed the words, and also collected his papers as if he were going away too, Walter felt that his lingering any longer would be an unpardonable intrusion, especially as he had nothing to say, and therefore walked out quite confounded. Going along the passage with the mingled consciousness and helplessness of a dream, he heard Mr. Dombey's door shut again, as Mr. Carker came out, and immediately afterwards that gentleman called to him, "Bring your friend Mr. Carker the junior to my room, sir, if you please." Walter went to the outer office and apprised Mr. Carker the junior of his errand, who accordingly came out from behind a partition where he sat alone in one corner, and returned with him to the room of Mr. Carker the manager. That gentleman was standing with his back to the fire and his hands under his coat tails, looking over his white cravat as unpromisingly as Mr. Dombey himself could have looked. He received them without any change in his attitude or softening of his harsh and black expression, merely signing to Walter to close the door. "John Carker," said the manager, when this was done, turning suddenly upon his brother, with his 2 rows of teeth bristling as if he would have bitten him, "what is the league between you and this young man, in virtue of which I am haunted and hunted by the mention of your name? Is it not enough for you, John Carker, that I am your near relation, and can't detach myself from that?" "Say disgrace, James," interposed the other in a low voice, finding that he stammered for a word. "You mean it, and have reason. Say disgrace." "From that disgrace," assented his brother with keen emphasis, "but is the fact to be blurted out and trumpeted and proclaimed continually in the presence of the very house, in moments of confidence too? Do you think your name is calculated to harmonise in this place with trust and confidence, John Carker?" "No," returned the other. "No, James. God knows I have no such thought." "What is your thought, then?" said his brother. "And why do you thrust yourself in my way? Haven't you injured me enough already?" "I have never injured you, James, wilfully." "You are my brother," said the manager. "That's injury enough." "I wish I could undo it, James." "I wish you could and would." During this conversation, Walter had looked from one brother to the other with pain and amazement. He who was the senior in years and junior in the house stood with his eyes cast upon the ground and his head bowed, humbly listening to the reproaches of the other, though these were rendered very bitter by the tone and look with which they were accompanied, and by the presence of Walter, whom they so much surprised and shocked. He entered no other protest against them than by slightly raising his right hand in a deprecatory manner, as if he would have said, "Spare me." So, had they been blows, and he a brave man, under strong constraint and weakened by bodily suffering, he might have stood before the executioner. Generous and quick in all his emotions, and regarding himself as the innocent occasion of these taunts, Walter now struck in with all the earnestness he felt. "Mr. Carker," he said, addressing himself to the manager, Indeed, this is my fault solely. In a kind of heedlessness, for which I cannot blame myself enough, I have no doubt, mentioned Mr. Carker the junior much oftener than was necessary, and have allowed his name sometimes to slip through my lips when it was against your express wish. But it has been my own mistake, sir. We have never exchanged one word upon the subject, very few indeed on any subject. And it has not been," added Walter, after a moment's pause, all heedlessness on my part, sir, for I have felt an interest in Mr. Carker ever since I have been here, and have hardly been able to help speaking of him sometimes, when I have thought of him so much." Walter said this from his soul, and with the very breath of honour, for he looked upon the bowed head, and the downcast eyes, and upraised hand, and thought, "I have felt it, and why should I not avow it in behalf of this unfriended, broken man?" Mr. Carker looked at him as he spoke, and when he had finished speaking, with a smile that seemed to divide his face into two parts. "You are an excitable youth, Gay," he said, "and should endeavour to cool down a little now, for it would be unwise to encourage feverish predispositions. Be as cool as you can, Gay. Be as cool as you can. You might have asked Mr. John Carker himself, if you have not done so, whether he claims to be, or is, an object of such strong interest." "James, do me justice," said his brother. "I have claimed nothing, and I claim nothing. Believe me, on my—" "Honour?" said his brother, with another smile, as he warmed himself before the fire. "On my life, my fallen life," returned the other, in the same low voice, but with a deeper stress upon his words than he had yet seemed capable of giving them. "Believe me, I have held myself aloof and kept alone. This has been unsought by me. I have avoided him and every one." "In truth, you have avoided me, Mr. Carker," said Walter, with the tears rising to his eyes, so true was his compassion. "I know it, to my disappointment and regret. When I first came here, and ever since, I am sure I have tried to be as much your friend as one of my age could presume to be, but it has been of no use." "And observe," said the manager, taking him up quickly, "it will be of still less use, Gay, if you persist in forcing Mr. John Carker's name on people's attention. That is not the way to befriend Mr. John Carker. Ask him if he thinks it is." "It is no service to me," said the brother. "It only leads to such a conversation as the present, which I need not say I could have well spared. No one can be a better friend to me." He spoke here very distinctly, as if he would impress it upon Walter, than in forgetting me, and leaving me to go my way, unquestioned and unnoticed. "Your memory not being retentive, Gay, of what you are told by others," said Mr. Carker, the manager, warming himself with great and increased satisfaction. "I thought it well that you should be told this from the best authority," nodding toward his brother. "You are not likely to forget it now, I hope. That's all, Gay. You can go." Walter passed out of the door, and was about to close it after him, when, hearing the voice of the brothers again, and also the mention of his own name, he stood irresolutely, with his hand upon the lock, and the door ajar, uncertain whether to return or go away. In this position he could not help overhearing what followed. "Think of me more leniently, if you can, James," said John Carker, "when I tell you I have had, how could I help having, with my history written here," striking himself upon the breast, "my whole heart awakened by my observation of that boy, Walter Gay. I saw in him, when he first came here, almost my other self." "Your other self?" repeated the manager disdainfully. "Not as I am, but as I was when I first came here too. As sanguine, giddy, youthful, inexperienced, flushed with the same restless and adventurous fancies, and full of the same qualities, fraught with the same capacity of leading on to good or evil." "I hope not," said his brother, with some hidden and sarcastic meaning in his tone. You strike me sharply, and your hand is steady, and your thrust is very deep, returned the other, speaking, or so Walter thought, as if some cruel weapon actually stabbed him as he spoke. I imagined all this when he was a boy. I believed it. It was a truth to me. I saw him lightly walking on the edge of an unseen gulf, where so many others walk with equal gaiety, and from which the old excuse interrupted his brother, as he stirred the fire. So many, go on, say, so many fall. From which one traveller fell, returned the other, who set forward on his way a boy like him, and missed his footing more and more, and slipped a little and a little lower, and went on stumbling still, until he fell headlong and found himself below, a shattered man. Think what I suffered when I watched that boy. You have only yourself to thank for it, returned the brother. Only myself, he assented with a sigh. I don't seek to divide the blame or shame. You have divided the shame, James Carker muttered through his teeth, and through so many and such close teeth he could mutter well. Ah, James, returned his brother, speaking for the first time in an accent of reproach, and seeming, by the sound of his voice, to have covered his face with his hands. I have been, since then, a useful foil to you. You have trodden on me freely in your climbing up. Don't spurn me with your heel. A silence ensued. After a time, Mr. Carker, the manager, was heard rustling among his papers, as if he had resolved to bring the interview to a conclusion. At the same time, his brother withdrew nearer to the door. That's all, he said. I watched him with such trembling and such fear, as was some little punishment to me, until he passed the place where I first fell, and then, though I had been his father, I believe I never could have thanked God more devoutly. I didn't dare to warn him and advise him, but if I had seen direct cause, I would have shown him my example. I was afraid to be seen speaking with him, lest it should be thought I did him harm, and tempted him to evil, and corrupted him, or lest I really should. There may be such contagion in me, I don't know. Piece out my history in connection with young Walter Gay, and what he has made me feel, and think of me more leniently, James, if you can. With these words he came out to where Walter was standing. He turned a little paler when he saw him there, and paler yet when Walter caught him by the hand and said in a whisper, "Mr. Carker, pray let me thank you. Let me say how much I feel for you, how sorry I am to have been the unhappy cause of all this, how I almost look upon you now as my protector and guardian, how very, very much I feel obliged to you and pity you," said Walter, squeezing both his hands, and hardly knowing, in his agitation, what he did or said. Mr. Morfin's room being close at hand and empty, and the door wide open, they moved thither by one accord, the passage being seldom free from one passing to or fro. While they were there, and Walter saw in Mr. Carker's face some traces of the emotion within, he almost felt as if he had never seen the face before, it was so greatly changed. "Walter," he said, laying his hand on his shoulder, "I am far removed from you, and may I ever be. Do you know what I am?" "What you are?" appeared to hang on Walter's lips as he regarded him attentively. "It was begun," said Carker, "before my 21st birthday, led up to long before, but not begun till near that time. I had robbed them when I came of age. I robbed them afterwards. Before my 22nd birthday it was all found out, and then, Walter, from all men's society I died." Again His last few words hung trembling upon Walter's lips, but he could neither utter them nor any of his own. The house was very good to me. May Heaven reward the old man for his forbearance. This one, too, his son, who was then newly in the firm where I had held great trust. I was called into that room which is now his. I have never entered it since, and came out, what you know me. For many years I sat in my present seat, alone as now, but then a known and recognized example to the rest. They were all merciful to me, and I lived. Time has altered that part of my poor expiation, and I think, except the three heads of the house, there is no one here who knows my story rightly. Before the little boy grows up and has it told to him, my corner may be vacant. I would rather that it might be so. This is the only change to me since that day, when I left all youth and hope and good men's company behind me in that room. God bless you, Walter. Keep you, and all dear to you, in honesty, or strike them dead. Some recollection of his trembling from head to foot, as if with excessive cold, and of his bursting into tears, was all that Walter could add to this, when he tried to recall exactly what had passed between them. When Walter saw him next, he was bending over his desk in his old silent, drooping, humbled way. Then, observing him at his work, and feeling how resolved he evidently was that no further intercourse should arise between them, and thinking again and again on all he had seen and heard that morning in so short a time in connection with the history of both the Carkers, Walter could hardly believe that he was under orders for the West Indies, and would soon be lost to Uncle Sol and Captain Cuttle, and to glimpses few and far between of Florence Dombey. No, he meant Paul, and to all he loved and liked and looked for in his daily life. But it was true, and the news had already penetrated to the outer office, for while he sat with a heavy heart, pondering on these things, and resting his head upon his arm, Perch the messenger descended from his mahogany bracket, and jogging his elbow, begged his pardon, but wished to say in his ear, did he think he could arrange to send home to England a jar of preserved ginger, cheap, for Mrs. Perch's own eating, in the course of her recovery from her next confinement? End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 14. Paul grows more and more old-fashioned and goes home for the holidays. When the midsummer vacation approached, no indecent manifestations of joy were exhibited by the leaden-eyed young gentlemen assembled at Dr. Blimber's. Any such violent expression as breaking up would have been quite inapplicable to that polite establishment. The young gentlemen oozed away semi-annually to their own homes, but they never broke up. They would have scorned the action. Tozer, who was constantly galled and tormented by a starched white cambric neckerchief, which he wore at the express desire of Mrs. Tozer, his parent, who, designing him for the church, was of opinion that he couldn't be in that forward state of preparation too soon. Tozer said, indeed, that choosing between two evils, he thought he would rather stay where he was than go home. However inconsistent this declaration might appear with that passage in Tozer's essay on the subject, wherein he had observed that the thoughts of home and all its recollections awakened in his mind the most pleasing emotions of anticipation and delight, and had also likened himself to a Roman general flushed with a recent victory over the Iceni, or laden with Carthaginian spoil, advancing within a few hours' march of the capital, presupposed, for the purposes of the simile, to be the dwelling place of Mrs. Tozer. Still, it was very sincerely made. For it seemed that Tozer had a dreadful uncle who not only volunteered examinations of him in the holidays on abstruse points, but twisted innocent events and things, and wrenched them to the same fell purpose. So that if this uncle took him to the play, or on a similar pretence of kindness carried him to see a giant or a dwarf or a conjurer, or anything Tozer knew he had read up some classical allusion to the subject beforehand, and was thrown into a state of mortal apprehension, not foreseeing where he might break out, or what authority he might not quote against him. As to Briggs, his father made no show of artifice about it. He never would leave him alone. So numerous and severe were the mental trials of that unfortunate youth in vacation time, that the friends of the family, then resident near Bayswater, London, seldom approached the ornamental piece of water in Kensington Gardens without a vague expectation of seeing Master Briggs's hat floating on the surface, and an unfinished exercise lying on the bank. Briggs, therefore, was not at all sanguine on the subject of holidays, and these two sharers of little Paul's bedroom were so fair a sample of the young gentlemen in general, that the most elastic among them contemplated the arrival of those festive periods with genteel resignation. It was far otherwise with little Paul. The end of these first holidays was to witness his separation from Florence. But who ever looked forward to the end of the holidays whose beginning was not yet come? Not Paul, assuredly. As the happy time drew near, the lions and tigers climbing up the bedroom walls became quite tame and frolicsome. The grim sly faces in the squares and diamonds of the floor-cloth relaxed and peeped out at him with less wicked eyes. The grave old clock had more of personal interest in the tone of its formal inquiry, and the restless sea went rolling on all night, to the sounding of a melancholy strain. Yet it was pleasant too, that rose and fell with the waves, and rocked him, as it were, to sleep. Mr. Feeder, B.A., seemed to think that he, too, would enjoy the holidays very much. Mr. Toots projected a life of holidays from that time forth, for, as he regularly informed Paul every day, it was his last half at Dr. Blimber's, and he was going to begin to come into his property directly. It was perfectly understood between Paul and Mr. Toots that they were intimate friends, notwithstanding their distance in point of years and station. As the vacation approached, and Mr. Toots breathed harder and stared oftener in Paul's society than he had done before, Paul knew that he meant he was sorry they were going to lose sight of each other, and felt very much obliged to him for his patronage and good opinion. It was even understood by Dr. Blimber, Mrs. Blimber, and Miss Blimber, as well as by the young gentlemen in general, that Toots had somehow constituted himself protector and guardian of Dombey, and the circumstance became so notorious, even to Mrs. Pipchin, that the good old creature cherished feelings of bitterness and jealousy against Toots, and in the sanctuary of her own home repeatedly denounced him as a chuckle-headed noodle, whereas the innocent Toots had no more idea of awakening Mrs. Pipchin's wrath than he had of any other definite possibility or proposition. On the contrary, he was disposed to consider her rather a remarkable character, with many points of interest about her. For this reason he smiled on her with so much urbanity, and asked her how she did, so often in the course of her visits to little Paul, that at last she one night told him plainly she wasn't used to it, whatever he might think, and she could not and she would not bear it either from himself or any other puppy then existing. At which unexpected acknowledgment of his civilities, Mr. Toots was so alarmed that he secreted himself in a retired spot until she had gone. Nor did he ever again face the doughty Mrs. Pipchin under Dr. Blimber's roof. They were within 2 or 3 weeks of the holidays, when one day Cornelia Blimber called Paul into her room and said, "Dombey, I am going to send home your analysis." "Thank you, ma'am," returned Paul. "Do you know what I mean?" "Do you, Dombey?" inquired Miss Blimber, looking hard at him through the spectacles. "No, ma'am," said Paul. "Dombey, Dombey," said Miss Blimber, "I begin to be afraid you are a sad boy. When you don't know the meaning of an expression, why don't you seek for information?" "Mrs. Pipchin told me I wasn't to ask questions," returned Paul. "I must beg you not to mention Mrs. Pipchin to me, on any account, Dombey," returned Miss Blimber. "I couldn't think of allowing it. The course of study here is far removed from anything of that sort. A repetition of such allusions would make it necessary for me to request to hear, without a mistake, before breakfast time tomorrow morning, from verbum personale down to simillimum signo." "I didn't mean, ma'am," began little Paul. "I must trouble you not to tell me that you didn't mean, if you please, Dombey," said Miss Blimber, who preserved an awful politeness in her admonitions. "That is a line of argument I couldn't dream of permitting." Paul felt it safest to say nothing at all, so he only looked at Miss Blimber's spectacles. Miss Blimber, having shaken her head at him gravely, referred to a paper lying before her. "Analysis of the character of P. Dombey, if my recollection serves me," said Miss Blimber, breaking off. "The word analysis is opposed to synthesis, is thus defined by Walker: the resolution of an object, whether of the senses or of the intellect, into its first elements. As opposed to synthesis, you observe. Now you know what analysis is, Dombey." Dombey didn't seem to be absolutely blinded by the light let in upon his intellect, but he made Miss Blimber a little bow. "Analysis," resumed Miss Blimber, casting her eye over the paper, "of the character of P. Dombey. I find that the natural capacity of Dombey is extremely good, and that his general disposition of study may be stated in an equal ratio. Thus, taking 8 as our standard and highest number, I find these qualities in Dombey stated each at 6 3/4." Miss Blimber paused to see how Paul received this news. Being undecided whether 6 3/4 meant 6 pounds 15, or 6 pence 3 farthings, or 6 ft 3, or 3/4 past 6, or 6 somethings that he hadn't learnt yet, with 3 unknown something elses over, Paul rubbed his hands and looked straight at Miss Blimber. It happened to answer as well as anything else he could have done, and Cornelia proceeded. Violence 2, selfishness 2, inclination to low company as evinced in the case of a person named Glubb, originally 7 but since reduced. Gentlemanly demeanour 4, and improving with advancing years. Now, what I particularly wish to call your attention to, Dombey, is the general observation at the close of this analysis. Paul set himself to follow it with great care. It may be generally observed of Dombey, said Miss Blimber, reading in a loud voice, and at every second word directing her spectacles toward the little figure before her, that his abilities and inclination are good, and that he has made as much progress as under the circumstances could have been expected. But it is to be lamented of this young gentleman that he is singular, what is usually termed old-fashioned, in his character and conduct, and that, without presenting anything in either which distinctly calls for reprobation, he is often very unlike other young gentlemen of his age and social position. Now, Dombey, said Miss Blimber, laying down the paper, do you understand that? I think I do, ma'am, said Paul. This analysis, you see, Dombey, Miss Blimber continued, is going to be sent home to your respected parent. It will naturally be very painful to him to find that you are singular in your character and conduct. It is naturally painful to us, for we can't like you, you know, Dombey, as well as we could wish. She touched the child upon a tender point. He had secretly become more and more solicitous from day to day, as the time of his departure drew more near, that all the house should like him. From some hidden reason, very imperfectly understood by himself, if understood at all, he felt a gradually increasing impulse of affection towards almost everything and everybody in the place. He could not bear to think that they would be quite indifferent to him when he was gone. He wanted them to remember him kindly, and he had made it his business even to conciliate a great, hoarse, shaggy dog, chained up at the back of the house, who had previously been the terror of his life, that even he might miss him when he was no longer there. Little thinking that in this he only showed again the difference between himself and his compeers, poor tiny Paul set it forth to Miss Blimber as well as he could, and begged her, in despite of the official analysis, to have the goodness to try and like him. To Mrs. Blimber, who had joined them, he preferred the same petition, and when that lady could not forbear, even in his presence, from giving utterance to her oft-repeated opinion that he was an odd child, Paul told her that he was sure she was quite right, that he thought it must be his bones, but he didn't know, and that he hoped she would overlook it, for he was fond of them all. Not so fond, said Paul, with a mixture of timidity and perfect frankness, which was one of the most peculiar and most engaging qualities of the child. Not so fond as I am of Florence, of course. That could never be. You couldn't expect that, could you, ma'am? Oh, the old-fashioned little soul, cried Mrs. Blimber in a whisper. But I like everybody here very much, pursued Paul, and I should grieve to go away and think that any one was glad that I was gone, or didn't care. Mrs. Blimber was now quite sure that Paul was the oddest child in the world, and when she told the doctor what had passed, the doctor did not controvert his wife's opinion. But he said, as he had said before when Paul first came, that study would do much, and he also said, as he had said on that occasion, "Bring him on, Cornelia, bring him on." Cornelia had always brought him on as vigorously as she could, and Paul had had a hard life of it. But over and above the getting through his tasks, he had long had another purpose always present to him, and to which he still held fast. It was to be a gentle, useful, quiet little fellow, always striving to secure the love and attachment of the rest. And though he was yet often to be seen at his old post on the stairs, or watching the waves and clouds from his solitary window, he was oftener found, too, among the other boys, modestly rendering them some little voluntary service. Thus it came to pass that even among those rigid and absorbed young anchorites, who mortified themselves beneath the roof of Dr. Blimber, Paul was an object of general interest, a fragile little plaything that they all liked, and that no one would have thought of treating roughly. But he could not change his nature, or rewrite the analysis, and so they all agreed that Dombey was old-fashioned. There were some immunities, however, attaching to the character enjoyed by no one else. They could have better spared a newer-fashioned child, and that alone was much. When the others had only bowed to Dr. Blimber and family on retiring for the night, Paul would stretch out his morsel of a hand and boldly shake the doctor's, also Mrs. Blimber's, also Cornelia's. If anybody was to be begged off from impending punishment, Paul was always the delegate. The weak-eyed young man himself had once consulted him in reference to a little breakage of glass and china, and it was darkly rumoured that the butler, regarding him with favour such as that stern man had never shown before to mortal boy, had sometimes mingled porter with his table beer to make him strong. Over and above these extensive privileges, Paul had free right of entry to Mr. Feeder's room, from which apartment he had twice led Mr. Toots into the open air in a state of faintness, consequent on an unsuccessful attempt to smoke a very blunt cigar, one of a bundle which that young gentleman had covertly purchased on the shingle from a most desperate smuggler, who had acknowledged in confidence that £200 was the price set upon his head, dead or alive, by the Custom House. It was a snug room, Mr. Feeder's, with his bed in another little room inside of it, and a flute, which Mr. Feeder couldn't play yet, but was going to make a point of learning, he said, hanging up over the fireplace. There were some books in it too, and a fishing rod, for Mr. Feeder said he should certainly make a point of learning to fish when he could find time. Mr. Feeder had amassed, with similar intentions, a beautiful little curly second-hand key-bugle, a chessboard and men, a Spanish grammar, a set of sketching materials, and a pair of boxing gloves. The art of self-defence Mr. Feeder said he should undoubtedly make a point of learning, as he considered it the duty of every man to do, for it might lead to the protection of a female in distress. But Mr. Feeder's great possession was a large green jar of snuff, which Mr. Toots had brought down as a present at the close of the last vacation, and for which he had paid a high price, as having been the genuine property of the Prince Regent. Neither Mr. Toots nor Mr. Feeder could partake of this or any other snuff, even in the most stinted and moderate degree, without being seized with convulsions of sneezing. Nevertheless, it was their great delight to moisten a boxful with cold tea, stir it up on a piece of parchment with a paper knife, and devote themselves to its consumption then and there. In the course of which cramming of their noses they endured surprising torments with the constancy of martyrs, and drinking table beer at intervals, felt all the glories of dissipation. To little Paul, sitting silent in their company, and by the side of his chief patron, Mr. Toots, there was a dread charm in these reckless occasions, and when Mr. Feeder spoke of the dark mysteries of London, and told Mr. Toots that he was going to observe it himself closely in all its ramifications in the approaching holidays, and for that purpose had made arrangements to board with two old maiden ladies at Peckham, Paul regarded him as if he were the hero of some book of travels or wild adventure, and was almost afraid of such a slashing person. Going into this room one evening when the holidays were very near, Paul found Mr. Feeder filling up the blanks in some printed letters, while some others, already filled up and strewn before him, were being folded and sealed by Mr. Toots. Mr. Feeder said, "Aha, Dombey, there you are you?" For they were always kind to him and glad to see him. And then said, tossing one of the letters towards him, "And there you are too, Dombey, that's yours." "Mine, sir?" said Paul. "Your invitation," returned Mr. Feeder. Paul, looking at it, found, in copperplate print, with the exception of his own name and the date, which were in Mr. Feeder's penmanship, that Dr. and Mrs. Blimber requested the pleasure of Mr. P. Dombey's company at an early party on Wednesday evening, the 17th instant, and that the hour was 7:30, and that the object was quadrilles. Mr. Toots also showed him, by holding up a companion sheet of paper, that Dr. and Mrs. Blimber requested the pleasure of Mr. Toots' company at an early party on Wednesday evening, the 17th instant, when the hour was 7:30, and when the object was quadrilles. He also found, on glancing at the table where Mr. Feeder sat, that the pleasure of Mr. Briggs' company, and of Mr. Tozer's company, and of every young gentleman's company, was requested by Dr. and Mrs. Blimber on the same genteel occasion. Mr. Feeder then told him, to his great joy, that his sister was invited, and that it was a half-yearly event, and that, as the holidays began that day, he could go away with his sister after the party, if he liked, which Paul interrupted him to say he would like very much. Mr. Feeder then gave him to understand that he would be expected to inform Mr. Doctor and Mrs. Blimber, in superfine small hand, that Mr. P. Dombey would be happy to have the honour of waiting on them, in accordance with their polite invitation. Lastly, Mr. Feeder said that he had better not refer to the festive occasion in the hearing of Dr. and Mrs. Blimber, as these preliminaries and the whole of the arrangements were conducted on principles of classicality and high breeding, and that Dr. and Mrs. Blimber on the one hand, and the young gentlemen on the other, were supposed, in their scholastic capacities, not to have the least idea of what was in the wind. Paul thanked Mr. Feeder for these hints, and pocketing his invitation, sat down on a stool by the side of Mr. Toots as usual. But Paul's head, which had long been ailing more or less, and was sometimes very heavy and painful, felt so uneasy that night that he was obliged to support it on his hand, and yet it dropped so that by little and little it sunk on Mr. Toots's knees and rested there, as if it had no care to be ever lifted up again. That was no reason why he should be deaf, but he must have been, he thought, for by and by he heard Mr. Feeder calling in his ear, and gently shaking him to rouse his attention. And when he raised his head, quite scared, and looked about him, he found that Dr. Blimber had come into the room, and that the window was open, and that his forehead was wet with sprinkled water, though how all this had been done without his knowledge was very curious indeed. "Ah, come, 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 that's well. How is my little friend now?" said Dr. Blimber, encouragingly. "Quite well, thank you, sir," said Paul. But there seemed to be something the matter with the floor, for he couldn't stand upon it steadily, and with the walls too, for they were inclined to turn round and round, and could only be stopped by being looked at very hard indeed. Mr. Toots's head had the appearance of being at once bigger and farther off than was quite natural, and when he took Paul in his arms to carry him upstairs, Paul observed with astonishment that the door was in quite a different place from that in which he had expected to find it, and almost thought at first that Mr. Toots was going to walk straight up the chimney. It was very kind of Mr. Toots to carry him to the top of the house so tenderly, and Paul told him that it was. But Mr. Toots said he would do a great deal more than that, if he could, and indeed he did more as it was, for he helped Paul to undress, and helped him to bed in the kindest manner possible, and then sat down by the bedside and chuckled very much, while Mr. Feeder, B.A., leaning over the bottom of the bedstead, set all the little bristles on his head bolt upright with his bony hands, and then made believe to spar at Paul with great science, on account of his being all right again, which was so uncommonly facetious, and kind too in Mr. Feeder, that Paul, not being able to make up his mind whether it was best to laugh or cry at him, did both at once. How Mr. Toots melted away, and Mr. Feeder changed into Mrs. Pipchin, Paul never thought of asking, neither was he at all curious to know, but when he saw Mrs. Pipchin standing at the bottom of the bed, instead of Mr. Feeder, he cried out, "Mrs. Pipchin, don't tell Florence." "Don't tell Florence what, my little Paul?" said Mrs. Pipchin, coming round to the bedside, and sitting down in the chair. "About me," said Paul. "No, no," said Mrs. Pipchin. "What do you think I mean to do when I grow up, Mrs. Pipchin?" inquired Paul, turning his face toward her on his pillow, and resting his chin wistfully on his folded hands. Mrs. Pipchin couldn't guess. "I mean," said Paul, "to put my money all together in one bank, never try to get any more, go away into the country with my darling Florence, have a beautiful garden, fields, and woods, and live there with her all my life." "Indeed!" cried Mrs. Pipchin. "Yes," said Paul, "that's what I mean to do when I—" He stopped and pondered for a moment. Mrs. Pipchin's grey eyes scanned his thoughtful face. "If I grow up," said Paul. Then he went on immediately to tell Mrs. Pipchin all about the party, about Florence's invitation, about the pride he would have in the admiration that would be felt for her by all the boys, about their being so kind to him and fond of him, about his being so fond of them, and about his being so glad of it. Then he told Mrs. Pipchin about the analysis, and about his being certainly old-fashioned, and took Mrs. Pipchin's opinion on that point, and whether she knew why it was, and what it meant. Mrs. Pipchin denied the fact altogether, as the shortest way of getting out of the difficulty. But Paul was far from satisfied with that reply, and looked so searchingly at Mrs. Pipchin for a truer answer, that she was obliged to get up and look out of the window to avoid his eye. There was a certain calm apothecary who attended at the establishment when any of the young gentlemen were ill, and somehow he got into the room and appeared at the bedside with Mrs. Blimber. How they came there, or how long they had been there, Paul didn't know, But when he saw them, he sat up in bed and answered all the apothecary's questions at full length, and whispered to him that Florence was not to know anything about it, if he pleased, and that he had set his mind upon her coming to the party. He was very chatty with the apothecary, and they parted excellent friends. Lying down again with his eyes shut, he heard the apothecary say out of the room, and quite a long way off, or he dreamed it, that there was a want of vital power. What was that, Paul wondered, and a great constitutional weakness. That, as the little fellow had set his heart on parting with his schoolmates on the 17th, it would be better to indulge the fancy if he grew no worse. That he was glad to hear from Mrs. Pipchin that the little fellow would go to his friends in London on the 18th. That he would write to Mr. Dombey when he should have gained a better knowledge of the case, and before that day. That there was no immediate cause for what? Paul lost that word. And that the little fellow had a fine mind, but was an old-fashioned boy. What old-fashioned could that be, Paul wondered with a palpitating heart, that was so visibly expressed in him, so plainly seen by so many people? He could neither make it out nor trouble himself long with the effort. Mrs. Pipchin was again beside him, if she had ever been away. He thought she had gone out with the doctor, but it was all a dream, perhaps. And presently a bottle and glass got into her hands magically, and she poured out the contents for him. After that, he had some real good jelly, which Mrs. Blimber brought to him herself, and then he was so well that Mrs. Pipchin went home, at his urgent solicitation, and Briggs and Tozer came to bed. Poor Briggs grumbled terribly about his own analysis, which could hardly have discomposed him more if it had been a chemical process. But he was very good to Paul, and so was Tozer, and so were all the rest, for they, every one, looked in before going to bed, and said, "How are you now, Dombey? Cheer up, little Dombey," and so forth. After Briggs had got into bed, he lay awake for a long time, still bemoaning his analysis, and saying he knew it was all wrong, and they couldn't have analysed a murderer worse, and how would Dr. Blimber like it if his pocket money depended on it? It was very easy, Briggs said, to make a galley slave of a boy all the half year, and then score him up idle, and to crib 2 dinners a week out of his board, and then score him up greedy. But that wasn't going to be submitted to, he believed, was it? Before the weak-eyed young man performed on the gong next morning, he came upstairs to Paul and told him he was to lie still, which Paul very gladly did. Mrs. Pipchin reappeared a little before the apothecary, and a little after, the good young woman whom Paul had seen cleaning the stove on that first morning, how long ago it seemed now, had brought him his breakfast. There was another consultation a long way off, or else Paul dreamed it again, and then the apothecary, coming back with Dr. and Mrs. Blimber, said, "Yes, I think, Dr. Blimber, we may release this young gentleman from his books just now, the vacation being so very near at hand." "By all means," said Dr. Blimber. "My love, you will inform Cornelia, if you please." "Assuredly," said Mrs. Blimber. The apothecary, bending down, looked closely into Paul's eyes, and felt his head and his pulse and his heart with so much interest and care that Paul said, "Thank you, sir." "Our little friend," observed Dr. Blimber, "has never complained." "Oh, no," replied the apothecary. "He was not likely to complain." "You find him greatly better?" said Dr. Blimber. "Oh, he is greatly better, sir," returned the apothecary. Paul had begun to speculate in his own odd way on the subject that might occupy the apothecary's mind just at that moment. So musingly had he answered the two questions of Dr. Blimber. But the apothecary happened to meet his little patient's eyes as the latter set off on that mental expedition, and coming instantly out of his abstraction with a cheerful smile, Paul smiled in return and abandoned it. He lay in bed all that day, dozing and dreaming and looking at Mr. Toots. But he got up on the next and went downstairs. Lo and behold, there was something the matter with the great clock, and a workman on a pair of steps had taken its face off, and was poking instruments into the works by the light of a candle. This was a great event for Paul, who sat down on the bottom stair and watched the operation attentively, now and then glancing at the clock face, leaning all askew against the wall hard by, and feeling a little confused by a suspicion that it was oogling him. The workman on the steps was very civil, and as he said, when he observed Paul, "How do you do, sir?" Paul got into conversation with him, and told him he hadn't been quite well lately. The ice being thus broken, Paul asked him a multitude of questions about chimes and clocks, as whether people watched up in the lonely church steeples by night to make them strike, and how the bells were rung when people died, and whether those were different bells from wedding bells, or only sounded dismal in the fancies of the living. Finding that his new acquaintance was not very well informed on the subject of his curfew bell of ancient days, Paul gave him an account of that institution, and also asked him, as a practical man, what he thought about King Alfred's idea of measuring time by the burning of candles, to which the workman replied that he thought it would be the ruin of the clock trade if it was to come up again. In fine, Paul looked on until the clock had quite recovered its familiar aspect and resumed its sedate inquiry, when the workman, putting away his tools in a long basket, bade him good day and went away, though not before he had whispered something on the doormat to the footman, in which there was the phrase "old-fashioned," for Paul heard it. What could that old-fashioned be that seemed to make the people sorry? What could it be? Having nothing to learn now, he thought of this frequently, though not so often as he might have done if he had fewer things to think of. But he had a great many, and was always thinking all day long. First, there was Florence coming to the party. Florence would see that the boys were fond of him, and that would make her happy. This was his great theme. Let Florence once be sure that they were gentle and good to him, and that he had become a little favourite among them, and then she would always think of the time he had passed there without being very sorry. Florence might be all the happier too for that, perhaps, when he came back. 50 times a day his noiseless little feet went up the stairs to his own room, as he collected every book and scrap and trifle that belonged to him, and put them all together there, down to the minutest thing, for taking home. There was no shade of coming back on little Paul. No preparation for it, or other reference to it, grew out of anything he thought or did, except this slight one in connection with his sister. On the contrary, he had to think of everything familiar to him in his contemplative moods, and that in his wanderings about the house, as being to be parted with, and hence the many things he had to think of all day long. He had to peep into those rooms upstairs, and think how solitary they would be when he was gone, and wonder through how many silent days, weeks, months, and years they would continue just as grave and undisturbed. He had to think, would any other child, old-fashioned like himself, stray there at any time, to whom the same grotesque distortions of patterns in furniture would manifest themselves? And would anybody tell that boy of little Dombey, who had been there once? He had to think of a portrait on the stairs which always looked earnestly after him as he went away, eyeing it over his shoulder, and which, when he passed it in the company of anyone, still seemed to gaze at him, and not at his companion. He had much to think of in association with a print that hung up in another place, where, in the centre of a wondering group, one figure that he knew, a figure with a light about its head, benignant, mild, and merciful, stood pointing upward. At his own bedroom window there were crowds of thoughts that mixed with these, and came on, one upon another, like the rolling waves. Where those wild birds lived, that were always hovering out at sea in troubled weather, where the clouds rose and first began, whence the wind issued on its rushing flight, and when it stopped, whether the spot where he and Florence had so often sat and watched and talked about these things could ever be exactly as it used to be without them, whether it could ever be the same to Florence if he were in some distant place, and she were sitting there alone. He had to think, too, of Mr. Toots and Mr. Feeder, B.A., of all the boys, and of Dr. Blimber, Mrs. Blimber, and Miss Blimber, of home, and of his aunt and Miss Tox, of his father, Dombey and Son, Walter, with the poor old uncle who had got the money he wanted, and that gruff-voiced captain with the iron hand. Besides all this, he had a number of little visits to pay in the course of the day, to the schoolroom, to Dr. Blimber's study, to Mrs. Blimber's private apartment, to Miss Blimber's, and to the dog, for he was free of the whole house now, to range it as he chose, and in his desire to part with everybody on affectionate terms, he attended in his way to them all. Sometimes he found places in books for Briggs, who was always losing them. Sometimes he looked up words in dictionaries for the other young gentlemen who were in extremity. Sometimes he held skeins of silk for Mrs. Blimber to wind. Sometimes he put Cornelia's desk to rights. Sometimes he would even creep into the doctor's study, and sitting on the carpet near his learned feet, turn the globe softly and go round the world, or take a flight among the far-off stars. In those days immediately before the holidays, in short, when the other young gentlemen were labouring for dear life through a general resumption of the studies of the whole half year, Paul was such a privileged pupil as had never been seen in that house before. He could hardly believe it himself, but his liberty lasted from hour to hour and from day to day, and little Dombey was caressed by everyone. Dr. Blimber was so particular about him that he requested Johnson to retire from the dinner table one day, for having thoughtlessly spoken to him as poor little Dombey, which Paul thought rather hard and severe, though he had flushed at the moment, and wondered why Johnson should pity him. It was the more questionable justice, Paul thought, in the doctor, from his having certainly overheard that great authority give his assent on the previous evening to the proposition stated by Mrs. Blimber that poor dear little Dombey was more old-fashioned than ever. And now it was that Paul began to think it must surely be old-fashioned to be very thin and light and easily tired, and soon disposed to lie down anywhere and rest, for he couldn't help feeling that these were more and more his habits every day. At last the party day arrived, and Dr. Blimber said at breakfast, "Gentlemen, we will resume our studies on the 25th of next month." Mr. Toots immediately threw off his allegiance and put on his ring, and mentioning the doctor in casual conversation shortly afterwards, spoke of him as Blimber. This act of freedom inspired the older pupils with admiration and envy, but the younger spirits were appalled, and seemed to marvel that no beam fell down and crushed him. Not the least allusion was made to the ceremonies of the evening, either at breakfast or at dinner, but there was a bustle in the house all day, and in the course of his perambulations Paul made acquaintance with various strange benches and candlesticks, and met a harp in a green greatcoat standing on the landing outside the drawing-room door. There was something queer, too, about Mrs. Blimber's head at dinner time, as if she had screwed her hair up too tight, and though Miss Blimber showed a graceful bunch of plaited hair on each temple, she seemed to have her own little curls in paper underneath, and in a playbill, too, for Paul read "Theatre Royal" over one of her sparkling spectacles, and Brighton over the other. There was a grand array of white waistcoats and cravats in the young gentlemen's bedrooms as evening approached, and such a smell of singed hair that Dr. Blimber sent up the footman with his compliments, and wished to know if the house was on fire. But it was only the hairdresser curling the young gentleman and overheating his tongues in the ardour of business. When Paul was dressed, which was very soon done, for he felt unwell and drowsy, and was not able to stand about it very long, he went down into the drawing-room, where he found Dr. Blimber pacing up and down the room full dressed, but with a dignified and unconcerned demeanour, as if he thought it barely possible that one or two people might drop in by and by. Shortly afterwards, Mrs. Blimber appeared, looking lovely, Paul thought, and attired in such a number of skirts that it was quite an excursion to walk round her. Miss Blimber came down soon after her mamma, a little squeezed in appearance, but very charming. Mr. Toots and Mr. Feeder were the next arrivals. Each of these gentlemen brought his hat in his hand, as if he lived somewhere else, and when they were announced by the butler, Dr. Blimber said, "Ay, God bless my soul," and seemed extremely glad to see them. Mr. Toots was one blaze of jewellery and buttons, and he felt the circumstance so strongly that when he had shaken hands with the doctor, and had bowed to Mrs. Blimber and Miss Blimber, he took Paul aside and said, "What do you think of this, Dombey?" But notwithstanding this modest confidence in himself, Mr. Toots appeared to be involved in a good deal of uncertainty whether, on the whole, it was judicious to button the bottom button of his waistcoat, and whether, on a calm revision of all the circumstances, it was best to wear his wristbands turned up or turned down. Observing that Mr. Feeder's were turned up, Mr. Toots turned his up. But the wristbands of the next arrival being turned down, Mr. Toots turned his down. The differences in point of waistcoat buttoning, not only at the bottom, but at the top too, became so numerous and complicated as the arrivals thickened, that Mr. Toots was continually fingering that article of dress, as if he were performing on some instrument, and appeared to find the incessant execution it demanded quite bewildering. All the young gentlemen, tightly cravatted, curled, and pumped, and with their best hats in their hands, having been at different times announced and introduced, Mr. Baps, the dancing master, came, accompanied by Mrs. Baps, to whom Mrs. Blimber was extremely kind and condescending. Mr. Baps was a very grave gentleman, with a slow and measured manner of speaking, and before he had stood under the lamp 5 minutes, he began to talk to Toots, who had been silently comparing pumps with him, about what you were to do with your raw materials when they came into your ports in return for your drain of gold. Mr. Toots, to whom the question seemed perplexing, suggested cook 'em, but Mr. Baps did not appear to think that would do. Paul now slipped away from the cushioned corner of the sofa, which had been his post of observation, and went downstairs into the tea room to be ready for Florence, whom he had not seen for nearly a fortnight, as he had remained at Dr. Blimber's on the previous Saturday and Sunday, lest he should take cold. Presently she came, looking so beautiful in her simple ball dress, with her fresh flowers in her hand, and when she knelt down on the ground to take Paul round the neck and kiss him, for there was no one there but his friend and another young woman waiting to serve out the tea, he could hardly make up his mind to let her go again, or to take away her bright and loving eyes from his face. "But what is the matter, Floy?" asked Paul, almost sure that he saw a tear there. "Nothing, darling, nothing," returned Florence. Paul touched her cheek gently with his finger, and it was a tear. "Why, Floy?" said he. "We'll go home together, and I'll nurse you, love," said Florence. "Nurse me?" echoed Paul. Paul couldn't understand what that had to do with it, nor why the two young women looked on so seriously, nor why Florence turned away her face for a moment, and then turned it back, lighted up again with smiles. "Floy," said Paul, holding a ringlet of her dark hair in his hand, "tell me, dear, do you think I have grown old-fashioned?" His sister laughed and fondled him, and told him no. "Because I know they say so," returned Paul, "and I want to know what they mean, Floy." But a loud double knock coming at the door, and Florence hurrying to the table, there was no more said between them. Paul wondered again when he saw his friend whisper to Florence, as if she were comforting her, but a new arrival put that out of his head speedily. It was Sir Barnet Skettles, Lady Skettles, and Master Skettles. Master Skettles was to be a new boy after the vacation, and Fame had been busy in Mr. Feeder's room with his father, who was in the House of Commons, and of whom Mr. Feeder had said that when he did catch the Speaker's eye, which he had been expected to do for 3 or 4 years, it was anticipated that he would rather touch up the Radicals. "And what room is this now, for instance?" said Lady Skettles to Paul's friend Melia. "Dr. Blimber's study, ma'am," was the reply. Lady Skettles took a panoramic survey of it through her glass, and said to Sir Barnet Skettles, with a nod of approval, "Very good." Sir Barnet assented, but Master Skettles looked suspicious and doubtful. "And this little creature now," said Lady Skettles, turning to Paul, "is he one of the—" "Young gentlemen, ma'am. Yes, ma'am," said Paul's friend. "And what is your name, my pale child?" said Lady Skettles. "Dombey," answered Paul. Sir Barnet Skettles immediately interposed, and said that he had had the honour of meeting Paul's father at a public dinner, and that he hoped he was very well. Then Paul heard him say to Lady Skettles, "City, very rich, most respectable. Doctor mentioned it." And then he said to Paul, "Will you tell your good papa that Sir Barnet Skettles rejoiced to hear that he was very well, and sent him his best compliments?" "Yes, sir," answered Paul. "That is my brave boy," said Sir Barnet Skettles. Barnet to Master Skettles, who was revenging himself for the studies to come on the plum cake. "This is a young gentleman you ought to know. "This is a young gentleman you may know, Barnet," said Sir Barnet Skettles, with an emphasis on the permission. "What eyes! What hair! What a lovely face!" exclaimed Lady Skettles softly, as she looked at Florence through her glass. "My sister," said Paul, presenting her. The satisfaction of the Skettles was now complete, and as Lady Skettles had conceived at first sight a liking for Paul, they all went upstairs together, Sir Barnet Skettles taking care of Florence, and young Barnet following. Young Barnet did not remain long in the background after they had reached the drawing room, for Dr. Blimber had him out in no time, dancing with Florence. He did not appear to Paul to be particularly happy, or particularly anything but sulky, or to care much about what he was about; but as Paul heard Lady Skettles say to Mrs. Blimber, while she beat time with her fan, that her dear boy was evidently smitten to death by that angel of a child, Miss Dombey, it would seem that Skettles junior was in a state of bliss without showing it. Little Paul thought it a singular coincidence that nobody had occupied his place among the pillows, and that when he came into the room again, they should all make way for him to go back to it, remembering it was his. Nobody stood before him either, when they observed that he liked to see Florence dancing, but they left the space in front quite clear, so that he might follow her with his eyes. They were so kind, too, even the strangers, of whom there were soon a great many, that they came and spoke to him every now and then, and asked him how he was, and if his head ached, and whether he was tired. He was very much obliged to them all for their kindness and attention, and reclining propped up in his corner, with Mrs. Blimber and Lady Skettles on the same sofa, and Florence coming and sitting by his side as soon as every dance was ended, he looked on very happily indeed. Florence would have sat by him all night, and would not have danced at all of her own accord, but Paul made her, by telling her how much it pleased him; and he told her the truth, too, for his small heart swelled, and his face glowed, when he saw how much they all admired her, and how she was the beautiful little rosebud of the room. From his nest among the pillows, Paul could see and hear almost everything that passed, as if the whole were being done for his amusement. Among other little incidents that he observed Mr. Baps, the dancing master, get into conversation with Sir Barnet Skettles, and very soon asked him, as he had asked Mr. Toots, what you were to do with your raw material when they came into your ports in return for your drain of gold, which was such a mystery to Paul that he was quite desirous to know what ought to be done with them. Sir Barnet Skettles had much to say upon the question, and said it, but it did not appear to solve the question, for Mr. Baps retorted, yes, but supposing Russia stepped in with her tallows, which struck Sir Barnet almost dumb, for he could only shake his head after that, and say, why, then you must fall back on your cottons, he supposed. Sir Barnet Skettles looked after Mr. Baps when he went to cheer up Mrs. Baps, who, being quite deserted, was pretending to look over the music book of the gentleman who played the harp, as if he thought him a remarkable kind of man, and shortly afterwards he said so in those words to Dr. Blimber, and inquired if he might take the liberty of asking who he was, and whether he had ever been in the Board of Trade. Dr. Blimber answered no, and he believed not, and that, in fact, he was professor of something connected with statistics, I'll swear," observed Ned Skettles. "Why, no, Sir Barnet," replied Dr. Blimber, rubbing his chin. "No, not exactly." "Figures of some sort, I would venture a bet," said Sir Barnet Skettles. "Why, yes," said Dr. Blimber. "Yes, but not of that sort. Mr. Baps is a very worthy sort of man, Sir Barnet, and, in fact, he's our professor of dancing." Paul was amazed to see that this piece of information quite altered Sir Barnet Skettle's opinion of Mr. Baps, and that Sir Barnet flew into a perfect rage and glowered at Mr. Baps over on the other side of the room. He even went so far as to damn Mr. Baps to Lady Skettles in telling her what had happened, and to say that it was like his most consummate and confounded impudence. There was another thing that Paul observed. Mr. Feeder, after imbibing several cups of negus, began to enjoy himself. The dancing in general was ceremonious, and the music rather solemn. A little like church music, in fact. But after the custard cups, Mr. Feeder told Mr. Toots that he was going to throw a little spirit into the thing. After that, Mr. Feeder not only began to dance as if he meant dancing and nothing else, but secretly to stimulate the music to perform wild tunes. Further, he became particular in his attention to the ladies, and dancing with Miss Blimber, whispered to her, though not so softly, but that Paul heard him say this remarkable poetry: "Had I a heart for falsehood framed, I ne'er could injure you." This Paul heard him repeat to 4 young ladies in succession. Well might Mr. Feeder say to Mr. Toots that he was afraid he should be the worse for it to-morrow. Mrs. Blimber was a little alarmed by this, comparatively speaking, profligate behaviour, and especially by the alteration in the character of the music, which, beginning to comprehend low melodies that were popular in the streets, might not unnaturally be supposed to give offence to Lady Skettles. But Lady Skettles was so very kind as to beg Mrs. Blimber not to mention it, and to receive her explanation that Mr. Feeder's spirits sometimes betrayed him into excesses on these occasions, with the greatest courtesy and politeness, observing that he seemed a very nice sort of person for his situation, and that she particularly liked the unassuming style of his hair, which, as already hinted, was about 1/4 of an inch long. Once, when there was a pause in the dancing, Lady Skettles told Paul that he seemed very fond of music. Paul replied that he was, and if she was too, she ought to hear his sister Florence sing. Lady Skettles presently discovered that she was dying with anxiety to have that gratification, and though Florence was at first much frightened at being asked to sing before so many people, and begged earnestly to be excused, yet on Paul calling her to him and saying, "Do, Floy, please, for me, my dear," she went straight to the piano and began. When they all drew a little away, that Paul might see her, and when he saw her sitting there all alone, so young and good and beautiful and kind to him, and heard her thrilling voice, so natural and sweet, and such a golden link between him and all his life's love and happiness, rising out of the silence, he turned his face away and hid his tears. Not, as he told them when they spoke to him, not that the music was too plaintive or too sorrowful, but it was so dear to him. They all loved Florence. How could they help it? Paul had known beforehand that they must and would, and sitting in his cushioned corner, with calmly folded hands and one leg loosely doubled under him, few would have thought what triumph and delight expanded his childish bosom while he watched her, or what a sweet tranquillity he felt. Lavish encomiums on Dombey's sister reached his ears from all the boys. Admiration of the self-possessed and modest little beauty was on every lip. Reports of her intelligence and accomplishments floated past him constantly, and, as if borne upon the air of the summer night, there was a half-intelligible sentiment diffused around, referring to Florence and himself, and breathing sympathy for both, that soothed and touched him. He did not know why. For all that the child observed and felt and thought that night, the present and the absent, what was then and what had been, were blended like the colours of the rainbow, or in the plumage of rich birds when the sun is shining on them, or in the softening sky when the sun is setting. The many things he had to think of lately passed before him in the music, not as claiming his attention over again, or as likely evermore to occupy it, but as peacefully disposed of and gone. A solitary window, gazed through years ago, looked out upon an ocean miles and miles away, upon its waters. Fancies, busy with him only yesterday, were hushed and lulled to rest like broken waves. The same mysterious murmur he had wondered at when lying on his couch upon the beach, he thought he still heard sounding through his sister's song, and through the hum of voices and the tread of feet, and having some part in the faces flitting by, and even in the heavy gentleness of Mr. Toots, who frequently came up to shake him by the hand. Through the universal kindness he still thought he heard it speaking to him, and even his old-fashioned reputation seemed to be allied to it, he knew not how. Thus little Paul sat musing, listening, looking on, and dreaming, and was very happy, until the time arrived for taking leave, and then indeed there was a sensation in the party. Sir Barnet Skettles brought up Skettles junior to shake hands with him, and asked him if he would remember to tell his good papa, with his best compliments, that he, Sir Barnet Skettles, had said he hoped the two young gentlemen would become intimately acquainted. Lady Skettles kissed him, and parted his hair upon his brow, and held him in her arms, and even Mrs. Bapps, poor Mrs. Bapps, Paul was glad of that, came over from beside the music book of the gentleman who played the harp, and took leave of him quite as heartily as anybody in the room. "Good-bye, Dr. Blimber," said Paul, stretching out his hand. "Good-bye, my little friend," returned the doctor. "I am very much obliged to you, sir," said Paul, looking innocently up into his awful face. "Ask them to take care of Diogenes, if you please." Diogenes was the dog, who had never in his life received a friend into his confidence before Paul. The doctor promised that every attention should be paid to Diogenes in Paul's absence, and Paul, having again thanked him and shaken hands with him, bade adieu to Mrs. Blimber and Cornelia with such heartfelt earnestness that Mrs. Blimber forgot from that moment to mention Cicero to Lady Skettles, though she had fully intended it all the evening. Cornelia, taking both Paul's hands in hers, said, "Dombey, Dombey, you have always been my favourite pupil. God bless you." And it showed, Paul thought, how easily one might do injustice to a person, for Miss Blimber meant it, though she was a forcer. A buzz then went round among the young gentlemen of "Dombey's going," "Little Dombey's going," and there was a general move after Paul and Florence down the staircase and into the hall, in which the whole Blimber family were included. Such a circumstance, Miss Feeder said aloud, as had never happened in the case of any former young gentleman within his experience, but it would be difficult to say if this were sober fact or custard cups. The servants, with the butler at their head, had an interest in seeing little Dombey go, and even the weak-eyed young man, taking out his books and trunks to the coach that was to carry him and Florence to Mrs. Pipchin for the night, melted visibly. Not even the influence of the softer passion on the young gentlemen, and they all to a boy doted on Florence, could restrain them from taking quite a noisy leave of Paul, waving hats after him, pressing downstairs to shake hands with him, crying individually, "Dombey, don't forget me," and indulging in many such ebullitions of feeling uncommon among those young Chesterfields. Paul whispered to Florence as she wrapped him up before the door was opened. Did she hear them? Would she ever forget it? Was she glad to know it? And a lively delight was in his eyes as he spoke to her. Once, for a last look, he turned and gazed upon the faces thus addressed to him, surprised to see how shining and how bright and numerous they were, and how they were all piled and heaped up as the faces are at crowded theatres. They swam before him as he looked, like faces in an agitated glass, and next moment he was in the dark coach outside, holding close to Florence. From that time, whenever he thought of Dr. Blimber's, it came back as he had seen it in the last view, and it never seemed to be a real place again, but always a dream full of eyes. This was not quite the last of Dr. Blimber's, however. There was something else. There was Mr. Toots, who, unexpectedly letting down one of the coach windows and looking in, said with a most egregious chuckle, "Is Dombey there?" and immediately put it up again without waiting for an answer. Nor was this quite the last of Mr. Toots, even, for before the coachman could drive off, he as suddenly let down the other window, and looking in with a precisely similar chuckle and in a precisely similar tone of voice, "Is Dombey there?" and disappeared precisely as before. How Florence laughed! Paul often remembered it, and laughed himself whenever he did so. But there was much, soon afterwards, next day, and after that, which Paul could only recollect confusedly. As why they stayed at Mrs. Pipchin's days and nights instead of going home, why he lay in bed with Florence sitting by his side, whether that had been his father in the room or only a tall shadow on the wall, whether he had heard his doctor say of someone that if they had removed him before the occasion on which he had built up fancies strong in proportion to his own weakness, it was very possible he might have pined away. He could not even remember whether he had often said to Florence, "Oh, Floy, take me home and never leave me," but he had thought he had. He fancied sometimes he had heard himself repeating, "Take me home, Floy, take me home." But he could remember, when he got home, and was carried up the well-remembered stairs, that there had been the rumbling of a coach for many hours together, while he lay upon the seat, with Florence still beside him, and old Mrs. Pipchin sitting opposite. He remembered his old bed, too, when they laid him down in it, his aunt, Miss Tox, and Susan. But there was something else, and recent too, that still perplexed him. "I want to speak to Florence, if you please," he said. "To Florence by herself, for a moment." She bent down over him, and the others stood away. "Floy, my pet, wasn't that papa in the hall when they brought me from the coach?" "Yes, dear." "He didn't cry and go into his room, Floy, did he, when he saw me coming in?" Florence shook her head and pressed her lips against his cheek. "I'm very glad he didn't cry," said little Paul. "I thought he did. Don't tell him that I asked." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 15. Amazing Artfulness of Captain Cuttle, and a New Pursuit for Walter Gay. Walter could not, for several days, decide what to do in the Barbados business, and even cherished some faint hope that Mr. Dombey might not have meant what he had said, or that he might change his mind and tell him he was not to go. But as nothing occurred to give this idea, which was sufficiently improbable in itself, any touch of confirmation, and as time was slipping by, and he had none to lose, he felt that he must act, without hesitating any longer. Walter's chief difficulty was, how to break the change in his affairs to Uncle Sol, to whom he was sensible it would be a terrible blow. He had the greater difficulty in dashing Uncle Sol's spirits with such an astounding piece of intelligence, because they had lately recovered very much, and the old man had become so cheerful that the little back parlour was itself again. Uncle Sol had paid the first appointed portion of the debt to Mr. Dombey, and was hopeful of working his way through the rest, and to cast him down afresh, when he had sprung up so manfully from his troubles, was a very distressing necessity. Yet it would never do to run away from him. He must know of it beforehand, and how to tell him was the point. As to the question of going or not going, Walter did not consider that he had any power of choice in the matter. Mr. Dombey had truly told him that he was young, and that his uncle's circumstances were not good, and Mr. Dombey had plainly expressed, in the glance with which he had accompanied that reminder, that if he declined to go, he might stay at home if he chose to, but not in his counting-house. His uncle and he lay under a great obligation to Mr. Dombey, which was of Walter's own soliciting. He might have begun in secret to despair of ever winning that gentleman's favour, and might have thought that he was now and then disposed to put a slight upon him, which was hardly just. But what would have been duty without that, was still duty with it, or Walter thought so, and duty must be done. When Mr. Dombey had looked at him, and told him he was young, and that his uncle's circumstances were not good, there had been an expression of disdain in his face, a contemptuous and disparaging assumption that he would be quite content to live idly on a reduced old man, which stung the boy's generous soul. Determined to assure Mr. Dombey, in so far as it was possible to give him the assurance without expressing it in words, that indeed he mistook his nature, Walter had been anxious to show even more cheerfulness and activity after the West Indian interview than he had shown before, if that were possible, in one of his quick and zealous disposition. He was too young and inexperienced to think that possibly this very quality in him was not agreeable to Mr. Dombey, and that it was no stepping stone to his good opinion to be elastic and hopeful of pleasing under the shadow of his powerful displeasure, whether it were right or wrong. But it may have been, that the great man thought himself defied in this new exposition of an honest spirit, and proposed to bring it down. Well, at last and at least, Uncle Sol must be told, thought Walter, with a sigh. And as Walter was apprehensive that his voice might perhaps quaver a little, and that his countenance might not be quite as hopeful as he could wish it to be, if he told the old man himself, and saw the first effects of his communication on his wrinkled face, he resolved to avail himself of the services of that powerful mediator, Captain Cuttle. Sunday coming round, he set off, therefore, after breakfast, once more to beat up Captain Cuttle's quarters. It was not unpleasant to remember, on the way thither, that Mrs. McStinger resorted to a great distance every Sunday morning to attend the ministry of the Reverend Melchizedek Howler, who, having been one day discharged from the West India docks on a false suspicion, got up expressly against him by the general enemy, of screwing gimlets into puncheons and applying his lips to the orifice, had announced the destruction of the world for that day 2 years, at 10 in the morning, and opened a front parlour for the reception of ladies and gentlemen of the ranting persuasion, upon whom, on the first occasion of their assemblage, the admonitions of the Reverend Melchizedek had produced so powerful an effect that in their rapturous performance of a sacred jig which closed the service, the whole flock broke through into a kitchen below, and disabled a mangle belonging to one of the fold. This the captain, in a moment of uncommon conviviality, had confided to Walter and his uncle, between the repetitions of Lovely Peg, on the night when Brogley the broker was paid out. The captain himself was punctual in his attendance at a church in his own neighbourhood, which hoisted the Union Jack every Sunday morning, and where he was good enough, the lawful beadle being infirm, to keep an eye upon the boys, over whom he exercised great power, in virtue of his mysterious hook. Knowing the regularity of the captain's habits, Walter made all the haste he could, that he might anticipate his going out, and he made such good speed that he had the pleasure, on turning into Brig Place, to behold the broad blue coat and waistcoat hanging out of the captain's open window, to air in the sun. It appeared incredible that the coat and waistcoat could be seen by mortal eyes without the captain, but he certainly was not in them; otherwise his legs, the houses in Brig Place not being lofty, would have obstructed the street door, which was perfectly clear. Quite wondering at this discovery, Walter gave a single knock. "Stinger," he distinctly heard the captain say, up in his room, as if that were no business of his. Therefore Walter gave 2 knocks. "Cuttle," he heard the captain say upon that, and immediately afterwards the captain, in his clean shirt and braces, with his neckerchief hanging loosely round his throat like a coil of rope, and his glazed hat on, appeared at the window, leaning out over the broad blue coat and waistcoat. "Walter!" cried the captain, looking down upon him in amazement. "Ay, ay, Captain Cuttle," returned Walter. "Only me." "What's the matter, my lad?" inquired the captain, with great concern. "Gil ain't been and sprung nothing again?" "No, no," said Walter. "My uncle's all right, Captain Cuttle." The captain expressed his gratification, and said he would come down below and open the door, which he did. "Though you're early, Walter," said the captain, eyeing him still doubtfully, when they got upstairs. "Why, the fact is, Captain Cuttle," said Walter, sitting down, "I was afraid you would have gone out, and I want to benefit by your friendly counsel." "So you shall," said the captain. "What'll you take?" "I want to take your opinion, Captain Cuttle," returned Walter, smiling. "That's the only thing for me." "Come on, then," said the captain. "With a will, my lad." Walter related to him what had happened, and the difficulty in which he felt respecting his uncle, and the relief it would be to him if Captain Cuttle, in his kindness, would help him to smooth it away. Captain Cuttle's infinite consternation and astonishment at the prospect unfolded to him, gradually swallowing that gentleman up, until it left his face quite vacant, and the suit of blue, the glazed hat, and the hook apparently without an owner. "You see, Captain Cuttle," pursued Walter, "for myself, I am young, as Mr. Dombey said, and not to be considered. I am to fight my way through the world, I know; but there are two points I was thinking, as I came along, that I should be very particular about in respect to my uncle. I don't mean to say that I deserve to be the pride and delight of his life. You believe me, I know, but I am. Now, don't you think I am?" The captain seemed to make an endeavour to rise from the depths of his astonishment and get back to his face, but the effort being ineffectual, the glazed hat merely nodded with a mute, unutterable meaning. "If I live and have my health," said Walter, "and I am not afraid of that, still, when I leave England, I can hardly hope to see my uncle again. He is old, Captain Cuttle, and besides, his life is a life of custom." "Steady, Walter. Of a want of custom," said the captain, suddenly reappearing. "Too true," returned Walter, shaking his head. "But I meant a life of habit, Captain Cuttle. That sort of custom. And if, as you very truly said, I am sure, he would have died the sooner for the loss of the stock, and all those objects to which he has been accustomed for so many years, don't you think he might die a little sooner for the loss of his nevy?" interposed the captain. "Right." "Well, then," said Walter, trying to speak gaily, "we must do our best to make him believe that the separation is but a temporary one, after all. But as I know better, or dread that I know better, Captain Cuttle, and as I have so many reasons for regarding him with affection, and duty, and honour, I am afraid I should make but a very poor hand at that, if I tried to persuade him of it. That's my great reason for wishing you to break it out to him, and that's the first point." "Keep her off a point or so," observed the captain, in a contemplative voice. "What did you say, Captain Cuttle?" inquired Walter. "Stand by," returned the captain thoughtfully. Walter paused to ascertain if the captain had any particular information to add to this, but as he said no more, went on. "Now, the second point, Captain Cuttle, I am sorry to say, I am not a favourite with Mr. Dombey. I have always tried to do my best, and I have always done it, but he does not like me. He can't help his likings and dislikings, perhaps. I say nothing of that. I only say that I am certain he does not like me. He does not send me to this post as a good one. He disdains to represent it as being better than it is, and I doubt very much if it will ever lead me to advancement in the house. Whether it does or not, on the contrary, dispose of me for ever, and put me out of the way. Now, we must say nothing of this to my uncle, Captain Cuttle, but we must make it out to be as favourable and promising as we can, and when I tell you what it really is, I only do so that in case any means should ever arise of lending me a hand so far off, I may have one friend at home who knows my real situation." "Walter, my boy," replied the captain, "in the Proverbs of Solomon you will find the following words: 'May we never want a friend in need, nor a bottle to give him. When found, make a note of.'" Here the captain stretched out his hand to Walter, with an air of downright good faith that spoke volumes, at the same time repeating, for he felt proud of the accuracy and pointed application of his quotation, "When found, make a note of." "Captain Cuttle," said Walter, taking the immense fist extended to him by the captain in both his hands, which it completely filled, "next to my Uncle Sol, I love you. There is no one on earth in whom I can more safely trust, I am sure. As to the mere going away, Captain Cuttle, I don't care for that. Why should I care for that? If I were free to seek my own fortune, if I were free to go as a common sailor, if I were free to venture on my own account to the farthest end of the world, I would gladly go. I would have gladly gone years ago, and taken my chance of what might come of it. But it was against my uncle's wishes, and against the plans he had formed for me, and there was an end of that. But what I feel, Captain Cuttle, is that we have been a little mistaken all along, and that, so far as any improvement in my prospects is concerned, I am no better off now than when I first entered Dombey's house. Perhaps a little worse, for the house may have been kindly inclined towards me then, and it certainly is not now. "Turn again, Whittington," muttered the disconsolate captain, after looking at Walter for some time. "Ay," replied Walter, laughing, "and turn a great many times too, Captain Cuttle, I'm afraid, before such fortune as his ever turns up again. Not that I complain," he added, in his lively, animated, energetic way. "I have nothing to complain of. I am provided for. I can live. When I leave my uncle, I leave him to you, and I can leave him to no one better, Captain Cuttle. I haven't told you all this because I despair. Not I. It's to convince you that I can't pick and choose in Dombey's house, and that where I am sent, there I must go, and what I am offered, that I must take. It's better for my uncle that I should be sent away, for Mr. Dombey is a valuable friend to him, as he proved himself, you know when, Captain Cuttle, and I am persuaded he won't be less valuable when he hasn't me there every day to awaken his dislike. So hurrah for the West Indies, Captain Cuttle. How does that tune go that the sailors sing? For the port of Barbados, boys, cheerily, leaving old England behind us, boys, cheerily. Here the captain roared in chorus, "Oh, cheerily, cheerily, oh, cheerily." The last line, reaching the quick ears of an ardent skipper, not quite sober, who lodged opposite, and who instantly sprung out of bed, threw up his window, and joined in across the street at the top of his voice, produced a fine effect. When it was impossible to sustain the concluding note any longer, the skipper bellowed forth a terrific "Ahoy!" intending in part as a friendly greeting, and in part to show that he was not at all breathed. That done, he shut down his window, and went to bed again. "And now, Captain Cuttle," said Walter, handing him the blue coat and waistcoat, and bustling very much, "if you'll come and break the news to Uncle Sol, which he ought to have known days upon days ago by rights, I'll leave you at the door, you know, and walk about until the afternoon." The captain, however, scarcely appeared to relish the commission, or to be by any means confident of his powers of executing it. He had arranged the future life and adventures of Walter so differently, and so entirely to his own satisfaction, he had felicitated himself so often on the sagacity and foresight displayed in that arrangement, and had found it so complete and perfect in all its parts, that to suffer it to go to pieces all at once, and even to assist in breaking it up, required a great effort of his resolution. The captain, too, found it difficult to unload his old ideas upon the subject, and to take a perfectly new cargo on board with that rapidity which the circumstances required, or without jumbling and confounding the two. Consequently, instead of putting on his coat and waistcoat with anything like the impetuosity that could alone have kept pace with Walter's mood, he declined to invest himself with those garments at all at present, and informed Walter that on such a serious matter he must be allowed to bite his nails a bit. "It's an old habit of mine, Walter," said the captain. "Any time these 50 year, when you see Ned Cuttle bite his nails, Walter, then you may know that Ned Cuttle's aground." Thereupon the captain put his iron hook between his teeth, as if it were a hand, and with an air of wisdom and profundity that was the very concentration and sublimation of all philosophical reflection and grave inquiry, applied himself to the consideration of the subject in its various branches. "There's a friend of mine," murmured the captain, in an absent manner, "but he's at present coasting round to Whitby, that would deliver such an opinion on this subject, or any other that could be named, as would give Parliament 6 and beat 'em. Been knocked overboard, that man," said the captain, "twice, and none the worse for it. Was beat in his apprenticeship for 3 weeks, off and on, about the head with a ring bolt. And yet a clearer minded man don't walk." In spite of his respect for Captain Cuttle, Walter could not help inwardly rejoicing at the absence of this sage, and devoutly hoping that his limpid intellect might not be brought to bear on his difficulties until they were quite settled. "If you was to take and show that man the buoy at the Nore," said Captain Cuttle in the same tone, "and ask him his opinion of it, Walter, he'd give you an opinion that was no more like that buoy than your uncle's buttons are. There ain't a man that walks, certainly not on 2 legs, that can come near him, not near him." "What's his name, Captain Cuttle?" inquired Walter, determined to be interested in the captain's friend. "His name's Bunsby," said the captain. "But, Lord, it might be anything for the matter of that, with such a mind as his." The exact idea which the captain attached to this concluding piece of praise he did not further elucidate, neither did Walter seek to draw it forth; for on his beginning to review, with the vivacity natural to himself and to his situation, the leading points in his own affairs, he soon discovered that the captain had relapsed into his former profound state of mind, and that while he eyed him steadfastly from behind his bushy eyebrows, he evidently neither saw nor heard him, but remained immersed in cogitation. In fact, Captain Cuttle was labouring with such great designs that, far from being aground, he soon got off into the deepest of water, and could find no bottom to his penetration. By degrees it became perfectly plain to the captain that there was some mistake here, that it was undoubtedly much more likely to be Walter's mistake than his, that if there were really any West India scheme afoot, it was a very different one from what Walter, who was young and rash, supposed, and could only be some new device for making his fortune with unusual celerity. Or if there should be any little hitch between 'em, thought the captain, meaning between Walter and Mr. Dombey, it only wants a word in season from a friend of both parties to set it right and smooth, and make all taut again. Captain Cuttle's deduction from these considerations was, that as he already enjoyed the pleasure of knowing Mr. Dombey, from having spent a very agreeable half hour in his company at Brighton, on the morning when they borrowed the money, and that, as a couple of men of the world, who understood each other, and were mutually disposed to make things comfortable, could easily arrange any little difficulty of this sort, and come at the real facts, the friendly thing for him to do would be, without saying anything about it to Walter at present, just to step up to Mr. Dombey's house, say to the servant, "Would you be so good, my lad, as report Captain Cuttle here?" Meet Mr. Dombey in a confidential spirit, hook him by the buttonhole, talk it over, make it right, and come away triumphant. As these reflections presented themselves to the captain's mind, and by slow degrees assumed this shape and form, his visage cleared like a doubtful morning when it gives place to a bright noon. His eyebrows, which had been in the highest degree portentous, smoothed their rugged bristling aspect and became serene. His eyes, which had been nearly closed in the severity of his mental exercise, opened freely. A smile, which had been at first but three specks, one at the right-hand corner of his mouth, and one at the corner of each eye, gradually overspread his whole face, and rippling up into his forehead, lifted the glazed hat, as if that too had been aground with Captain Cuttle, and were now, like him, happily afloat again. Finally, the captain left off biting his nails, and said, "Now, Walter, my boy, you may help me on with them slops," by which the captain meant his coat and waistcoat. Walter little imagined why the captain was so particular in the arrangement of his cravat as to twist the pendant ends into a sort of pigtail, and pass them through a massive gold ring with a picture of a tomb upon it, and a neat iron railing, and a tree in memory of some deceased friend; nor why the captain pulled up his shirt collar to the utmost limits allowed by the Irish linen below, and by so doing decorated himself with a complete pair of blinkers; nor why he changed his shoes, and put on an unparalleled pair of ankle jacks, which he only wore on extraordinary occasions. The captain, being at length attired to his own complete satisfaction, and having glanced at himself from head to foot in a shaving glass which he removed from a nail for that purpose, took up his knotted stick, and said he was ready. The captain's walk was more complacent than usual when they got out into the street, but this Walter supposed to be the effect of the ankle jacks, and took little heed of. Before they had gone very far, they encountered a woman selling flowers, when the captain, stopping short as if struck by a happy idea, made a purchase of the largest bundle in her basket, a most glorious nosegay, fan-shaped, some 2.5 feet round, and composed of all the jolliest looking flowers that blow. Armed with this little token, which he designed for Mr. Dombey, Captain Cuttle walked on with Walter until they reached the instrument maker's door, before which they both paused. "You going in?" said Walter. "Yes," returned the captain, who felt that Walter must be got rid of before he proceeded any further, and that he had better time his projected visit somewhat later in the day. "And you won't forget anything?" "No," returned the captain. "I'll go upon my walk at once," said Walter, "and then I shall be out of the way, Captain Cuttle." "Take a good long un, my lad," replied the captain, calling after him. Walter waved his hand in assent, and went his way. His way was nowhere in particular, but he thought he would go out into the fields, where he could reflect upon the unknown life before him, and resting under some tree, ponder quietly. He knew no better fields than those near Hampstead, and no better means of getting at them than by passing Mr. Dombey's house. It was as stately and as dark as ever when he went by and glanced up at its frowning front, The blinds were all pulled down, but the upper windows stood wide open, and the pleasant air stirring those curtains and waving them to and fro was the only sign of animation in the whole exterior. Walter walked softly as he passed, and was glad when he had left the house a door or two behind. He looked back then, with the interest he had always felt for the place since the adventure of the lost child, years ago, and looked especially at those upper windows. While he was thus engaged, a chariot drove to the door, and a portly gentleman in black, with a heavy watch chain, alighted and went in. When he afterwards remembered this gentleman and his equipage together, Walter had no doubt he was a physician, and then he wondered who was ill, but the discovery did not occur to him until he had walked some distance, thinking listlessly of other things, though still of what the house had suggested to him, for Walter pleased himself with thinking that perhaps the time might come when the beautiful child, who was his old friend, and had always been so grateful to him and so glad to see him since, might interest her brother in his behalf and influence his fortunes for the better. He liked to imagine this, more at that moment, for the pleasure of imagining her continued remembrance of him, than for any worldly profit he might gain. But another and more sober fancy whispered to him that if he were alive then, he would be beyond the sea and forgotten, she married, rich, proud, happy. There was no more reason why she should remember him with any interest in such an altered state of things than any plaything she had ever had. No, not so much. Yet Walter so idealized the pretty child whom he had found wandering in the rough streets, and so identified her with innocent gratitude of that night and the simplicity and truth of its expression, that he blushed for himself as a libeller when he argued that she could ever grow proud. On the other hand, his meditations were of that fantastic order that it seemed hardly libellous in him to imagine her a grown woman, to think of her as anything but the same artless, gentle, winning little creature that she had been in the days of good Mrs. Brown. In a word, Walter found out that to reason with himself about Florence at all was to become very unreasonable indeed, and that he could do no better than preserve her image in his mind as something precious, unattainable, unchangeable, and indefinite in all but its power of giving him pleasure, and restraining him like an angel's hand from anything unworthy. It was a long stroll in the fields that Walter took that day, listening to the birds and the Sunday bells, and the softened murmur of the town, breathing sweet scents, glancing sometimes at the dim horizon beyond which his voyage and his place of destination lay, then looking round on the green English grass and the home landscape. But he hardly once thought, even of going away, distinctly, and seemed to put off reflection idly, from hour to hour and from minute to minute, while he yet went on reflecting all the time. Walter had left the fields behind him, and was plodding homeward in the same abstracted mood, when he heard a shout from a man, and then a woman's voice calling to him loudly by name. Turning quickly in his surprise, he saw that a hackney coach, going in the contrary direction, had stopped at no great distance, that the coachman was looking back from his box and making signals to him with his whip, and that a young woman inside was leaning out of the window and beckoning with immense energy. Running up to this coach, he found that the young woman was Miss Nipper, and that Miss Nipper was in such a flutter as to be almost beside herself. "Stagg's Gardens, Mr. Walter," said Miss Nipper. "If you please, oh do." "Eh!" cried Walter. "What is the matter?" "Oh, Mr. Walter, Stagg's Gardens, if you please," said Susan. "There!" cried the coachman, appealing to Walter with a sort of exulting despair. "That's the way the young lady's been going on for upwards a mortal hour, and me vivially backing out of no thoroughfares where she would drive up. I've had many affairs in this coach, first and last, but never such a fare as her." "Do you want to go to Stagg's Gardens, Susan?" inquired Walter. "Ah, she wants to go there. Where is it?" growled the coachman. "I don't know where it is," exclaimed Susan wildly. "Mr. Walter, I was there once myself, along with Miss Floy and our poor darling Master Paul, on the very day when you found Miss Floy in the city, for we lost her coming home, Mrs. Richards and me, and a mad bull, and Mrs. Richards' eldest, and though I went there afterwards, I can't remember where it is. I think it's sunk into the ground. Oh, Mr. Walter, don't desert me. Stagg's Gardens, if you please. Miss Floy's darling. All our darlings. Little, meek, Master Paul. Oh, Mr. Walter." "Good God!" cried Walter. "Is he very ill?" "The pretty flower," cried Susan, wringing her hands, "has took the fancy that he'd like to see his old nurse, and I've come to bring her to his bedside. Mrs. Staggs, of Polly Tootle's Gardens. Some one pray." Greatly moved by what he heard, and catching Susan's earnestness immediately, Walter, now that he understood the nature of her errand, dashed into it with such ardour that the coachman had enough to do to follow closely as he ran before, inquiring here and there and everywhere the way to Stagg's Gardens. There was no such place as Stagg's Gardens. It had vanished from the earth. Where the old rotten summer houses once had stood, palaces now reared their heads, and granite columns of gigantic earth opened a vista to the railway world beyond. The miserable waste ground, where the refuse matter had been heaped of yore, was swallowed up and gone, and in its frowsy stead were tiers of warehouses crammed with rich goods and costly merchandise. The old by-streets now swarmed with passengers and vehicles of every kind. The new streets that had stopped disheartened in the mud and wagon runs formed towns within themselves, originating wholesome comforts and conveniences belonging to themselves, and never tried nor thought of until they sprung into existence. Bridges that had led to nothing led to villas, gardens, churches, healthy public walks. The carcasses of houses and beginnings of new thoroughfares had started off upon the line at steam's own speed, and shot away into the country in a monster train. As to the neighbourhood which had hesitated to acknowledge the railroad in its struggling days, that had grown wise and penitent, as any Christian might in such a case, and now boasted of its powerful and prosperous relation. There were railway patterns in its drapers' shops, and railway journals in the windows of newsmen. There were railway hotels, office houses, lodging houses, boarding houses, railway plans, maps, views, wrappers, bottles, sandwich boxes and timetables, railway hackney coach and cab stands, railway omnibuses, railway streets and buildings, railway hangers-on and parasites and flatterers out of all calculation. There was even railway time observed in clocks, as if the sun itself had given in. Among the vanquished was the master chimney sweeper, whilom incredulous at Stagg's Garden, who now lived in a stuccoed house 3 stories high, and gave himself out, with golden flourishes upon a varnished board, as contractor for the cleansing of railway chimneys by machinery. To and from the heart of this great change, all day and night, throbbing currents rushed and returned incessantly like its life's blood. Crowds of people and mountains of goods, departing and arriving scores upon scores of time in every 24 hours, produced a fermentation in the place that was always in action. The very houses seemed disposed to pack up and take trips. Wonderful members of Parliament, who, little more than 20 years before, had made themselves merry with the wild railroad theories of engineers, and given them the liveliest rubs in cross-examination, went down into the north with their watches in their hands, and sent on messages before by electric telegraph to say that they were coming. Night and day the conquering engines rumbled at their distant work, or, advancing smoothly to their journey's end, and gliding like tame dragons into the allotted corners grooved out to the inch for their reception, stood bubbling and trembling there, making the walls quake, as if they were dilating with the secret knowledge of great powers yet unsuspected in them, and strong purposes not yet achieved. But Stagg's Gardens had been cut up root and branch. Oh, woe the day when not a rood of English ground laid out in Stagg's Gardens is secure. At last, after much fruitless inquiry, Walter, followed by the coach and Susan, found a man who had once resided in that vanished land, and who was no other than the master sweep before referred to, grown stout, and knocking a double knock at his own door. He knowed Tootle, he said, well. Belonged to the railroad, didn't he? Yes, sir, yes, cried Susan Nipper from the coach window. Where did he live now? Hastily inquired Walter. He lived in the company's own buildings, second turning to the right, down the yard, cross over, and take the second on the right again. It was number 11. They couldn't mistake it, but if they did, they had only asked for Tootle, engine fireman, and anyone would show them which was his house. At this unexpected stroke of genius, Susan Nipper dismounted from the coach with all speed, took Walter's arm, and set off at a breathless pace on foot, leaving the coach there to await their return. "Has the little boy been long ill, Susan?" inquired Walter, as they hurried on. "Ailing for a deal of time, but no one knows how much," said Susan, adding, with excessive sharpness, "Oh, them Blimbers!" "Blimbers?" echoed Walter. "I couldn't forgive myself at such a time as this, Mr. Walter," said Susan, "and when there's so much serious distress to think about. If I rested hard on any one, especially on them that little darling Paul speaks well of, but I may wish that the family was set to work in a stony soil to make new roads, and that Miss Blimber went in front and had the pickaxe." Miss Nipper then took breath and went on faster than before, as if this extraordinary aspiration had relieved her. Walter, who had by this time no breath of his own to spare, hurried along without asking any more questions, and they soon, in their impatience, burst in at a little door and came into a clear parlour full of children. "Where's Mrs. Richards?" exclaimed Susan Nipper, looking round. "Oh, Mrs. Richards, Mrs. Richards, come along with me, my dear creature." "Why, if it ain't Susan!" cried Polly, rising with her honest face and motherly figure from among the group in great surprise. "Yes, Mrs. Richards, it's me," said Susan, "and I wish it wasn't. though I may not seem to flatter when I say so. But little Master Paul is very ill, and told his pa to-day that he would like to see the face of his old nurse, and him and Miss Floy hope you'll come along with me and Mr. Walter, Mrs. Richards, forgetting what is past, and do a kindness to the sweet dear that is withering away. Oh, Mrs. Richards withering away. Susan Nipper crying. Polly shed tears to see her, and to hear what she had said, and all the children gathered round, including numbers of new babies, and Mr. Tootle, who had just come home from Birmingham, and was eating his dinner out of a basin, laid down his knife and fork, and put on his wife's bonnet and shawl for her, which were hanging up behind the door, then tapped her on the back, and said, with more fatherly feeling than eloquence, "Polly, cut away." So they got back to the coach long before the coachman expected them, and Walter, putting Susan and Mrs. Richards inside, took his seat upon the box himself, that there might be no more mistakes, and deposited them safely in the hall of Mr. Dombey's house, where, by the by, he saw a mighty nosegay lying, which reminded him of the one Captain Cuttle had purchased in his company that morning. He would have lingered to know more of the young invalid, or waited any length of time to see if he could render the least service, but painfully sensible that such conduct would be looked upon by Mr. Dombey as presumptuous and forward, he turned slowly, sadly, anxiously away. He had not gone 5 minutes' walk from the door, when a man came running after him, and begged him to return. Walter retraced his steps as quickly as he could, and entered the gloomy house with a sorrowful foreboding. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 16. What the Waves Were Always Saying. Paul had never risen from his little bed. He lay there, listening to the noises in the street, quite tranquilly, not caring much how the time went, but watching it and watching everything about him with observing eyes. When the sunbeams struck into his room through the rustling blinds and quivered on the opposite wall like golden water, he knew that evening was coming on, and that the sky was red and beautiful. As the reflection died away, and a gloom went creeping up the wall, he watched it deepen, deepen, deepen into night. Then he thought how the long streets were dotted with lamps, and how the peaceful stars were shining overhead. His fancy had a strange tendency to wander to the river, which he knew was flowing through the great city, and now he thought how black it was, and how deep it would look, reflecting the hosts of stars, and more than all, how steadily it rolled away to meet the sea. As it grew later in the night, and footsteps in the street became so rare that he could hear them coming, count them as they passed, and lose them in the hollow distance, he would lie and watch the many-coloured ring about the candle, and wait patiently for day. His only trouble was the swift and rapid river. He felt forced sometimes to try to stop it, to stem it with his childish hands, or choke its way with sand, and when he saw it coming on, resistless, he cried out. But a word from Florence, who was always at his side, restored him to himself, and leaning his poor head upon her breast, he told Floy of his dream, and smiled. When day began to dawn again, and he watched for the sun, and when its cheerful light began to sparkle in the room, he pictured to himself, he saw, the high church towers rising up into the morning sky, the town reviving, waking, starting into life once more, the river glistening as it rolled, but rolling fast as ever, and the country bright with dew. Familiar sounds and cries came by degrees into the street below. The servants in the house were roused and busy. Faces looked in at the door, and voices asked his attendant softly how he was. Paul always answered for himself. "I am better. I am a great deal better, thank you. Tell papa so." By little and little he got tired of the bustle of the day, the noise of carriages and carts, and people passing and repassing, and would fall asleep, or be troubled with a restless and uneasy sense again. The child could hardly tell whether this were in his sleeping or his waking moments of that rushing river. "Why, will it never stop, Floy?" he would sometimes ask her. "It is bearing me away, I think." But Floy could always soothe and reassure him, and it was his daily delight to make her lay her head down on his pillow and take some rest. "You are always watching me, Floy. Let me watch you now." They would prop him up with cushions in a corner of his bed, and there he would recline the while she lay beside him, bending forwards oftentimes to kiss her, and whispering to those who were near that she was tired, and how she had sat up so many nights beside him. Thus the flush of the day, in its heat and light, would gradually decline, and again the golden water would be dancing on the wall. He was visited by as many as 3 grave doctors. They used to assemble downstairs, and come up together, and the room was so quiet, and Paul was so observant of them, though he never asked of anybody what they said, that he even knew the difference in the sound of their watches. But his interest centred in Sir Parker Peps, who always took his seat on the side of the bed, for Paul had heard them say long ago that gentleman had been with his mamma when she clasped Florence in her arms and died, and he could not forget it now. He liked him for it. He was not afraid. The people round him changed as unaccountably as on that first night at Dr. Blimber's, except Florence. Florence never changed, and what had been Sir Parker Peps was now his father, sitting with his head upon his hand. Old Mrs. Pipchin, dozing in an easy-chair, often changed to Miss Tox, or his aunt, and Paul was quite content to shut his eyes again and see what happened next without emotion. But this figure, with its head upon its hand, returned so often, and remained so long, and sat so still and solemn, never speaking, never being spoken to, and rarely lifting up its face, that Paul began to wonder languidly if it were real, and in the night time saw it sitting there with fear. "Floy," he said, "what is that?" "Where, dearest?" "There, at the bottom of the bed." "There's nothing there except papa." The figure lifted up its head and rose, and coming to the bedside, said, "My own boy, don't you know me?" Paul looked it in the face, and thought, was this his father? But the face so altered to his thinking thrilled while he gazed, as if it were in pain, and before he could reach out both his hands to take it between them and draw it towards him, the figure turned away quickly from the little bed and went out at the door. Paul looked at Florence with a fluttering heart, but he knew what she was going to say, and stopped her with his face against her lips. The next time he observed the figure sitting at the bottom of the bed, he called to it, "Don't be so sorry for me, dear papa. Indeed, I am quite happy." His father coming and bending down to him, which he did quickly, and without first pausing by the bedside, Paul held him round the neck, and repeated those words to him several times, and very earnestly. And Paul never saw him in his room again at any time, whether it were day or night. But he called out, "Don't be so sorry for me. Indeed, I am quite happy." This was the beginning of his always saying in the morning that he was a great deal better, and that they were to tell his father so. How many times the golden water danced upon the wall! How many nights the dark, dark river rolled towards the sea in spite of him! Paul never counted, never sought to know. If their kindness, or his sense of it, could have increased, they were more kind, and he more grateful every day. But whether they were many days or few, appeared of little moment now to the gentle boy. One night he had been thinking of his mother, and her picture in the drawing room downstairs, and thought she must have loved sweet Florence better than his father did, to have held her in her arms when she felt that she was dying. For even he, her brother, who had such dear love for her, could have no greater wish than that. The train of thought suggested to him to inquire if he had ever seen his mother, for he could not remember whether they had told him, yes or no, the river running very fast, and confusing his mind. "Floy, did I ever see mamma?" "No, darling. Why? Did I ever see any kind face like mamma's looking at me when I was a baby, Floy?" he asked incredulously, as if he had some vision of a face before him. "Oh yes, dear." "Whose, Floy?" "Your old nurse's, often." "And where is my old nurse?" said Paul. "Is she dead too, Floy? Are we all dead except you?" There was a hurry in the room for an instant, longer perhaps, but it seemed no more. Then all was still again, and Florence, with her face quite colourless, but smiling, held his head upon her arm. Her arm trembled very much. "Show me that old nurse, Floy, if you please." "She is not here, darling. She shall come to-morrow." "Thank you, Floy." Paul closed his eyes with those words, and fell asleep. When he awoke, the sun was high, and the broad day was clear and warm. He lay a little, looking at the windows, which were open, and the curtains rustling in the air, and waving to and fro, and then he said, "Floy, is it to-morrow? Is she come?" Someone seemed to go in quest of her. Perhaps it was Susan. Paul thought he heard her telling him, when he had closed his eyes again, that she would soon be back, but he did not open them to see. She kept her word. Perhaps she had never been away. But the next thing that happened was a noise of footsteps on the stairs, and then Paul woke mind and body, and sat upright in his bed. He saw them now about him. There was no grey mist before them, as there had been sometimes in the night. He knew them every one, and called them by their names. "And who is this? Is this my old nurse?" said the child, regarding with a radiant smile a figure coming in. Yes, yes, no other stranger would have shed those tears at sight of him, and called him her dear boy, her pretty boy, her own poor blighted child. No other woman would have stooped down by his bed, and taken up his wasted hand, and put it to her lips and breast, as one who had some right to fondle it. No other woman would have so forgotten everybody there but him and Floy, and been so full of tenderness and pity. "Floy, this is a kind, good face," said Paul. "I am glad to see it again. Don't go away, old nurse. Stay here." His senses were all quickened, and he heard a name he knew. "Who is that? Who said Walter?" he asked, looking round. "Some one," said Walter. "Is he here? I should like to see him very much." Nobody replied directly, but his father soon said to Susan, "Call him back then. Let him come up." After a short pause of expectation, during which he looked with smiling interest and wonder on his nurse, and saw that she had not forgotten Floy, Walter was brought into the room. His open face and manner, and his cheerful eyes, had always made him a favourite with Paul, and when Paul saw him, he stretched out his hand and said, "Good-bye." "Good-bye, my child," said Mrs. Pipchin, hurrying to his bed's head. "Not good-bye." For an instant Paul looked at her with the wistful face with which he had so often gazed upon her in his corner by the fire. "Ah, yes," he said placidly. "Good-bye, Walter dear, good-bye," turning his head to where he stood, and putting out his hand again. "Where is papa?" He felt his father's breath upon his cheek, before the words had parted from his lips. "Remember Walter, dear papa," he whispered, looking in his face. "Remember Walter? I was fond of Walter." The feeble hand waved in the air, as if it cried "Good-bye" to Walter once again. "Now lay me down," he said, "and Floy, come close to me, and let me see you." Sister and brother wound their arms around each other, and the golden light came streaming in, and fell upon them, locked together. "How fast the river runs between its green banks and the rushes, Floy! But it's very near the sea. I hear the waves. They always said so." Presently he told her that the motion of the boat upon the stream was lulling him to rest. How green the banks were now! How bright the flowers growing on them, and how tall the rushes! Now the boat was out at sea, but gliding smoothly on. And now there was a shore before him. Who stood on the bank? He put his hands together, as he had been used to do at his prayers. He did not remove his arms to do it, but they saw him fold them so behind her neck. "Mamma is like you, Floy. I know her by the face. But tell them that the print upon the stairs at school is not divine enough. The light about the head is shining on me as I go." The golden ripple on the wall came back again, and nothing else stirred in the room. The old, old fashion, the fashion that came in with our first garments, and will last unchanged until our race has run its course, and the wide firmament is rolled up like a scroll. The old, old fashion, death. Oh, thank God, all who see it, for that older fashion yet, of immortality. And look upon us, angels of young children, with regards not quite estranged, when the swift river bears us to the ocean. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 17. Captain Cuttle does a little business for the young people. Captain Cuttle, in the exercise of that surprising talent for deep-laid and unfathomable scheming, with which, as is not unusual in men of transparent simplicity, he sincerely believed himself to be endowed by nature, had gone to Mr. Dombey's house on the eventful Sunday, winking all the way as a vent for his superfluous sagacity, and had presented himself in the full lustre of the ankle jacks before the eyes of Towlinson. Hearing from that individual, to his great concern, of the impending calamity, Captain Cuttle, in his delicacy, sheered off again confounded, merely handing in the nosegay as a small mark of his solicitude, and leaving his respectful compliments for the family in general, which he accompanied with an expression of his hope that they would lay their heads well to the wind under existing circumstances, and a friendly intimation that he would look up again to-morrow. The captain's compliments were never heard of any more. The captain's nosegay, after lying in the hall all night, was swept into the dustbin next morning, and the captain's sly arrangement, involved in one catastrophe with greater hopes and loftier designs, was crushed to pieces. So, when an avalanche bears down a mountain forest, twigs and bushes suffer with the trees, and all perish together. When Walter returned home on the Sunday evening from his long walk, and its memorable close, he was too much occupied at first by the tidings he had to give them, and by the emotions naturally awakened in his breast by the scene through which he had passed, to observe either that his uncle was evidently unacquainted with the intelligence the captain had undertaken to impart, or that the captain made signals with his hook warning him to avoid the subject. Not that the captain's signals were calculated to have proved very comprehensible, however attentively observed; for, like those Chinese sages who are said in their conferences to write certain learned words in the air that are wholly impossible of pronunciation, the captain made such waves and flourishes as nobody without a previous knowledge of his mystery would have been at all likely to understand. Captain Cuttle, however, becoming cognizant of what had happened, relinquished these attempts, as he perceived the slender chance that now existed of his being able to obtain a little easy chat with Mr. Dombey before the period of Walter's departure. But in admitting to himself, disappointed and crestfallen countenance, that Sol Gills must be told, and that Walter must go, taking the case for the present as he found it, and not having it enlightened or improved beforehand by the knowing management of a friend, the captain still felt an unabated confidence that he, Ned Cuttle, was the man for Mr. Dombey, and that to set Walter's fortunes quite square, nothing was wanted but that they two should come together. For the captain never could forget how well he and Mr. Dombey had got on at Brighton, with what nicety each of them had put in a word when it was wanted, how exactly they had taken one another's measure, nor how Ned Cuttle had pointed out that resource in the first extremity, and had brought the interview to the desired termination. On all these grounds the captain soothed himself with thinking that though Ned Cuttle was forced by the pressure of events to stand by, almost useless for the present, Ned would fetch up with a wet sail in good time, and carry all before him. Under the influence of this good-natured delusion, Captain Cuttle even went so far as to revolve in his own bosom, while he sat looking at Walter and listening with a tear on his shirt collar to what he related, whether it might not be at once genteel and politic to give Mr. Dombey a verbal invitation, whenever they should meet, to come and cut his mutton in Brig Place on some day of his own naming, and enter on the question of his young friend's prospects over a social glass. But the uncertain temper of Mrs. McStinger, and the possibility of her setting up her rest in the passage during such an entertainment, and there delivering some homily of an uncomplimentary nature, operated as a check on the captain's hospitable thoughts, and rendered him timid of giving them encouragement. One fact was quite clear to the captain, as Walter, sitting thoughtfully over his untasted dinner, dwelt on all that had happened, namely, that however Walter's modesty might stand in the way of his perceiving it himself, he was, as one might say, a member of Mr. Dombey's family. He had been, in his own person, connected with the incident he so pathetically described. He had been by name remembered and commended, in close association with it, and his fortunes must have a particular interest in his employer's eyes. If the captain had any lurking doubt whatever of his own conclusions, he had not the least doubt that they were good conclusions for the peace of mind of the instrument maker. Therefore he availed himself of so favourable a moment for breaking the West Indian intelligence to his old friend as a piece of extraordinary preferment, declaring that for his part he would freely give £100,000, if he had it, for Walter's gain in the long run, and that he had no doubt such an investment would yield a handsome premium. Solomon Gills was at first stunned by the communication, which fell upon the little back parlour like a thunderbolt, and tore up the hearth savagely. But the captain flashed such golden prospects before his dim sight, hinted so mysteriously at Whittingtonian consequences, laid such emphasis on what Walter had just now told them, and appealed to it so confidently as a corroboration of his predictions, and a great advance toward the realization of the romantic legend of lovely Peg, that he bewildered the old man. Walter, for his part, feigned to be so full of hope and ardour, and so sure of coming home again soon, and backed up the captain with such expressive shakings of his head and rubbings of his hand, that Solomon, looking first at him and then at Captain Cuttle, began to think he ought to be transported with joy. "But I'm behind the time, you understand," he observed in apology, passing his hand nervously down the whole row of bright buttons on his coat, and then up again, as if they were beads, and he were telling them twice over. "And I would rather have my dear boy here. It's an old-fashioned notion, I dare say. He was always fond of the sea. He's—" and he looked wistfully at Walter. "He's glad to go." "Uncle Sol," cried Walter quickly, "if you say that, I won't go. No, Captain Cuttle, I won't. If my uncle thinks I could be glad to leave him, though I was going to be made governor of all the islands in the West Indies, that's enough. I'm a fixture." "Walter, my lad," said the captain, "steady! Sol Gills, take an observation of your nevy." Following with his eyes the majestic action of the captain's hook, the old man looked at Walter. "Here is a certain craft," said the captain, with a magnificent sense of the allegory into which he was soaring, "a-going to put out on a certain voyage. What name is wrote upon that craft indelibly? Is it the Gay, or," said the captain, raising his voice, as much as to say, "Observe the point of this, is it the Gills?" "Ned," said the old man, drawing Walter to his side, and taking his arm tenderly through his. I know. Of course I know that Wally considers me more than himself always. That's in my mind. When I say he is glad to go, I mean I hope he is. Look you, Ned, and you too, Wally, my dear. This is new and unexpected to me, and I'm afraid my being behind the time and poor is at the bottom of it. Is it really good fortune for him, do you tell me now?" said the old man, looking anxiously from one to the other. "Really and truly, is it? I can reconcile myself to almost anything that advances Wally. But I won't have Wally putting himself at any disadvantage for me, or keeping anything from me. You, Ned Cuddle," said the old man, fastening on the captain, to the manifest confusion of that diplomatist. "Are you dealing plainly by your old friend? Speak out, Ned Cuddle. Is there anything behind? Ought he to go? How do you know it first, and why?" As it was a contest of affection and self-denial, Walter struck in with infinite effect to the captain's relief, and between them they tolerably reconciled old Sol Gills by continued talking to the project, or rather so confused him that nothing, not even the pain of separation, was distinctly clear to his mind. He had not much time to balance the matter, for on the very next day Walter received from Mr. Carker, the manager, the necessary credentials for his passage and outfit, together with the information that the Son and Heir would sail in a fortnight, or within a day or two afterwards at the latest. In the hurry of preparation, which Walter purposely enhanced as much as possible, the old man lost what little self-possession he ever had, and so the time of departure drew on rapidly. The captain, who did not fail to make himself acquainted with all that passed, through inquiries of Walter from day to day, found the time still tending on towards his going away, without any occasion offering itself, or seeming likely to offer itself, for a better understanding of his position. It was after much consideration of this fact, and much pondering over such an unfortunate combination of circumstances, that a bright idea occurred to the captain. Suppose he made a call on Mr. Carker, and tried to find out from him how the land really lay. Captain Cuttle liked this idea very much. It came upon him in a moment of inspiration, as he was smoking an early pipe in Brig Place after breakfast, and it was worthy of the tobacco. It would quiet his conscience, which was an honest one, and was made a little uneasy by what Walter had confided to him, and what Sol Gills had said, and it would be a deep, shrewd act of friendship. He would sound Mr. Carker carefully, and say much or little, just as he read that gentleman's character, and discovered that they got on well together, or the reverse. Accordingly, without the fear of Walter before his eyes, who he knew was at home packing, Captain Cuttle again assumed his ankle jacks and mourning brooch, and issued forth on this second expedition. He purchased no propitiatory nosegay on the present occasion, as he was going to a place of business, but he put a small sunflower in his buttonhole to give himself an agreeable relish of the country, and with this, and the knobby stick, and the glazed hat, bore down upon the offices of Dombey and Son. After taking a glass of warm rum and water at a tavern close by, to collect his thoughts, the captain made a rush down the court, lest its good effects should evaporate, and appeared suddenly to Mr. Perch. "Matey," said the captain, in persuasive accents, "one of your governors is named Carker." Mr. Perch admitted it, but gave him to understand, as in official duty bound, that all his governors were engaged, and never expected to be disengaged any more. "Look'ee here, mate," said the captain in his ear, "my name's Captain Cuttle." The captain would have hooked Perch gently to him, but Mr. Perch eluded the attempt, not so much in design as in starting at the sudden thought that such a weapon unexpectedly exhibited to Mrs. Perch might, in her then condition, be destructive to that lady's hope. "If you'll be so good as just report Captain Cuttle here when you get a chance," said the captain, "I'll wait." Saying which, the captain took his seat on Mr. Perch's bracket, and drawing out his handkerchief from the crown of the glazed hat, which he jammed between his knees, without injury to its shape, for nothing human could bend it, rubbed his head well all over, and appeared refreshed. He subsequently arranged his hair with his hook, and sat looking round the office, contemplating the clerks with a serene respect. The captain's equanimity was so impenetrable, and he was altogether so mysterious a being, that Perch the messenger was daunted. "What name was it you said?" asked Mr. Perch, bending down over him as he sat on the bracket. "Cap'n," in a deep, hoarse whisper. "Yes," said Mr. Perch, keeping time with his head. "Cuddle." "Oh," said Mr. Perch, in the same tone, for he caught it and couldn't help it. The captain, in his diplomacy, was so impressive. "I'll see if he's disengaged now. I don't know. Perhaps he may be for a minute." "Ay, ay, my lad. I won't detain him longer than a minute," said the captain, nodding, with all the weighty importance that he felt within him. Perch, soon returning, said, "Will Captain Cuttle walk this way?" Mr. Carker, the manager, standing on the hearth-rug before the empty fireplace, which was ornamented with a castellated sheet of brown paper, looked at the captain as he came in, with no very special encouragement. "Mr. Carker?" said Captain Cuttle. "I believe so," said Mr. Carker, showing all his teeth. The captain liked his answering with a smile. It looked pleasant. "You see," began the captain, rolling his eyes slowly round the little room, and taking in as much of it as his shirt collar permitted, "I'm a seafaring man myself, Mr. Carker, and Walter, as is on your books here, is almost a son of mine." "Walter Gay?" said Mr. Carker, showing all his teeth again. "Walter Gay it is," replied the captain. "Right." The captain's manner expressed a warm approval of Mr. Carker's quickness of perception. "I'm an intimate friend of his and his uncle's. Perhaps," said the captain, "you may have heard your head governor mention my name, Captain Cuttle." "No," said Mr. Carker, with a still wider demonstration than before. "Well," resumed the captain, "I've the pleasure of his acquaintance. I waited upon him down on the Sussex coast there, with my young friend Walter, in short, when there was a little accommodation wanted." The captain nodded his head in a manner that was at once comfortable, easy, and expressive. "You remember, I dare say." "I think," said Mr. Carker, "I had the honour of arranging the business." "To be sure," returned the captain. "Right again. You had. Now I've took the liberty of coming here." "Won't you sit down?" said Mr. Carker, smiling. "Thank'ee," returned the captain, availing himself of the offer. A man does get more way upon himself, perhaps, in his conversation, when he sits down. Won't you take a cheer yourself? "No, thank'ee," said the manager, standing, perhaps from the force of winter habit, with his back against the chimney-piece, and looking down upon the captain with an eye in every tooth and gum. "You have taken the liberty, you were going to say, though it's none." "Thank'ee kindly, my lad," returned the captain, "of coming here on account of my friend Walter. Sol Gills, his uncle, is a man of science, and in science he may be considered a clipper, but he ain't what I should altogether call a able seaman, not a man of practice. Walter is as trim a lad as ever stepped, but he's a little down by the head in one respect, and that is modesty. Now, what I should wish to put to you," said the captain, lowering his voice, and speaking in a kind of confidential growl, "in a friendly way entirely between you and me, and for my own private reckoning, till your head governor has wore round a bit, and I can come alongside of him, is this. Is everything right and comfortable here, and is Walter outward bound with a pretty fair wind?" "What do you think now, Captain Cuttle?" returned Carker, gathering up his skirts and settling himself in his position. "You are a practical man. What do you think?" The acuteness and significance of the captain's eye, as he cocked it in reply, no words short of those unutterable Chinese words before referred to could describe. "Come," said the captain, unspeakably encouraged. "What do you say? Am I right or wrong?" So much had the captain expressed in his eye, emboldened and incited by Mr. Carker's smiling urbanity, that he felt himself in as fair a condition to put the question, as if he had expressed his sentiments with the utmost elaboration. "Right," said Mr. Carker, "I have no doubt." "Outward bound with fair weather, then, I say," cried Captain Cuttle. Mr. Carker smiled assent. "Wind right astarn, and plenty of it," pursued the captain. Mr. Carker smiled assent again. "Ay, ay," said Captain Cuttle, greatly relieved and pleased. "I know how she's headed well enough. I told Walter so. Thank ye, thank ye." "Gay has brilliant prospects," observed Mr. Carker, stretching his mouth wider yet. "All the world before him." "All the world and his wife too, as the saying is," returned the delighted captain. At the word wife, which he had uttered without design, the captain stopped, cocked his eye again, and putting the glazed hat on the top of the knobby stick, gave it a twirl, and looked sideways at his always smiling friend. "I bet a gill of old Jamaica," said the captain, eyeing him attentively, "that I know what you're smiling at." Mr. Carker took his cue, and smiled the more. "It goes no further," said the captain, making a poke at the door with the knobby stick to assure himself that it was shut. "Not an inch," said Mr. Carker. "You're a thinking of a capital F, perhaps," said the captain. Mr. Carker didn't deny it. "Anything about a L?" said the captain. "Or an O?" Mr. Carker still smiled. "Am I right again?" inquired the captain in a whisper, with a scarlet circle on his forehead swelling in his triumphant joy. Mr. Carker, in reply, still smiling, and now nodding assent, Captain Cuttle rose and squeezed him by the hand, assuring him warmly that they were on the same tack, and that as for him, Cuttle, he had laid his course that way all along. "He knowed her first," said the captain, with all the secrecy and gravity that the subject demanded, in an uncommon manner. "You remember his finding her in the street when she was almost a baby. He has liked her ever since, and she him, as much as two such youngsters can. We always said, Sol Gills and me, that they was cut out for each other." A cat, or a monkey, or a hyena, or a death's head could not have shown the captain more teeth at one time than Mr. Carker showed him at this period of their interview. "There's a general indraft that way," observed the happy captain. "Wind and water sets in that direction, you see. Look at his being present the other day." "Most favourable to his hopes," said Mr. Carker. "Look at his being towed along in the wake of that day," pursued the captain. "Why, what can cut him adrift now?" "Nothing," replied Mr. Carker. "You're right again," returned the captain, giving his hand another squeeze. "Nothing it is. Sol steady. There's a son gone. Pretty little creature, ain't there?" "Yes, there's a son gone," said the acquiescent Carker. "Pass the word, and there's another ready for you," quoth the captain. "Nevy of a scientific uncle. Nevy of Sol Gills. Walter, as is already in your business, and," said the captain, rising gradually to a quotation he was preparing for a final burst, "who comes from Sol Gills daily to your business and your bosoms." The captain's complacency, as he gently jogged Mr. Carker with his elbow on concluding each of the foregoing short sentences, could be surpassed by nothing but the exultation with which he fell back and eyed him when he had finished this brilliant display of eloquence and sagacity, his great blue waistcoat heaving with the throes of such a masterpiece, and his nose in a state of violent inflammation from the same cause. "Am I right?" said the captain. "Captain Cuttle," said Mr. Carker, bending down at the knees, for a moment, in an odd manner, as if he were falling together to hug the whole of himself at once, "your views in reference to Walter Gay are thoroughly and accurately right. I understand that we speak together in confidence." "Honour!" interposed the captain. "Not a word." "To him or any one?" pursued the manager. Captain Cuttle frowned and shook his head. "But merely for your own satisfaction and guidance. And guidance, of course," repeated Mr. Carker, "with a view to your future proceedings." "Thank'ee kindly, I am sure," said the captain, listening with great attention. "I have no hesitation in saying that's the fact. You have hit the probabilities exactly." "And with regard to your head governor," said the captain, "why an interview had better come about natural between us. There's time enough." Mr. Carker, with his mouth from ear to ear, repeated, "Time enough," not articulating the words, but bowing his head affably and forming them with his tongue and lips. "And as I know, it's what I always said, that Walter is in a way to make his fortune," said the captain. "To make his fortune," Mr. Carker repeated in the same dumb manner. "And as Walter's going on this little voyage is, as I may say, in his day's work, and a part of his general expectations here," said the captain. "Of his general expectations here," assented Mr. Carker, dumbly as before. "Why, so long as I know that," pursued the captain, "there's no hurry, and my mind's at ease." Mr. Carker still blandly assented in the same voiceless manner. Captain Cuttle was strongly confirmed in his opinion that he was one of the most agreeable men he had ever met, and that even Mr. Dombey might improve himself on such a model. With great heartiness, therefore, the captain once again extended his enormous hand, not unlike an old block in colour, and gave him a grip that left upon his smoother flesh a proof impression of the chinks and crevices with which the captain's palm was liberally tattooed. "Farewell," said the captain. "I ain't a man of many words, but I take it very kind of you to be so friendly and above board. You'll excuse me if I've been at all intruding, will you?" said the captain. "Not at all," returned the other. "Thank'ee. My berth ain't very roomy," said the captain, turning back again, "but it's tolerably snug, and if you was to find yourself near Brig Place, number 9, at any time, will you make a note of it, and would come upstairs without minding what was said by the person at the door, I should be proud to see you." With that hospitable invitation, the captain said "Good day," and walked out and shut the door, leaving Mr. Carker still reclining against the chimney-piece, in whose sly look and watchful manner, in whose false mouth, stretched but not laughing, in whose spotless cravat and very whiskers, even in whose silent passing of his soft hand over his white linen and his smooth face, there was something desperately cat-like. The unconscious captain walked out in a state of self-glorification that imparted quite a new cut to the broad blue suit. "Stand by, Ned," said the captain to himself. "You've done a little business for the youngsters to-day, my lad." In his exultation and in his familiarity, present and prospective, with the house, the captain, when he reached the outer office, could not refrain from rallying Mr. Perch a little, and asking him whether he had thought everybody was still engaged. But not to be bitter on a man who had done his duty, the captain whispered in his ear that if he felt disposed for a glass of rum and water, and would follow, he would be happy to bestow the same upon him. Before leaving the premises, the captain, somewhat to the astonishment of the clerks, looked round from a central point of view, and took a general survey of the office as part and parcel of a project in which his young friend was nearly interested. The strong room excited his special admiration, but, that he might not appear too particular, he limited himself to an approving glance, and with a graceful recognition of the clerks as a body that was full of politeness and patronage, passed out into the court. Being promptly joined by Mr. Perch, he conveyed that gentleman to the tavern, and fulfilled his pledge, hastily, for Perch's time was precious. "I give you a toast," said the captain. "Walter." "Who?" submitted Mr. Perch. "Walter," repeated the Captain in a voice of thunder. Mr. Perch, who seemed to remember having heard in infancy that there was once a poet of that name, made no objection; but he was much astonished at the Captain's coming into the City to propose a poet. Indeed, if he had proposed to put a poet's statue up, say Shakespeare's, for example, in a civic thoroughfare, he could hardly have done a greater outrage to Mr. Perch's experience. On the whole, he was such a mysterious and incomprehensible character that Mr. Perch decided not to mention him to Mrs. Perch at all, in case of giving rise to any disagreeable consequences. Mysterious and incomprehensible, the Captain, with that lively sense upon him of having done a little business for the youngsters, remained all day, even to his most intimate friends, and but that Walter attributed his winks and grins and other such pantomimic reliefs of himself to his satisfaction in the success of their innocent deception upon old Sol Gills, he would assuredly have betrayed himself before night. As it was, however, he kept his own secret, and went home late from the instrument maker's house, wearing the glazed hat so much on one side, and carrying such a beaming expression in his eyes, that Mrs. McStinger, who might have been brought up at Dr. Blimber's, she was such a Roman matron, fortified herself at the first glimpse of him behind the open street door, and refused to come out to the contemplation of her blessed infants, until he was securely lodged in his own room. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 18. Father and Daughter. There is a hush through Mr. Dombey's house. Servants gliding up and downstairs rustle, but make no sound of footsteps. They talk together constantly, and sit long at meals, making much of their meat and drink, and enjoying themselves after a grim, unholy fashion. Mrs. Wickham, with her eyes suffused with tears, relates melancholy anecdotes, and tells them how she always said at Mrs. Pipchin's that it would be so, and takes more table ale than usual, and is very sorry but sociable. Cook's state of mind is similar. She promises a little fry for supper, and struggles about equally against her feelings and the onions. Towlinson begins to think there's a fate in it, and wants to know if anybody can tell him of any good that ever came of living in a corner house. It seems to all of them as having happened a long time ago, though yet the child lies calm and beautiful upon his little bed. After dark there come some visitors, noiseless visitors, with shoes of felt, who having been there before, and with them comes that bed of rest which is so strange a one for infant sleepers. All this time the bereaved father has not been seen even by his attendant, for he sits in an inner corner of his own dark room when anyone is there, and never seems to move at other times except to pace it to and fro. But in the morning it is whispered among the household that he was heard to go upstairs in the dead night, and that he stayed there, in the room, until the sun was shining. At the offices in the city, the ground glass windows are made more dim by shutters, and while lighted lamps upon the desks are half extinguished by the day that wanders in, the day is half extinguished by the lamps, and unusual gloom prevails. There is not much business done. The clerks are indisposed to work, and they make assignations to eat chops in the afternoon and go up the river. Perch, the messenger, stays long upon his errands, and finds himself in bars of public houses, invited thither by friends, and holding forth on the uncertainty of human affairs. He goes home to Ball's Pond earlier in the evening than usual, and treats Mrs. Perch to a veal cutlet and Scotch ale. Mr. Carker, the manager, treats no one. Neither is he treated, but alone in his own room he shows his teeth all day, and it would seem that there is something gone from Mr. Carker's path, some obstacle removed which clears his way before him. Now the rosy children living opposite to Mr. Dombey's house peep from their nursery windows down into the street, for there are 4 black horses at his door, with feathers on their heads, and feathers tremble on the carriage that they draw, and these, and an array of men with scarves and staves, attract a crowd. A juggler who is going to twirl the basin puts his loose coat on again over his fine dress, and his trudging wife, one-sided, with her heavy baby in her arms, loiters to see the company come out, but closer to her dingy breast she presses her baby, when the burden that is so easily carried is borne forth, and the youngest of the rosy children, at the high window opposite, needs no restraining hand to check her in her glee, when, pointing with her dimpled finger, she looks into her nurse's face and asks, "What's that?" And now among the knot of servants dressed in mourning, and the weeping women, Mr. Dombey passes through the hall to the other carriage that is waiting to receive him. He is not brought down, these observers think, by sorrow and distress of mind. His walk is as erect, his bearing is as stiff as ever it had been. He hides his face behind no handkerchief and looks before him. But that his face is something sunk and rigid, and is pale, it bears the same expression as of old. He takes his place within the carriage, and 3 other gentlemen follow. Then the grand funeral moves slowly down the street. The feathers are yet nodding in the distance, when the juggler has the basin spinning on a cane, and has the same crowd admire it. But the juggler's wife is less alert than usual with the money box, for a child's burial has set her thinking that perhaps the baby underneath her shabby shawl may not grow up to be a man, and wear a sky blue fillet round his head, and salmon-coloured worsted drawers, and tumble in the mud. The feathers wind their gloomy way along the streets, and come within the sound of a church bell. In this same church the pretty boy received all that will be soon left of him on earth, a name. All of him that is dead, they lay there, near the perishable substance of his mother. It is well. Their ashes lie where Florence in her walks, oh, lonely, lonely walks, may pass them any day. The service over, and the clergyman withdrawn, Mr. Dombey looks round, demanding in a low voice whether the person who has been requested to attend to receive instructions for the tablet is there. Someone comes forward and says, "Yes." Mr. Dombey intimates where he would have it placed, and shows him, with his hand upon the wall, the shape and size, and how it is to follow the memorial to the mother. Then with his pencil he writes out the inscription and gives it to him, adding, "I wish to have it done at once." "It shall be done immediately, sir." There is really nothing to inscribe but name and age, you see. The man bows, glancing at the paper, but appears to hesitate. Mr. Dombey, not observing his hesitation, turns away and leads towards the porch. "I beg your pardon, sir." A touch falls gently on his morning cloak. "But as you wish it done immediately, and it may be put in hand when I get back, well, will you be so good as to read it over again? I think there's a mistake." "Where?" The statuary gives him back the paper, and points out with his pocket rule the words "beloved and only child." "It should be son, I think, sir." "You are right. Of course. Make the correction." The father, with a hastier step, pursues his way to the coach. When the other three, who follow closely, take their seats, his face is hidden for the first time, shaded by his cloak. Nor do they see it any more that day. He alights first, and passes immediately into his own room. The other mourners, who are only Mr. Chick and two of the medical attendants, proceed upstairs to the drawing room, to be received by Mrs. Chick and Miss Tox. And what the face is, in the shut-up chamber underneath, or what the thoughts are, what the heart is, what the contest or the suffering, no one knows. The chief thing that they know below stairs, in the kitchen, is that it seems like Sunday. They can hardly persuade themselves but that there is something unbecoming, if not wicked, in the conduct of the people out of doors, who pursue their ordinary occupations, and wear their everyday attire. It is quite a novelty to have the blinds up and the shutters open, and they make themselves dismally comfortable over bottles of wine, which are freely broached as on a festival. They are much inclined to moralise. Mr. Towlinson proposes with a sigh, amendment to us all, for which, as cook says, with another sigh, "There's room enough, God knows." In the evening, Mrs. Chick and Miss Tox take to needlework again. In the evening also, Mr. Towlinson goes out to take the air, accompanied by the housemaid, who has not yet tried her mourning bonnet. They are very tender to each other at dusky street corners, and Towlinson has visions of leading an altered and blameless existence as a serious greengrocer in Oxford Market. There is sounder sleep and deeper rest in Mr. Dombey's house to-night than there has been for many nights. The morning sun awakens the old household, settled down once more in their old ways. The rosy children opposite run past with hoops. There is a splendid wedding in the church. The juggler's wife is active with the money box in another quarter of the town. The mason sings and whistles as he chips out PAUL in the marble slate before him. And can it be that in a world so full and busy, the loss of one weak creature makes a void in any heart so wide and deep that nothing but the width and depth of vast eternity can fill it up? Florence, in her innocent affliction, might have answered, "Oh, my brother, oh, my dearly loved and loving brother, only friend and companion of my slighted childhood." Could any less idea shed the light already dawning on your early grave, or give birth to the softened sorrow that is springing into life beneath this rain of tears? "My dear child," said Mrs. Chick, who held it as a duty incumbent on her to improve the occasion, "when you are as old as I am—" "Which will be the prime of life," observed Miss Tox. "You will then," pursued Mrs. Chick, gently squeezing Miss Tox's hand in acknowledgment of her friendly remark, "you will then know that all grief is unavailing, and that it is our duty to submit." "I will try, dear aunt, I do try," answered Florence, sobbing. "I am glad to hear it," said Mrs. Chick, "because, my love, as our dear Miss Tox, of whose sound sense and excellent judgment there cannot possibly be two opinions." "My dear Louisa, I shall really be proud soon," said Miss Tox. "Will tell you, and confirm by her experience," pursued Mrs. Chick. "We are called upon on all occasions to make an effort. It is required of us. If any, my dear," turning to Miss Tox, "I want a word, Miss." "Demeanour?" suggested Miss Tox. No," said Mrs. Chick. "How can you? Goodness me! It's on the end of my tongue, Miss." "Placed affection?" suggested Miss Tox timidly. "Good gracious, Lucretia!" returned Mrs. Chick. "How very monstrous! Misanthrope is the word I want. The idea! Misplaced affection, I say. If any misanthrope were to put in my presence the question, why were we born, I should reply, to make an effort." "Very good indeed," said Miss Tox, very impressed by the originality of the sentiment. "Very good." "Unhappily," pursued Mrs. Chick, "we have a warning under our own eyes. We have but too much reason to suppose, my dear child, that if an effort had been made in time in this family, a train of the most trying and distressing circumstances might have been avoided. Nothing shall ever persuade me," observed the good matron, with a resolute air, "but that if that effort had been made by poor dear Fanny, the poor dear darling child would at least have had a stronger constitution." Mrs. Chick abandoned herself to her feelings for half a moment, but, as a practical illustration of her doctrine, brought herself up short in the middle of a sob, and went on again. "Therefore, Florence, pray let us see that you have some strength of mind, and do not selfishly aggravate the distress in which your poor papa is plunged." "Dear aunt," said Florence, kneeling quickly down before her, that she might the better and more earnestly look into her face, "tell me more about papa. Pray tell me about him. Is he quite heartbroken?" Miss Tox was of a tender nature. There was something in this appeal that moved her very much. Whether she saw it as a succession on the part of the neglected child to the affectionate concern so often expressed by her dead brother, or a love that sought to twine itself about the heart that had loved him and that could not bear to be shut out from sympathy with such a sorrow in such sad community of love and grief, or whether she only recognised the earnest and devoted spirit which, although discarded and repulsed, was wrung with tenderness long unreturned, and in the waste and solitude of this bereavement cried to him to seek a comfort in it, and to give by some small response, whatever may have been her understanding of it, moved Miss Tox. For the moment she forgot the majesty of Mrs. Chick, and putting Florence hastily on the cheek, turned aside and suffered the tears to gush from her eyes, without waiting for a lead from that wise matron. Mrs. Chick herself lost for a moment the presence of mind on which she so much prided herself, and remained mute, looking on the beautiful young face that had so long, so steadily and patiently been turned towards the little bed. But recovering her voice, which was synonymous with her presence of mind, indeed they were one and the same thing, she replied with dignity: "Florence, my dear child, your poor papa is peculiar at times, and to question me about him is to question me upon a subject which I really do not pretend to understand. I believe I have as much influence with your papa as anybody has. Still, all I can say is, that he has said very little to me, and that I have only seen him once or twice for a minute at a time, and indeed have hardly seen him then, for his room has been dark. I have said to your papa, Paul, that is the exact expression I used, Paul, why do you not take something stimulating? Your papa's reply has always been, Louisa, have the goodness to leave me. I want nothing. I am better by myself. If I was to be put upon my oath to-morrow, Lucretia, before a magistrate, said Mrs. Chick, I have no doubt I could venture to swear to those identical words. Miss Tox expressed her admiration by saying, My Louisa is ever methodical. In short, Florence, resumed her aunt, literally nothing has passed between your poor papa and myself until to-day, when I mentioned to your papa that Sir Barnet and Lady Skettles had written exceedingly kind notes, our sweet boy. Lady Skettle loved him like a... Where's my pocket handkerchief? Miss Tox produced one. Exceedingly kind notes, proposing that you should visit them for change of scene, mentioning to your papa that I thought Miss Tox and myself might now go home, in which he quite agreed. I inquired if he had any objection to your accepting the invitation. He said, No, Louisa, not the least. Florence raised her tearful eyes. At the same time, if you would prefer staying here, Florence, to paying this visit at present, or to going home with me, I should prefer it, aunt, was the faint rejoinder. Why then, my child, said Mrs. Chick, you can. It's a strange choice, I must say, but you always were strange. Anybody else at your time of life, and after what has passed... My dear Miss Tox, I have lost my pocket handkerchief again. Would be glad to leave here, one would suppose. I should not like to feel, said Florence, as if the house was avoided. I should not like to think that the rooms upstairs were quite empty and dreary, aunt. I would rather stay here for the present. Oh, my brother! Oh, my brother! It was a natural emotion, not to be suppressed, and it would make way, even between the fingers of the hands with which she covered up her face. The overcharged and heavy-laden breast must sometimes have the vent, or the poor, wounded, solitary heart within it would have fluttered like a bird with broken wings, and sunk down in the dust. Well, child, said Mrs. Chick, after a pause, I wouldn't on any account say anything unkind to you, and that I'm sure you know. You will remain here, then, and do exactly as you like. No one will interfere with you, Florence, or wish to interfere with you, I'm sure. Florence shook her head in sad assent. I had no sooner begun to advise your poor papa that he really ought to seek some distraction and restoration in a temporary change, said Mrs. Chick, than he told me he had already formed the intention of going into the country for a short time. I'm sure, I hope he'll go very soon. He can't go too soon. But I suppose there are some arrangements connected with his private papers and so forth, consequent on the affliction that has tried us all so much. I can't think what's become of mine. Lucretia, lend me yours, my dear. That may occupy him for 1 or 2 evenings in his own room. Your papa's a Dombey, child, if there was ever one, said Mrs. Chick, drying both of her eyes at once with great care on opposite corners of Miss Tox's handkerchief. He'll make an effort. There's no fear of him. Is there nothing, aunt, said Florence, trembling, I might do to... Lord, my dear child, interposed Mrs. Chick hastily, what are you talking about? If your papa said to me... I have given you his exact words. Louisa, I want nothing. I am better by myself. What do you think he'd say to you? You mustn't show yourself to him, child. Don't dream of such a thing. Aunt, said Florence, I will go and lie down on my bed. Mrs. Chick approved of this resolution, and dismissed her with a kiss. But Miss Tox, on a faint pretence of looking for the mislaid handkerchief, went upstairs after her, and tried in a few stolen minutes to comfort her in spite of great discouragement from Susan Nipper, for Miss Nipper, in her burning zeal, disparaged Miss Tox as a crocodile. Yet her sympathy seemed genuine, and had at least the vantage ground of disinterestedness. There was little favour to be won by it. And was there no one nearer or dearer than Susan to uphold the striving heart in its anguish? Was there no other neck to clasp, no other face to turn to, no one else to say a soothing word to such deep sorrow? Was Florence so alone in the bleak world that nothing else remained to her? Nothing. Stricken motherless and brotherless at once, for in the loss of little Paul, that first and greatest loss, fell heavily upon her. This was the only help she had. Oh, who can tell how much she needed help at first? At first, when the house subsided into its accustomed course, and they had all gone away except the servants, and her father shut up in his own room, Florence could do nothing but weep, and wander up and down, and sometimes, in a sudden pang of desolate remembrance, fly to her own chamber, wringing her hands, lay her face down on her bed, and know no consolation, nothing but the bitterness and cruelty of grief. This commonly ensued upon the recognition of some spot or object very tenderly associated with him, and it made the miserable house at first a place of agony. But it is not in the nature of pure love to burn so fiercely and unkindly long. The flame that in its grosser composition has the taint of earth may prey upon the breast that gives it shelter, but the sacred fire from heaven is as gentle in the heart as when it rested on the heads of the assembled 12, and showed each man his brother, brightened and unhurt. The image conjured up, there soon returned the placid face, the softened voice, the loving looks, the quiet trustfulness and peace, and Florence, though she wept still, wept more tranquilly, and courted the remembrance. It was not very long before the golden water, dancing on the wall in the old place at the old serene time, had her calm eye fixed upon it as it ebbed away. It was not very long before that room again knew her, often sitting there alone, as patient and as mild as when he had watched her beside the little bed. When any sharp sense of its being empty smote upon her, she could kneel beside it and pray God. It was the pouring out of her full heart, to let one angel love her and remember her. It was not very long before, in the midst of the dismal house so wide and dreary, her low voice in the twilight, slowly and stopping sometimes, touched the old air to which he had so often listened with his drooping head upon her arm. And after that, and when it was quite dark, a little strain of music trembled in the room, so softly played and sung, that it was more like the mournful recollection of what she had done at his request on that last night than the reality repeated. But it was repeated often, very often, in the shadowy solitude, and broken murmurs of the old strain still trembled on the keys when the sweet voice was hushed in tears. Thus she gained heart to look upon the work with which her fingers had been busy by his side on the seashore, and thus it was not very long before she took to it again, with something of a human love for it, as if it had been sentient and had known him, and sitting in a window, near her mother's picture, in the unused room so long deserted, wore away the thoughtful hours. Why did the dark eyes turn so often from this work to where the rosy children lived? They were not immediately suggestive of her loss, for they were all girls, 4 little sisters, but they were motherless like her, and had a father. It was easy to know when he had gone out and was expected home, for the elder child was always dressed and waiting for him at the drawing room window or in the balcony, and when he appeared her expectant face lighted up with joy, while the others at the high window, and always on the watch too, clapped their hands and drummed them on the sill and called to him. The elder child would come down to the hall and put her hand in his, and lead him up the stairs, and Florence would see her afterwards sitting by his side, or on his knee, or hanging coaxingly about his neck and talking to him, and though they were always gay together, he would often watch her face as if he thought her like her mother that was dead. Florence would sometimes look no more at this, and bursting into tears would hide behind the curtain as if she were frightened, or would hurry from the window. Yet she could not help returning, and her work would soon fall unheeded from her hands again. It was the house that had been empty years ago. It remained so for a long time. At last, and while she had been away from home, this family had taken it, and it was repaired and newly painted, and there were birds and flowers about it, and it looked very different from its old self. But she never thought of the house. The children and their father were all in all. When he had dined, and she could see them, through the open window, go down with their governess or nurse, and cluster round the table, and in the still summer weather the sound of their childish voices and clear laughter would come ringing across the street into the drooping air of the room in which she sat. Then they would climb and clamber upstairs with him, and romp about him on the sofa, or group themselves at his knee, a very nosegay of little faces, while he seemed to tell them some story. Or they would come running out into the balcony, and then Florence would hide herself quickly, lest it should check them in their joy to see her in her black dress, sitting there alone. The elder child remained with her father when the rest had gone away, and made her tea for him. Happy little housekeeper she was then, and sat conversing with him, sometimes at the window, sometimes in the room, until the candles came. He made her his companion, though she was some years younger than Florence, and she could be as staid and pleasantly demure with her little book or work-box as a woman. When they had candles, Florence from her own dark room was not afraid to look again. But when the time came for the child to say "Good night, papa," and go to bed, Florence would sob and tremble as she raised her face to him, and could look no more, though she still would turn again and again before going to bed herself, from the simple air that had lulled him to rest so often, long ago, and from the other low, soft, broken strain of music, back to that house. But that she ever thought of it, or watched it, was a secret which she kept within her own young breast. And did that breast of Florence, Florence so ingenious and true, so worthy of the love that he had borne her, and had whispered in his last faint words, whose guileless heart was mirrored in the beauty of her face, and breathed in every accent of her gentle voice, did that young breast hold any other secret? Yes, one more. When no one in the house was stirring, and the lights were all extinguished, she would softly leave her own room, and with noiseless feet descend the staircase, and approach her father's door. Against it, scarcely breathing, she would rest her face and head, and press her lips in the yearning of her love. She crouched upon the cold stone floor outside it, every night, to listen even for his breath, and in her one absorbing wish to be allowed to show him some affection, to be a consolation to him, to win him over to the endurance of some tenderness from her, his solitary child, she would have knelt down at his feet if she had dared, in humble supplication. No one knew it. No one thought of it. The door was ever closed, and he shut up within. He went out once or twice, and it was said in the house that he was very soon going on his country journey. But he lived in those rooms, and lived alone, and never saw her or inquired for her. Perhaps he did not even know that she was in the house. One day, about a week after the funeral, Florence was sitting at her work when Susan appeared with a face half laughing and half crying to announce a visitor. "A visitor? To me, Susan?" said Florence, looking up in astonishment. "Well, it is a wonder, ain't it now, Miss Floy?" said Susan. "But I wish you had a many visitors. I do, indeed, for you'll be all the better for it, and it's my opinion that the sooner you and me goes even to them old Skettleses, miss, the better for both. I may not wish to live in crowds, Miss Floy, but still I'm not an oyster." To do Miss Nipper justice, she spoke more for her young mistress than herself, and her face showed it. "But the visitors, Susan," said Florence. Susan, with a hysterical explosion that was as much a laugh as a sob, and as much a sob as a laugh, answered, "Mr. Toots." The smile that appeared on Florence's face passed from it in a moment, and her eyes filled with tears. But at any rate it was a smile, and that gave great satisfaction to Miss Nipper. "My own feelings exactly, Miss Floy," said Susan, putting her apron to her eyes and shaking her head. "Immediately I see that innocent in the hall, Miss Floy, I burst out laughing first, and then I choked." Susan Nipper involuntarily proceeded to do the like again on the spot. In the meantime, Mr. Toots, who had come upstairs after her, all unconscious of the effect he produced, announced himself with his knuckles on the door, and walked in very briskly. "How do you do, Miss Dombey?" said Mr. Toots. "I'm very well, I thank you. How are you?" Mr. Toots, than whom there were few better fellows in the world, though there may have been one or two brighter spirits, had laboriously invented this long burst of discourse, with the view of relieving the feelings both of Florence and himself. But finding that he had run through his property, as it were, in an injudicious manner, by squandering the whole before taking a chair, or before Florence had uttered a word, or before he had well got in at the door, he deemed it advisable to begin again. "How do you do, Miss Dombey?" said Mr. Toots. "I'm very well, I thank you. How are you?" Florence gave him her hand, and said she was very well. "I'm very well indeed," said Mr. Toots, taking a chair. "Very well indeed I am. I don't remember," said Mr. Toots, after reflecting a little, "that I was ever better, thank you." "It's very kind of you to come," said Florence, taking up her work. "I am very glad to see you." Mr. Toots responded with a chuckle. Thinking that might be too lively, he corrected it with a sigh. Thinking that might be too melancholy, he corrected it with a chuckle. Not thoroughly pleasing himself with either mode of reply, he breathed hard. "You were very kind to my dear brother," said Florence, obeying her own natural impulse to relieve him by saying so. "He often talked to me about you." "Oh, it's of no consequence," said Mr. Toots hastily. "Warm, ain't it?" "It is beautiful weather," replied Florence. "It agrees with me," said Mr. Toots. "I don't think I ever was so well as I find myself at present. I'm obliged to you." After stating this curious and unexpected fact, Mr. Toots fell into a deep well of silence. "You have left Dr. Blimber's, I think," said Florence, trying to help him out. "I should hope so," returned Mr. Toots, and tumbled in again. He remained at the bottom, apparently drowned, for at least 10 minutes. At the expiration of that period he suddenly floated and said, "Well, good morning, Miss Dombey." "Are you going?" asked Florence, rising. "I don't know, though. No, not just at present," said Mr. Toots, sitting down again, most unexpectedly. "The fact is, I say, Miss Dombey—" "Don't be afraid to speak to me," said Florence, with a quiet smile. "I should be very glad if you would talk about my brother." "Would you, though?" retorted Mr. Toots, with sympathy in every fibre of his otherwise expressionless face. "Poor Dombey! I'm sure I never thought that Burgess and Company, fashionable tailors, though but very dear, that we used to talk about, would make this suit of clothes for such a purpose." Mr. Toots was dressed in mourning. "Poor Dombey, I say, Miss Dombey," blubbered Toots. "Yes," said Florence. "There's a friend he took to very much at last. I thought you'd like to have him, perhaps, as a sort of keepsake. You remember his remembering Diogenes?" Oh, yes," cried Florence. "Poor Dombey, so do I," said Mr. Toots. Mr. Toots, seeing Florence in tears, had great difficulty in getting beyond this point, and had nearly tumbled into the well again. But a chuckle saved him on the brink. "I say," he proceeded, "Miss Dombey, I could have had him stolen for 10 shillings if they hadn't given him up, and I would, but they were glad to get rid of him, I think. If you'd like to have him, he's at the door. I brought him on purpose for you. He ain't a lady's dog, you know," said Mr. Toots, "but you won't mind that, will you?" In fact, Diogenes was at that moment, as they presently ascertained from looking down into the street, staring through the window of a hackney cabriolet, into which, for conveyance to that spot, he had been ensnared on a false pretence of rats among the straw. Sooth to say, he was as unlike a lady's dog as might be, and in his gruff anxiety to get out, presented an appearance sufficiently unpromising as he gave short yelps out of one side of his mouth, and overbalancing himself by the intensity of every one of those efforts, tumbled down into the straw, and then sprung panting up again, putting out his tongue, as if he had come express to a dispensary to be examined for his health. But though Diogenes was as ridiculous a dog as one would meet with on a summer's day, a blundering, ill-favoured, clumsy, bullet-headed dog, continually acting on a wrong idea that there was an enemy in the neighbourhood, whom it was meritorious to bark at, and though he was far from good-tempered, and certainly was not clever, and had hair all over his eyes, and a comic nose, and an inconsistent tail, and a gruff voice, he was dearer to Florence in virtue of that parting remembrance of him, and that request that he might be taken care of, than the most valuable and beautiful of his kind. So dear, indeed, was this same ugly Diogenes, and so welcome to her, that she took the jewelled hand of Mr. Toots and kissed it in her gratitude. And when Diogenes, released, came tearing up the stairs and bouncing into the room, such a business as there was first to get him out of the cabriolet, dived under all the furniture, and wound a long iron chain that dangled from his neck round legs of chairs and tables, and then tugged at it until his eyes became unnaturally visible, in consequence of their nearly staring out of his head, and when he growled at Mr. Toots, who affected familiarity, and went pell-mell at Towlinson, morally convinced that he was the enemy whom he had barked at round the corner all his life, and had never seen yet. Florence was as pleased with him as if he had been a miracle of discretion. Mr. Toots was so overjoyed by the success of his present, and was so delighted to see Florence bending down over Diogenes, smoothing his coarse back with her little delicate hand, Diogenes graciously allowing it from the first moment of their acquaintance, that he felt it difficult to take leave, and would, no doubt, have been a much longer time in making up his mind to do so, if he had not been assisted by Diogenes himself, who suddenly took it into his head to bay Mr. Toots, and to make short runs at him with his mouth open. Not exactly seeing his way to the end of these demonstrations, and sensible that they placed the pantaloons constructed by the art of Burgess and Company in jeopardy, Mr. Toots, with chuckles, lapsed out at the door, by which, after looking in again 2 or 3 times, without any object at all, and being on each occasion greeted with a fresh run from Diogenes, he finally took himself off and got away. "Come, then, dear Di, make friends with your new mistress. Let us love each other, Di," said Florence, fondling his shaggy head. And Di, the rough and gruff, as if his hairy hide were pervious to the tear that dropped upon it, and his dog's heart melted as it fell, put his nose up to her face, and swore fidelity. Diogenes the man did not speak plainer to Alexander the Great than Diogenes the dog spoke to Florence. He subscribed to the offer of his little mistress cheerfully, and devoted himself to her service. A banquet was immediately provided for him in a corner, and when he had eaten and drunk his fill, he went to the window where Florence was sitting, looking on, rose up on his hind legs, with his awkward forepaws on her shoulder, licked her face and hands, nestled his great head against her heart, and wagged his tail till he was tired. Finally, Diogenes called himself up at her feet and went to sleep. Although Miss Nipper was nervous in regard of dogs, and felt it necessary to come into the room with her skirts carefully collected about her, as if she were crossing a brook on stepping stones, also to utter little screams and stand up on chairs when Diogenes stretched himself, she was in her own manner affected by the kindness of Mr. Toots, and could not see Florence so alive to the attachment and society of this rude friend of little Paul's, without some mental comments thereupon that brought the water to her eyes. Mr. Dombey, as a part of her reflections, may have been, in the association of ideas, connected with the dog; but at any rate, after observing Diogenes and his mistress all the evening, and after exerting herself with much goodwill to provide Diogenes a bed in an antechamber outside his mistress's door, she said hurriedly to Florence, before leaving her for the night, "Your pa's going off, Miss Floy, to-morrow morning." "To-morrow morning, Susan?" "Yes, miss, that's the orders, early." "Do you know," asked Florence, without looking at her, "where papa is going, Susan?" "Not exactly, miss. He's going to meet that precious Major first; and I must say, if I was acquainted with any Major myself, which heavens forbid, it shouldn't be a blue one." "Hush, Susan!" urged Florence gently. "Well, Miss Floy," returned Miss Nipper, who was full of burning indignation, and minded her stops even less than usual, "I can't help it. Blue he is; and while I was a Christian, although humble, I would have natural coloured friends or none." It appeared from what she added and had gleaned downstairs, that Mrs. Chick had proposed the Major for Mr. Dombey's companion, and that Mr. Dombey, after some hesitation, had invited him. "Talk of him being a change, indeed," observed Miss Nipper to herself, with boundless contempt. "If he's a change, give me a constancy." "Good night, Susan," said Florence. "Good night, my darling dear Miss Floy." Her tone of commiseration smote the chord so often roughly touched, but never listened to while she or anyone looked on. Florence, left alone, laid her head upon her hand, and pressing the other over her swelling heart, held free communication with her sorrows. It was a wet night, and the melancholy rain fell pattering and dropping with a wearied sound. A sluggish wind was blowing, and went moaning round the house as if it were in pain or grief. A shrill noise quivered through the trees. While she sat weeping, it grew late, and dreary midnight tolled out from the steeples. Florence was little more than a child in years, not yet 14, and the loneliness and gloom of such an hour in the great house where death had lately made its own tremendous devastation might have set an older fancy brooding on vague terrors. But her innocent imagination was too full of one theme to admit them. Nothing wandered in her thoughts but love, a wandering love indeed, and cast away, but turning always to her father. There was nothing in the dropping of the rain, the moaning of the wind, the shuddering of the trees, the striking of the solemn clocks, that shook this one thought, or diminished its interest. Her recollections of the dear dead boy, and they were never absent, were itself the same thing. And oh, to be shut out, to be so lost, never to have looked into her father's face or touched him since that hour. She could not go to bed, poor child, and never had gone yet, since then, without making her nightly pilgrimage to his door. It would have been a strange, sad sight to see her now, stealing lightly down the stairs through the thick gloom, and stopping at it with a beating heart, and blinded eyes, and hair that fell down loosely and unthought of, and touching it outside with her wet cheek. But the night covered it, and no one knew. The moment that she touched the door on this night, Florence found that it was open. For the first time it stood open, though by but a hair's breadth, and there was a light within. The first impulse of that timid child, and she yielded to it, was to retire swiftly. Her next to go back and to enter, and this second impulse held her in irresolution on the staircase. In its standing open, even by so much as that chink, there seemed to be hope. There was encouragement in seeing a ray of light from within, stealing through the dark, stern doorway, and falling in a thread upon the marble floor. She turned back, hardly knowing what she did, but urged on by the love within her, and the trial they had undergone together, but not shared, and with her hands a little raised and trembling, glided in. Her father sat at his old table in the middle room. He had been arranging some papers and destroying others, and the latter lay in fragile ruins before him. The rain dripped heavily upon the glass panes in the outer room, where he had so often watched poor Paul, a baby, and the low complainings of the wind were heard without, but not by him. He sat with his eyes fixed on the table, so immersed in thought that a far heavier tread than the light foot of his child could make might have failed to rouse him. His face was turned towards her. By the waning lamp, and at that haggard hour, it looked worn and dejected, and in the utter loneliness surrounding him, there was an appeal to Florence that struck home. "Papa, papa, speak to me, dear papa." He started at her voice, and leaped up from his seat. She was close before him with extended arms, but he fell back. "What is the matter?" he said sternly. "Why do you come here? What has frightened you?" If anything had frightened her, it was the face he turned upon her. The glowing love within the breast of his young daughter froze before it, and she stood and looked at him as if stricken into stone. There was not one touch of tenderness or pity in it. There was not one gleam of interest, parental recognition, or relenting in it. There was a change in it, but not of that kind. The old indifference and cold constraint had given place to something. What, she never thought and did not dare to think, and yet she felt it in its force, and knew it well without a name, that, as it looked upon her, seemed to cast a shadow on her head. Did he see before him the successful rival of his son in health and life? Did he look upon his own successful rival in that son's affection? Did a mad jealousy and withered pride poison sweet remembrances that should have endeared and made her precious to him? Could it be possible that it was gall to him to look upon her in her beauty and her promise, thinking of his infant boy? Florence had no such thoughts, but love is quick to know when it is spurned and hopeless, and hope died out of hers, as she stood looking in her father's face. "I ask you, Florence, are you frightened? Is there anything the matter, that you come here?" "I came, papa." "Against my wishes. Why?" She saw he knew why. It was written broadly on his face, and dropped her head upon her hands with one prolonged low cry. Let him remember it in that room, years to come. It has faded from the air before he breaks the silence. It may pass as quickly from his brain as he believes, but it is there. Let him remember it in that room, years to come. He took her by the arm. His hand was cold and loose, and scarcely closed upon her. "You are tired, I dare say," he said, taking up the light and leading her towards the door, "and want rest. We all want rest. Go, Florence. You have been dreaming." The dream she had had was over then. God help her, and she felt that it could never more come back. "I will remain here to light you up the stairs. The whole house is yours above there," said her father, slowly. "You are its mistress now. Good night." Still covering her face, she sobbed, and answered, "Good night, dear papa," and silently ascended. Once she looked back, as if she would have returned to him, but for fear. It was a momentary thought, too hopeless to encourage, and her father stood there with the light, hard, unresponsive, motionless, until the fluttering dress of his fair child was lost in the darkness. Let him remember, in that room, years to come, the rain that falls upon the roof, the wind that mourns outside the door, may have foreknowledge in their melancholy sound. Let him remember it in that room, years to come. The last time he had watched her, from the same place, winding up those stairs, she had had her brother in her arms. It did not move his heart toward her now. It steeled it, but he went into his room, and locked his door, and sat down in his chair, and cried for his lost boy. Diogenes was broad awake upon his post, and waiting for his little mistress. "Oh, Di! Oh, dear Di! Love me for his sake." Diogenes already loved her for her own, and didn't care how much he showed it. So he made himself vastly ridiculous by performing a variety of uncouth bounces in the antechamber, and concluded, when poor Florence was at last asleep, of dreaming of the rosy children opposite, by scratching upon her bedroom door, rolling up his bed into a pillow, lying down on the boards at the full height of his tether, with his head towards her, and looking lazily at her upside down out of the tops of his eyes, until from winking and winking he fell asleep himself, and dreamed, with gruff barks, of his enemy. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 19. Walter Goes Away. The wooden midshipman at the instrument maker's door, like the hard-hearted little midshipman he was, remained supremely indifferent to Walter's going away, even when the very last day of his sojourn in the back parlour was on the decline. With his quadrant at his round black knob of an eye, and his figure in its old attitude of indomitable alacrity, the midshipman displayed his elfin small clothes to the best advantage, and, absorbed in scientific pursuits, had no sympathy with worldly concerns. He was so far the creature of circumstances that a dry day covered him with dust, and a misty day peppered him with little bits of soot, and a wet day brightened up his tarnished uniform for the moment, and a very hot day blistered him. But otherwise he was a callous, obdurate, conceited midshipman, intent on his own discoveries, and caring as little for what went on about him terrestrially as Archimedes at the taking of Syracuse. Such a midshipman he seemed to be, at least, in the then position of domestic affairs. Walter eyed him kindly many a time in passing in and out, and poor old Sol, when Walter was not there, would come and lean against the door-post, resting his weary wig as near the shoe-buckles of the guardian genius of his trade and shop as he could. But no fierce idol with a mouth from ear to ear and a murderous visage made of parrot's feathers was ever more indifferent to the appeals of its savage votaries than was the midshipman to these marks of attachment. Walter's heart felt heavy as he looked round his old bedroom up among the parapets and chimney-pots, and thought that one more night already darkening would close his acquaintance with it, perhaps for ever. Dismantled of his little stock of books and pictures, it looked coldly and reproachfully on him for his desertion, and had already a foreshadowing upon it of its coming strangeness. A few hours more, thought Walter, and no dream I ever had here when I was a schoolboy will be so little mine as this old room. The dream may come back in my sleep, and I may return waking to this place, it may be. But the dream at least will serve no other master, and the room may have a score, and every one of them may change, neglect, misuse it. But his uncle was not to be left alone in the little back parlour, where he was then sitting by himself, for Captain Cuttle, considerate in his roughness, stayed away against his will, purposely that they should have some talk together unobserved. So Walter, newly returned home from his last day's bustle, descended briskly to bear him company. "Uncle," he said gaily, laying his hand upon the old man's shoulder, "what shall I send you home from Barbados?" "Hope, my dear Wally, hope that we shall meet again, on this side of the grave. Send me as much of that as you can." "So I will, uncle. I have enough and to spare, and I'll not be chary of it. And as to lively turtles and limes for Captain Cuttle's punch, and preserves for you on Sunday, and all that sort of thing, why, I'll send you shiploads, uncle, when I'm rich enough." Old Sol wiped his spectacles and faintly smiled. "That's right, uncle," cried Walter merrily, and clapping him half a dozen times more upon the shoulder. "You cheer me up, I'll cheer you. We'll be as gay as larks to-morrow morning, uncle, and we'll fly as high. As to my anticipations, they are singing out of sight now." "Wally, my dear boy," returned the old man, "I'll do my best. I'll do my best." "And your best, uncle," said Walter, with his pleasant laugh, "is the best that I know. You'll not forget what you're to send me, uncle." "No, Wally, no," replied the old man. "Everything I hear about Miss Dombey, now that she is left alone, poor lamb. I'll write. I fear it won't be much, though, Wally." "Why, I'll tell you what, uncle," said Walter, after a moment's hesitation. "I have just been up there." "Ay, ay, ay?" murmured the old man, raising his eyebrows and his spectacles with them. "Not to see her," said Walter, "though I could have seen her, I dare say, if I had asked, Mr. Dombey being out of town, but to say a parting word to Susan. I thought I might venture to do that, you know, under the circumstances, and remembering when I saw Miss Dombey last." "Yes, my boy, yes," replied his uncle, rousing himself from a temporary abstraction. "So I saw her," pursued Walter, "Susan, I mean, and I told her I was off and away to-morrow. And I said, uncle, that you had always had an interest in Miss Dombey since that night when she was here, and always wished her well and happy, and always would be proud and glad to serve her in the least. I thought I might say that, you know, under the circumstances. Don't you think so?" "Yes, my boy, yes," replied his uncle in the tone as before. "And I added," pursued Walter, "that if she, Susan I mean, could ever let you know, either through herself or Mrs Richards, or anybody else who might be coming this way, that Miss Dombey was well and happy, you would take it very kindly, and would write so much to me, and I should take it very kindly too. There, upon my word, uncle," said Walter, "I scarcely slept all last night through thinking of doing this, and could not make up my mind when I was out, whether to do it or not. And yet I am sure it is the true feeling of my heart, and I should have been quite miserable afterwards if I had not relieved it." His honest voice and manner corroborated what he said, and quite established its ingenuousness. "So, if you ever see her, uncle," said Walter, "I mean Miss Dombey now, and perhaps you may, who knows, tell her how much I felt for her, how much I used to think of her when I was here, how I spoke of her, with the tears in my eyes, uncle, on this last night before I went away. Tell her that I said I never could forget her gentle manner, or her beautiful face, or her sweet kind disposition that was better than all. And as I didn't take them from a woman's feet or a young lady's, only a little innocent child's," said Walter. "Tell her, if you don't mind, uncle, that I kept those shoes she'll remember how often they fell off that night and took them away with me as a remembrance." They were at that very moment going out at the door in one of Walter's trunks. A porter carrying off his baggage on a truck for shipment to the docks on board the Son and Heir had got possession of them, and wheeled them away under the very eye of the insensible midshipman before their owner had well finished speaking. But that ancient mariner might have been excused his insensibility to the treasure as it rolled away, for under his eye at the same moment, accurately within his range of observation, coming full into the sphere of his startled and intensely wide-awake look-out, were Florence and Susan Nipper. Florence looking up into his face half timidly, and receiving the whole shock of his wooden oogling. More than this, they passed into the shop, and passed in at the parlour door, before they were observed by anybody but the midshipman. And Walter, having his back to the door, would have known nothing of their apparition even then, but for seeing his uncle spring out of his own chair, and nearly tumble over another. "Why, uncle!" exclaimed Walter, "what's the matter?" Old Solomon replied, "Miss Dombey!" "Is it possible?" cried Walter, looking round, and starting up in his turn. "Here?" Why, it was so possible, and so actual, that while the words were on his lips, Florence hurried past him, took Uncle Sol's snuff-colored lapels, one in each hand, kissed him on the cheek, and turning, gave her hand to Walter with a simple truth and earnestness that was her own and no one else's in the world. "Going away, Walter?" said Florence. "Yes, Miss Dombey," he replied, but not so hopefully as he endeavoured. "I have a voyage before me." "And your uncle," said Florence, looking back at Solomon. "He is sorry you are going, I am sure." "Ah, I see he is. Dear Walter, I am very sorry too." "Goodness knows," exclaimed Miss Nipper, "there's a many we could spare instead, if numbers is a object. Mrs. Pipchin as a overseer would come cheap at her weight in gold, and if a knowledge of black slavery should be required, then Blimbers is the very people for the situation." With that, Miss Nipper untied her bonnet strings, and after looking vacantly for some moments into a little black teapot that was set forth with the usual homely service on the table, shook her head and a tin canister, and began unasked to make the tea. In the meantime, Florence had turned again to the instrument maker, who was as full of admiration as surprise. "So grown," said old Sol, "so improved, and yet not altered. Just the same." "Indeed," said Florence. "Yes," returned old Sol, rubbing his hands slowly, and considering the matter half aloud, as something pensive in the bright eyes looking at him arrested his attention. Yes, that expression was in the younger face too. "You remember me?" said Florence with a smile. "And what a little creature I was then." "My dear lady," returned the instrument maker, "how could I forget you, often as I have thought of you and heard of you since? At the very moment, indeed, when you came in, Wally was talking about you to me, and leaving messages for you, and—" "Was he?" said Florence. "Thank you, Walter. Oh, thank you, Walter. I was afraid you might be going away and hardly thinking of me." And again she gave him her little hand so freely and so faithfully that Walter held it for some moments in his own, and could not bear to let it go. Yet Walter did not hold it as he might have held it once, nor did its touch awaken those old daydreams of his boyhood that had floated past him sometimes even lately, and confused him with their indistinct and broken shapes. The purity and innocence of her endearing manner, and its perfect trustfulness, and the undisguised regard for him that lay so deeply seated in her constant eyes, and glowed upon her fair face through the smile that shaded, for alas, it was a smile too sad to brighten, it were not of their romantic race. They brought back to his thoughts the early deathbed he had seen her tending, and the love the child had borne her, and on the wings of such remembrance she seemed to rise up, far above his idle fancies, into clearer and serener air. "I am afraid I must call you Walter's uncle, sir," said Florence to the old man, "if you let me." "My dear young lady," cried old Sol, "let you? Good gracious!" "We always knew you by that name, and talked of you," said Florence, glancing round and sighing gently. "The nice old parlour, just the same. How well I recollect it!" Old Sol looked first at her, then at his nephew, and then rubbed his hands and rubbed his spectacles, and said below his breath, "Ah, time, time, time." There was a short silence, during which Susan Nipper skilfully impounded 2 extra cups and saucers from the cupboard, and awaited the drawing of the tea with a thoughtful air. "I want to tell Walter's uncle," said Florence, laying her hand timidly upon the old man's as it rested on the table, to bespeak his attention, "something that I am anxious about. He is going to be left alone, and if he will allow me not to take Walter's place, for that I couldn't do, but to be his true friend and help him if I ever can while Walter is away. I shall be very much obliged to him indeed. Will you? May I, Walter's uncle?" The instrument maker, without speaking, put her hand to his lips, and Susan Nipper, leaning back with her arms crossed, in the chair of presidency into which she had voted herself, bit one end of her bonnet strings and heaved a gentle sigh as she looked up at the skylight. "You will let me come to see you," said Florence, "when I can, and you will tell me everything about yourself and Walter, and you will have no secrets from Susan when she comes and I do not, but will confide in us and trust us and rely upon us, and you'll try to let us be a comfort to you. Will you, Walter's uncle?" The sweet face looking into his, the gentle pleading eyes, the soft voice, and the light touch on his arm made the more winning by a child's respect and honour for his age, that gave to all an air of graceful doubt and modest hesitation. These, and her natural earnestness, so overcame the poor old instrument maker that he only answered, "Wally, say a word for me, my dear. I'm very grateful." "No, Walter," returned Florence, with her quiet smile. "Say nothing for him, if you please. I understand him very well, and we must learn to talk together without you, dear Walter." The regretful tone in which she said these latter words touched Walter more than all the rest. "Miss Florence," he replied, with an effort to recover the cheerful manner he had preserved while talking with his uncle, "I know no more than my uncle what to say in acknowledgment of such kindness, I am sure. But what could I say, after all, if I had the power of talking for an hour, except that it is like you?" Susan Nipper began upon a new part of her bonnet string, and nodded at the skylight, in approval of this sentiment expressed. "Oh, but Walter," said Florence, "there is something that I wish to say to you before you go away, and you must call me Florence, if you please, and not speak like a stranger." "Like a stranger!" returned Walter. "No, I couldn't speak so. I am sure, at least, I couldn't feel like one." "Ay, but that is not enough, and is not what I mean. For Walter," added Florence, bursting into tears, "he liked you very much, and said, before he died, that he was fond of you, and said, 'Remember Walter, and if you'll be a brother to me, Walter, now that he is gone, and I have none on earth, I'll be your sister all my life, and think of you like one wherever we may be.' This is what I wish to say, dear Walter, but I cannot say it as I would, because my heart is full." And in its fullness and sweet simplicity she held out both her hands to him. Walter, taking them, stooped down and touched the tearful face that neither shrunk nor turned away, nor reddened as he did so, but looked up at him with confidence and truth. In that one moment every shadow of doubt or agitation passed away from Walter's soul. It seemed to him that he responded to her innocent appeal beside the dead child's bed, and in the solemn presence he had seen there, pledged himself to cherish and protect her very image, in his banishment, with brotherly regard, to garner up her simple faith inviolate, and hold himself degraded if he breathed upon it any thought that was not in her own breast when she gave it to him. Susan Nipper, who had bitten both her bonnet strings at once, and imparted a great deal of private emotion to the skylight, during this transaction, now changed the subject by inquiring who took milk and who took sugar, and being enlightened on these points, poured out the tea. They all four gathered socially about the little table and took tea under the young lady's active superintendence, and the presence of Florence in the back parlour brightened the Tartar frigate on the wall. Half an hour ago, Walter, for his life, would have hardly called her by her name, but he could do so now when she entreated him. He could think of her being there without a lurking misgiving that it would have been better if she had not come. He could calmly think how beautiful she was, how full of promise, what a home some happy man would find in such a heart one day. He could reflect upon his own place in that heart, with pride, and with a brave determination, if not to deserve it, he still thought that far above him, never to deserve it less. Some fairy influence must surely have hovered round the hands of Susan Nipper when she made the tea, engendering the tranquil air that reigned in the back parlour during its discussion. Some counter-influence must surely have hovered round the hands of Uncle Sol's chronometer and moved them faster than the target frigate ever went before the wind. Be this as it may, visitors had a coach in waiting at the quiet corner not far off, and the chronometer, on being incidentally referred to, gave such a positive opinion that it had been waiting a long time, that it was impossible to doubt the fact, especially when stated on such unimpeachable authority. If Uncle Sol had been going to be hanged by his own time, he never would have allowed that the chronometer was too fast, by the least fraction of a second. Florence, at parting, recapitulated to the old man all that she had said before, and bound him to their compact. Uncle Sol attended her lovingly to the legs of the wooden midshipman, and there resigned her to Walter, who was ready to escort her and Susan Nipper to the coach. "Walter," said Florence by the way, "I have been afraid to ask you before your uncle. Do you think you will be absent very long?" "Indeed," said Walter, "I don't know. I fear so. Mr. Dombey signified as much, I thought, when he appointed me." "Is it a favour, Walter?" inquired Florence, after a moment's hesitation, and looking anxiously in his face. "The appointment?" returned Walter. "Yes." Walter would have given anything to have answered in the affirmative, but his face answered before his lips could, and Florence was too attentive to it not to understand its reply. "I am afraid you have scarcely been a favourite with papa," she said timidly. "There is no reason," replied Walter, smiling, "why I should be." "No reason, Walter?" "There was no reason," said Walter, understanding what she meant. "There are many people employed in the house. Between Mr. Dombey and a young man like me, there's a wide space of separation. If I do my duty, I do what I ought, and do no more than all the rest." Had Florence any misgivings of which she was hardly conscious, any misgivings that had sprung into an indistinct and undefined existence since that recent night when she had gone down to her father's room, that Walter's accidental interest in her, and early knowledge of her, might have involved him in that powerful displeasure and dislike? Had Walter any such idea, or any sudden thought that it was in her mind at that moment? Neither of them hinted at it. Neither of them spoke at all for some short time. Susan, walking on the other side of Walter, eyed them both sharply, and certainly Miss Nipper's thoughts travelled in that direction, and very confidently too. "You may come back very soon," said Florence. "Perhaps, Walter." "I may come back," said Walter, "an old man, and find you an old lady, but I hope for better things." "Papa," said Florence, after a moment, will recover from his grief, and speak more freely to me one day, perhaps; and if he should, I will tell him how much I wish to see you back again, and ask him to recall you for my sake." There was a touching modulation in these words about her father that Walter understood too well. The coach being close at hand, he would have left her without speaking, for now he felt what parting was. But Florence held his hand when she was seated, and then found there was a little packet in her own. "Walter," she said, looking full upon him with her affectionate eyes, Like you, I hope for better things. I will pray for them, and believe that they will arrive. I made this little gift for Paul. Pray take it with my love, and do not look at it until you are gone away. And now, God bless you, Walter. Never forget. You are my brother, dear. He was glad that Susan Nipper came between them, or he might have left her with a sorrowful remembrance of him. He was glad, too, that she did not look out of the coach again, but waved the little hand to him instead, as long as he could see it. In spite of her request, he could not help opening the packet that night when he went to bed. It was a little purse, and there was money in it. Bright rose the sun next morning from his absence in strange countries, and up rose Walter with it to receive the captain, who was already at the door, having turned out earlier than was necessary in order to get under way while Mrs. McStinger was yet slumbering. The captain pretended to be in tip-top spirits, and brought a very smoky tongue in one of the pockets of the broad blue coat for breakfast. "And, Walter," said the captain when they took their seats at table, "if your uncle's the man I think him, he'll bring out the last bottle of the Madeira on the present occasion." "No, no, Ned," returned the old man. "No, that shall be opened when Walter comes home again." "Well said!" cried the captain. "Hear him?" "There it lies," said Sol Gills, "down in the little cellar covered with dust and cobwebs. There may be dirt and cobwebs over you and me, perhaps, Ned, before it sees the light." "Hear him!" cried the captain. "Good morality, Walter, my lad. Train up a fig tree in the way it should go, and when you are old, sit under the shade on it. Overhaul the well," said the captain on second thoughts, "I ain't quite certain where that's to be found, but when found, make a note of. Sol Gills, heave ahead again." "But there or somewhere it shall lie, Ned, until Wally comes back to claim it," says the old man. "That's all I meant to say." "And well said, too," returned the captain. "And if we three don't crack that bottle in company, I'll give you two leave to drink my allowance." Notwithstanding the captain's excessive joviality, he made but a poor hand at the smoky tongue, though he tried very hard, when anybody looked at him, to appear as if he were eating with a vast appetite. He was terribly afraid, likewise, of being left alone with either uncle or nephew, appearing to consider that his only chance of safety as to keeping up appearances was in their being always three together. This terror on the part of the captain reduced him to such ingenious evasions as running to the door when Solomon went to put his coat on, under pretence of having seen an extraordinary hackney coach pass, and darting out into the road when Walter went upstairs to take leave of the lodgers, on a feint of smelling fire in a neighbouring chimney. These artifices Captain Cuttle deemed inscrutable by any uninspired observer. Walter was coming down from his parting expedition upstairs, and was crossing the shop to go back to the little parlour, when he saw a faded face he knew, looking in at the door, and darted towards it. "Mr. Carker!" cried Walter, pressing the hand of John Carker the junior. "Pray come in. This is kind of you to be here so early to say good-bye to me. You knew how glad it would make me to shake hands with you once before going away. I cannot say how glad I am to have this opportunity. Pray come in." "It is not likely that we may ever meet again, Walter," returned the other, gently resisting his invitation, "and I am glad of this opportunity too. I may venture to speak to you, and to take you by the hand, on the eve of separation. I shall not have to resist your frank approaches, Walter, any more." There was a melancholy in his smile as he said it, that showed he had found some company and friendship for his thoughts, even in that. "Ah, Mr. Carker," returned Walter, "why did you resist them? You could have done me nothing but good, I am very sure." He shook his head. "If there were any good," he said, "I could do on this earth, I would do it, Walter, for you. The sight of you from day to day has been at once happiness and remorse to me. But the pleasure has outweighed the pain. I know that now, by knowing what I lose." "Come in, Mr. Carker, and make acquaintance with my old uncle," urged Walter. "I have often talked to him about you, and he will be glad to tell you all he hears from me. I have not," said Walter, noticing his hesitation and speaking with embarrassment himself, "I have not told him anything about our last conversation, Mr. Carker, not even him, believe me." The grey junior pressed his hand, and tears rose in his eyes. "If I ever make acquaintance with him, Walter," he returned, "it will be that I may hear tidings of you. Rely on my not wronging your forbearance and consideration. It would be to wrong it not to tell him all the truth before I sought a word of confidence from him. But I have no friend or acquaintance except you, and even for your sake am little likely to make any." "I wish," said Walter, "you had suffered me to be your friend. Indeed, I always wished it, Mr. Carker, as you know, but never half so much as now, when we are going to part." "It is enough," replied the other, "that you have been the friend of my own breast, and that when I have avoided you most, my heart inclined the most towards you, and was fullest of you. Walter, good-bye." "Good-bye, Mr. Carker. Heaven be with you, sir!" cried Walter, with emotion. "If," said the other, retaining his hand while he spoke, "if, when you come back, you miss me from my old corner, and should hear from any one where I am lying, come and look upon my grave. Think that I might have been as honest and as happy as you; and let me think, when I know my time is coming on, that some one like my former self may stand there for a moment, and remember me with pity and forgiveness. Walter, good-bye." His figure crept like a shadow down the bright sunlighted street, so cheerful yet so solemn in the early summer morning, and slowly passed away. The relentless chronometer at last announced that Walter must turn his back upon the wooden midshipman, and away they went, himself, his uncle, and the captain, in a hackney coach, to a wharf, where they were to take steamboat for some reach down the river, the name of which, as the captain gave it out, was a hopeless mystery to the ears of landsmen. Arrived at this reach, whither the ship had repaired by last night's tide, they were boarded by various excited watermen, and among others by a dirty Cyclops of the captain's acquaintance, who, with his one eye, had made the captain out some mile and a half off, and had been exchanging unintelligible roars with him ever since. Becoming the lawful prize of this personage, who was frightfully hoarse and constitutionally in want of shaving, they were all three put aboard the Son and Heir. And the Son and Heir was in a pretty state of confusion, with sails lying all bedraggled on the wet decks, loose ropes tripping people up, men in red shirts running barefoot to and fro, casks blockading every foot of space, and, in the thickest of the fray, a black cook in a black caboose up to his eyes in vegetables and blinded with smoke. The captain immediately drew Walter into a corner, and with great effort, that made his face very red, pulled up the silver watch, which was so big and so tight in his pocket that it came out like a bung. "Walter," said the captain, handing it over and shaking him heartily by the hand, "a parting gift, my lad. Put it back half an hour every morning, and about another quarter towards the afternoon, and it's a watch that'll do you credit." "Captain Cuttle, I couldn't think of it," cried Walter, detaining him, for he was running away. "Pray take it back. I have one already." "Then, Walter," said the captain, suddenly diving into one of his pockets, and bringing up the 2 teaspoons and the sugar tongs with which he had armed himself to meet such an objection, "take this here trifle of plate instead."
"No, no, I couldn't indeed," cried Walter. "A thousand thanks. Don't throw them away, Captain Cuttle," for the captain was about to jerk them overboard. "They'll be of much more use to you than me. Give me your stick. I have often thought that I should like to have it. There! Good bye, Captain Cuttle. Take care of my uncle. Uncle Sol, God bless you." They were over the side in the confusion before Walter caught another glimpse of either, and when he ran up to the stern and looked after them, he saw his uncle hanging down his head in the boat, and Captain Cuttle rapping him on the back with the great silver watch (it must have been very painful), and gesticulating hopefully with the teaspoons and sugar tongs. Catching sight of Walter, Captain Cuttle dropped the property into the bottom of the boat with perfect unconcern, being evidently oblivious of its existence, and pulling off the glazed hat, hailed him lustily. The glazed hat made quite a show in the sun with its glistening, and the captain continued to wave it until he could be seen no longer. Then the confusion on board, which had been rapidly increasing, reached its height. 2 or 3 other boats went away with a cheer. The sails shone bright and full above as Walter watched them spread their surface to the favourable breeze. The water flew in sparkles from the prow, and off upon her voyage went the Son and Heir, as hopefully and trippingly as many another son and heir, gone down, had started on his way before her. Day after day, old Sol and Captain Cuttle kept her reckoning in the little back parlour and worked out her course, with the chart spread before them on the round table. At night, when old Sol climbed upstairs, so lonely, to the attic where it sometimes blew great guns, he looked up at the stars and listened to the wind, and kept a longer watch than would have fallen to his lot on board the ship. The last bottle of the old Madeira, which had its cruising days and had known its dangers of the deep, lay silently beneath its dust and cobwebs in the meanwhile, undisturbed. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Chapter 20. Mr. Dombey Goes Upon a Journey. "Mr. Dombey, sir," said Major Bagstock, "Joey B. is not in general a man of sentiment, for Joseph is tough, but Joe has his feelings, sir, and when they are awakened—" "Damme, Mr. Dombey," cried the Major with sudden ferocity, "this is weakness, and I won't submit to it." Major Bagstock delivered himself of these expressions on receiving Mr. Dombey as his guest at the head of his own staircase in Princess's Place. Mr. Dombey had come to breakfast with the Major previous to their setting forth on their trip, and the ill-starred native had already undergone a world of misery arising out of the muffins, while, in connection with the general question of boiled eggs, life was a burden to him. "It is not for an old soldier of the Bagstock breed," observed the Major, relapsing into a mild state, "to deliver himself up a prey to his own emotions. But, damme, sir," cried the Major, in another spasm of ferocity, "I condole with you." The Major's purple visage deepened in its hue, and the Major's lobster eyes stood out in bolder relief as he shook Mr. Dombey by the hand, imparting to that peaceful action as defiant a character as if it had been the prelude to his immediately boxing Mr. Dombey for £1,000 a side and the championship of England. With a roratory motion of his head, and a wheeze very like the cough of a horse, the Major then conducted his visitor to the sitting room, and there welcomed him, having now composed his feelings, with the freedom and frankness of a travelling companion. "Dombey," said the Major, "I'm glad to see you. I'm proud to see you. There are not many men in Europe to whom J. Bagstock would say that. For Josh is blunt, sir. It's his nature. But Joey B. is proud to see you, Dombey." "Major," returned Mr. Dombey, "you are very obliging." "No, sir," said the Major. "Devil a bit. That's not my character. If that had been Joe's character, Joe might have been by this time Lieutenant General Sir Joseph Bagstock, K.C.B., and might have received you in very different quarters. You don't know old Joe yet, I find. But this occasion, being special, is a source of pride to me. By the Lord, sir," said the Major resolutely, "it's an honour to me." Mr. Dombey, in his estimation of himself and his money, felt that this was very true, and therefore did not dispute the point. But the instinctive recognition of such a truth by the Major, and his plain avowal of it, were very agreeable. It was a confirmation to Mr. Dombey, if he had required any, of his not being mistaken in the Major. It was an assurance to him that his power extended beyond his own immediate sphere, and that the Major, as an officer and a gentleman, had a no less becoming sense of it than the beadle of the Royal Exchange. And if it were ever consolatory to know this, or the like of this, it was consolatory then, when the impotence of his will, the instability of his hopes, the feebleness of wealth, had been so direly impressed upon him. What could it do? His boy had asked him. Sometimes, thinking of the baby question, he could hardly forbear inquiring himself what could it do indeed? What had it done? But these were lonely thoughts, bred late at night in the sullen despondency and gloom of his retirement, and pride easily found its reassurance in many testimonies to the truth, as unimpeachable and precious as the Major's. Mr. Dombey, in his friendlessness, inclined to the Major. It cannot be said that he warmed towards him, but he thought a little. The Major had had some part, and not too much, in the days by the seaside. He was a man of the world, and knew some great people. He talked much, and told stories, and Mr. Dombey was disposed to regard him as a choice spirit who shone in society, and who had not that poisonous ingredient of poverty, with which choice spirits in general are too much adulterated. His station was undeniable. Although the Major was a creditable companion, well accustomed to a life of leisure, and to such places as that they were about to visit, and having an air of gentlemanly ease about him that mixed well enough with his own city character, and did not compete with it at all. If Mr. Dombey had any lingering idea that the Major, as a man accustomed, in the way of his calling, to make light of the ruthless hand that had lately crushed his hopes, might unconsciously impart some useful philosophy to him and scare away his weak regrets, he hid it from himself, and left it lying at the bottom of his pride, unexamined. "Where is my scoundrel?" said the Major, looking wrathfully round the room. The native, who had no particular name, but answered to any vituperative epithet, presented himself instantly at the door, and ventured to come no nearer. "You villain!" said the choleric Major. "Where's the breakfast?" The dark servant disappeared in search of it, and was quickly heard reascending the stairs in such a tremulous state that the plates and dishes on the tray he carried, trembling sympathetically as he came, rattled again all the way up. "Dombey," said the Major, glancing at the native as he arranged the table, and encouraging him with an awful shake of his fist when he upset a spoon. "Here is a devilled grill, a savoury pie, a dish of kidneys, and so forth. Pray sit down. Old Joe can give you nothing but camp fare, you see." "Very excellent fare, Major," replied his guest, and not in mere politeness either, for the Major always took the best possible care of himself, and indeed ate rather more of rich meats than was good for him, insomuch that his imperial complexion was mainly referred by the faculty to that circumstance. "You have been looking over the way, sir," observed the Major. "Have you seen our friend?" "You mean Miss Tox?" retorted Mr. Dombey. "No." "Charming woman, sir," said the Major, with a fat laugh rising in his short throat and nearly suffocating him. "Miss Tox is a very good sort of person, I believe," replied Mr. Dombey. The haughty coldness of the reply seemed to afford Major Bagstock infinite delight. He swelled and swelled exceedingly, and even laid down his knife and fork for a moment to rub his hands. "Old Joe, sir," said the Major, "was a bit of a favourite in that quarter once, but Joe has had his day. J. Bagstock is extinguished, outrivalled, floored, sir." "I should have supposed," Mr. Dombey replied, "that the ladies' day for favourites was over. But perhaps you are jesting, Major." "Perhaps you are jesting, Dombey," was the Major's rejoinder. There never was a more unlikely possibility. It was so clearly expressed in Mr. Dombey's face that the Major apologised. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I see you are in earnest. I tell you what, Dombey." The Major paused in his eating, and looked mysteriously indignant. "That's a devilish ambitious woman, sir." Mr. Dombey said, "Indeed," with frigid indifference, mingled perhaps with some contemptuous incredulity as to Miss Tox having the presumption to harbour such a superior quality. "That woman, sir," said the Major, "is, in her way, a Lucifer. Joey B. has had his day, sir, but he keeps his eyes. He sees, does Joe. His Royal Highness the Duke of York observed of Joey at a levee that he saw." The Major accomplished this with such a look, and between eating, drinking, hot tea, devilled grill, muffins, and meaning, was altogether so swollen and inflamed about the head, that even Mr. Dombey showed some anxiety for him. "That ridiculous old spectacle, sir," pursued the Major, "aspires. She aspires sky high, sir, matrimonially, Dombey." "I am sorry for her," said Mr. Dombey. "Don't say that, Dombey," returned the Major in a warning voice. "Why should I not, Major?" said Mr. Dombey. The Major gave no answer but the horse's cough, and went on eating vigorously. "She has taken an interest in your household," said the Major, stopping short again, "and has been a frequent visitor at your house for some time now." "Yes," replied Mr. Dombey, with great stateliness. "Miss Tox was originally received there, at the time of Mrs. Dombey's death, as a friend of my sister's, and being a well-behaved person, and showing a liking for the poor infant, she was permitted, I may say encouraged, to repeat her visits with my sister, and gradually to occupy a kind of footing of familiarity in the family. I have," said Mr. Dombey, in the tone of a man who is making a great and valuable concession, "I have a respect for Miss Tox. She has been so obliging as to render many little services in my house, trifling and insignificant services perhaps, Major, but not to be disparaged on that account. And I hope I have had the good fortune to be enabled to acknowledge them by such attention and notice as it has been in my power to bestow. I hold myself indebted to Miss Tox, Major," added Mr. Dombey, with a slight wave of his hand, "for the pleasure of your acquaintance." "Dombey," said the Major, warmly. "No, no, sir. Joseph Bagstock can never permit that assertion to pass uncontradicted. Your knowledge of old Joe, sir, such as he is, and old Joe's knowledge of you, sir, had its origin in a noble fellow, sir, in a great creature, sir, Dombey," said the Major, with a struggle which it was not very difficult to parade, his whole life being a struggle against all kinds of apoplectic symptoms. "We knew each other through your boy." Mr. Dombey seemed touched, as it is not improbable the Major designed he should be, by this allusion. He looked down and sighed, and the Major, rousing himself fiercely, again said, in reference to the state of mind into which he felt himself in danger of falling, that this was weakness, and nothing should induce him to submit to it. "Our friend has a remote connection with that event," said the Major, "and all the credit that belongs to her J.B. is willing to give her, sir. Notwithstanding which, ma'am," he added, raising his eyes from his plate, and casting them across Princess's Place to where Miss Tox was at the moment visible at her window watering her flowers, "you're a screaming jade, ma'am, and your ambition is a piece of monstrous impudence. If it only made yourself ridiculous, ma'am," said the Major, rolling his head at the unconscious Miss Tox, while his starting eyes appeared to make a leap towards her, "you might do that to your heart's content, ma'am, without any objection, I assure you, on the part of Bagstock." Here the Major laughed frightfully up in the tips of his ears and in the veins of his head. "But when, ma'am," said the Major, "you compromise other people, and generous, unsuspicious people too, as a repayment for their condescension, you stir the blood of old Joe in his body." "Major," said Mr. Dombey, reddening, "I hope you do not hint at anything so absurd on the part of Miss Tox as—" "Dombey," returned the Major, "I hint at nothing. But Joey B. has lived in the world, sir. I lived in the world with his eyes open, sir, and his ears cocked, and Joe tells you, Dombey, that there's a devilish artful and ambitious woman over the way." Mr. Dombey involuntarily glanced over the way, and an angry glance he sent in that direction too. "That's all on such a subject that shall pass the lips of Joseph Bagstock," said the Major, firmly. "Joe is not a tale-bearer, but there are times when he must speak, when he will speak. Confound your arts, ma'am," cried the Major, again apostrophising his fair neighbour with great ire, "when the provocation is too strong to admit of his remaining silent." The emotion of this outbreak threw the Major into a paroxysm of horse's coughs, which held him for a long time. On recovering, he added, "And now, Dombey, as you have invited Joe, old Joe, who has no other merits, sir, but that he is tough and hearty, to be your guest and guide at Leamington, command him in any way you please, and he is wholly yours. I don't know, sir," said the Major, wagging his double chin with a jocose air, "what it is you people see in Joe to make you hold him in such great request, all of you; but this I know, sir, that if he wasn't pretty tough and obstinate in his refusals, you'd kill him among you with your invitations and so forth, in double quick time." Mr. Dombey, in a few words, expressed his sense of the preference he received over those other distinguished members of society who were clamouring for the possession of Major Bagstock. But the Major cut him short by giving him to understand that he followed his own inclinations, and that they had risen up in a body, and said with one accord, "J.B. Dombey is the man for you to choose as a friend." The Major being by this time in a state of repletion, with essence of savoury pie oozing out at the corners of his eye, and devilled grill and kidneys tightening his cravat, and the time moreover approaching for the departure of the railway train to Birmingham, by which they were to leave town, the native got him into his greatcoat with immense difficulty, and buttoned him up until his face looked staring and gasping over the top of that garment as if he were in a barrel. The native then handed him separately, and with a decent interval between each supply, his wash leather gloves, his thick stick, and his hat, which latter article the Major wore with a rakish air on one side of his head, by way of toning down his remarkable visage. The native had previously packed in all possible and impossible parts of Mr. Dombey's chariot, which was in waiting, an unusual quantity of carpet bags and small portmanteaus, no less apoplectic in appearance than the Major himself, and having filled his own pockets with seltzer water, East India sherry, sandwiches, shawls, telescopes, maps, and newspapers, any or all of which light baggage the Major might require at any instant of the journey, he announced that everything was ready. To complete the equipment of this unfortunate foreigner, currently believed to be a prince in his own country, when he took his seat in the rumble by the side of Mr. Towlinson, a pile of the Major's cloaks and greatcoats were hurled upon him by the landlord, who aimed at him from the pavement with those great missiles like a Titan, and so covered him up that he proceeded, in a living tomb, to the railroad station. But before the carriage moved away, and while the native was in the act of sepulture, Miss Tox, appearing at her window, waved a lily-white handkerchief. Mr. Dombey received this parting salutation very coldly even for him, and honouring her with the slightest possible inclination of his head, leaned back in the carriage with a very discontented look. His marked behaviour seemed to afford the Major, who was all politeness in his recognition of Miss Tox, unbounded satisfaction, and he sat for a long time afterwards, leering and choking like an overfed Mephistopheles. During the bustle of preparation at the railway, Mr. Dombey and the Major walked up and down the platform side by side, the former taciturn and gloomy, and the latter entertaining him, or entertaining himself, with a variety of anecdotes and reminiscences, in most of which Joe Bagstock was the principal performer. Neither of the two observed that in the course of these walks they attracted the attention of a working man who was standing near the engine, and who touched his hat every time they passed, for Mr. Dombey habitually looked over the vulgar herd, not at them, and the Major was looking, at the time, into the core of one of his stories. At length, however, this man stepped before them as they turned round, and pulling his hat off, and keeping it off, ducked his head to Mr. Dombey. "Beg your pardon, sir," said the man, "but I hope you're a-doing pretty well, sir." He was dressed in a canvas suit abundantly besmeared with coal dust and oil, and had cinders in his whiskers, and a smell of half-slaked ashes all over him. He was not a bad-looking fellow, nor even what could be fairly called a dirty-looking fellow, in spite of this; and, in short, he was Mr. Tootle, professionally clothed. "I shall have the honour of stoking you down, sir," said Mr. Tootle. "Beg your pardon, sir. I hope you find yourself a coming round." Mr. Dombey looked at him, in return for his tone in interest, as if a man like that would make his very eyesight dirty. "'Scuse the liberty, sir," said Tootle, seeing he was not clearly remembered, "but my wife Polly, as was called Richards in your family." A change in Mr. Dombey's face, which seemed to express recollection of him, and so it did, but it expressed in a much stronger degree an angry sense of humiliation, stopped Mr. Tootle short. "Your wife wants money, I suppose," said Mr. Dombey, putting his hand in his pocket and speaking, but that he always did, haughtily. "No, thank you, sir," returned Tootle. "I can't say she does. I don't." Mr. Dombey was stopped short now in his turn, and awkwardly, with his hand in his pocket. "No, sir," said Tootle, turning his oilskin cap round and round. "We're doing pretty well, sir. We haven't no cause to complain in the worldly way, sir. We've had 4 more since then, sir, but we rubs on." Mr. Dombey would have rubbed on to his own carriage, though in so doing he had rubbed the stoker underneath the wheels, but his attention was arrested by something in connection with the cap still going slowly round and round in the man's hand. "We lost one bebby," observed Tootle. "There's no denying." "Lately," added Mr. Dombey, looking at the cap. "No, sir, up at 3 years ago, but all the rest is hearty. And in the matter of reading, sir," said Tootle, ducking again, as if to remind Mr. Dombey of what had passed between them on that subject long ago, "them boys o' mine, they learned me. Among 'em, after all, they're made a wery tolerable scholar of me, sir, them boys." "Come, Major," said Mr. Dombey. "Beg your pardon, sir," resumed Tootle, taking a step before them, and deferentially stopping them again, still cap in hand. "I wouldn't have troubled you with such a point, except as a way of getting in the name of my son Byler, christened Robin, him as you were so good as to make a charitable grinder on." "Well, man," said Mr. Dombey, in his severest manner, "what about him?" "Why, sir," returned Tootle, shaking his head with a face of great anxiety and distress, "I'm forced to say, sir, that he's gone wrong." "He has gone wrong, has he?" said Mr. Dombey, with a hard kind of satisfaction. "He has fell into bad company, you see, gentlemen," pursued the father, looking wistfully at both, and evidently taking the Major into the conversation with the hope of having his sympathy. "He has got into bad ways. God send he may come to again, gentlemen, but he's on the wrong track now. You could hardly be off hearing of it somehow, sir," said Tootle, again addressing Mr. Dombey individually, "and it's better I should out and say my boy's gone rather wrong. Polly's dreadful down about it, gentlemen," said Tootle, with the same dejected look, and another appeal to the Major. "A son of this man's whom I cause to be educated, Major," said Mr. Dombey, giving him his arm. "The usual return." "Take advice from plain old Joe, and never educate that sort of people, sir," returned the Major. "Damme, sir, it never does. It always fails." The simple father was beginning to submit that he hoped his son, the quondam grinder, huffed and cuffed and flogged and badged and taught, as parrots are, by a brute jobbed into his place of schoolmaster with as much fitness for it as a hound, might not have been educated on quite a right plan in some undiscovered respect, when Mr. Dombey, angrily repeating "the usual return," led the Major away, and the Major, being heavy to hoist into Mr. Dombey's carriage, elevated in mid-air, and having to stop and swear that he would flay the native alive, and break every bone in his skin, and visit other physical torments upon him every time he couldn't get his foot on the step, and fell back on that dark exile, had barely time before they started to repeat hoarsely that it would never do, that it always failed, and that if he were to educate his own vagabond, he would certainly be hanged. Mr. Dombey assented bitterly, but there was something more in his bitterness, and in his moody way of falling back in the carriage, and looking with knitted brows at the changing objects without,
than the failure of that noble educational system administered by the Grinders' Company. He had seen upon the man's rough cap a piece of new crape, and he had assured himself, from his manner and his answers, that he wore it for his son. So, from high to low, at home or abroad, from Florence in his great house to the coarse churl who was feeding the fire then smoking before them, every one set up some claim or other to a share in his dead boy, and was a bidder against him. Could he ever forget how that woman had wept over his pillow, called him her own child, or how he, waking from his sleep, had asked for her, and had raised himself in his bed and brightened when she came in? To think of this presumptuous raker among coals and ashes going on before there, with his sign of mourning. To think that he dared to enter, even by a common show like that, into the trial and disappointment of a proud gentleman's secret heart. To think that this lost child, who was to have divided with him his riches and his projects and his power, and allied with whom he was to have shut out all the world as with a double door of gold, should have let in such a herd to insult him with their knowledge of his defeated hopes, and their boasts of claiming community of feeling with himself, so far removed, if not of having crept into the place wherein he would have lorded it alone. He found no pleasure or relief in the journey. Tortured by these thoughts, he carried monotony with him through the rushing landscape, and hurried headlong, not through a rich and varied country, but a wilderness of blighted plans and gnawing jealousies. The very speed at which the train was whirled along mocked the swift course of the young life that had been borne away so steadily and so inexorably to its foredoomed end. The power that forced itself upon its iron way, its own, defiant of all paths and roads, piercing through the heart of every obstacle, and dragging living creatures of all classes, ages, degrees behind it, was a type of the triumphant monster, Death. Away, with a shriek and a roar and a rattle from the town, burrowing among the dwellings of men and making the streets hum, flashing out into the meadows for a moment, mining it through the damp earth, booming on in darkness and heavy air, bursting out again into the sunny day so bright and wide. Away, with a shriek and a roar and a rattle, through the fields, through the woods, through the corn, through the hay, through the chalk, through the mould, through the clay, through the rock, among objects close at hand and almost in the grasp, ever flying from the traveller, and a deceitful distance ever moving slowly within him, like as in the track of the remorseless monster, Death. Through the hollow, on the height, by the heath, by the orchard, by the park, by the garden, over the canal, across the river, where the sheep are feeding, where the mill is going, where the barge is floating, where the dead are lying, where the factory is smoking, where the stream is running, where the village clusters, where the great cathedral rises, where the bleak moor lies, and the wild breeze smooths or ruffles it as at its inconstant will, away, with a shriek and a roar and a rattle, and no trace to leave behind but dust and vapour, like as in the track of the remorseless monster, Death. Breasting the wind and light, the shower and sunshine, away and still away, it rolls and roars, fierce and rapid, smooth and certain, and great works and massive bridges crossing up above fall like a beam of shadow an inch broad upon the eye, and then are lost. Away and still away, onward and onward ever. Glimpses of cottage homes, of houses, mansions, rich estates, of husbandry and handicraft, of people, of old road and paths that look deserted, small and insignificant as they are left behind, and so they do, and what
else is there but such glimpses in the track of the indomitable monster, Death. Away with a shriek and a roar and a rattle, plunging down into the earth again, and working on in such a storm of energy and perseverance that amidst the darkness and whirlwind the motion seems reversed, and to tend furiously backward, until a ray of light upon the wet wall shows its surface flying past like a fierce stream. Away once more into the day and through the day, with a shrill yell of exultation, roaring, rattling, tearing on, spurning everything with its dark breath, sometimes pausing for a minute where a crowd of faces are, that in a minute more are not, sometimes lapping water greedily, and before the spout at which it drinks has ceased to drip upon the ground, shrieking, roaring, rattling through the purple distance. Louder and louder yet, it shrieks and cries as it comes tearing on, resistless to the goal, and now its way, still like the way of death, is strewn with ashes thickly. Everything around is blackened. There are dark pools of water, muddy lanes, and miserable habitations far below. There are jagged walls and falling houses close at hand, and through the battered roofs and broken windows wretched rooms are seen, where want and fever hide themselves in many wretched shapes, while smoke and crowded gables and distorted chimneys and deformity of brick and mortar, penning up deformity of mind and body, choke the murky distance. As Mr. Dombey looks out of his carriage window, it is never in his thoughts that the monster who has brought him there has let the light of day in on these things, not made or caused them. It was the journey's fitting end, and might have been the end of everything, it was so ruinous and dreary. So, pursuing the one course of thought, he had the one relentless monster still before him. All things looked black and cold and deadly upon him, and he on them. He found a likeness to his misfortune everywhere. There was a remorseless triumph going on about him, and it galled and stung him in his pride and jealousy, whatever form it took, though most of all when it divided with him the love and memory of his lost boy. There was a face, he had looked upon it on the previous night, and it on him with eyes that read his soul, though they were dim with tears and hidden soon behind two quivering hands, that often had attended him in fancy on this ride. He had seen it with the expression of last night, timidly pleading to him. It was not reproachful, but there was something of doubt, almost of hopeless incredulity in it, which, as he once more saw that fade away into a desolate certainty of his dislike, was like reproach. It was a trouble to him to think of this face of Florence. Because he felt any new compunction toward it? No. Because the feeling it awakened in him, of which he had had some old foreshadowing in older times, was full formed now, and spoke out plainly, moving him too much, and threatening to grow too strong for his composure. Because the face was abroad in the expression of defeat and persecution that seemed to encircle him like the air. Because it barbed the arrow of that cruel and remorseless enemy on which his thoughts so ran, and put into its grasp a double-headed sword. Because he knew full well in his own breast, as he stood there, tinging the scene of transition before him with the morbid colours of his own mind, and making it a ruin and a picture of decay instead of hopeful change, and promise of better things, that life had quite as much to do with his complainings as death. One child was gone, and one child left. Why was the object of his hope removed instead of her? The sweet, calm, gentle presence in his fancy
moved him to no reflection but that. She had been unwelcome to him from the first. She was an aggravation of his bitterness now. If his son had been his only child, and the same blow had fallen on him, it would have been heavy to bear, but infinitely lighter than now, when it might have fallen on her, whom he could have lost, or he believed it, without a pang, and had not. Her loving and innocent face rising before him had no softening or winning influence. He rejected the angel, and took up with the tormenting spirit crouching in his bosom. Her patience, goodness, youth, devotion, love, were as so many atoms in the ashes upon which he set his heel. He saw her image in the blight and blackness all around him, not irradiating, but deepening the gloom. More than once upon this journey, and now again as he stood pondering at this journey's end, tracing figures in the dust with his stick, the thought came into his mind, what was there he could interpose between himself and it? The Major, who had been blowing and panting all the way down, like another engine, and whose eye had often wandered from his newspaper to leer at the prospect, as if there were a procession of discomfited Miss Toxes pouring out in the smoke of the train, and flying away over the fields to hide themselves in any place of refuge, aroused his friend by informing him that the post horses were harnessed and the carriage ready. "Dombey," said the Major, rapping him on the arm with his cane, "don't be thoughtful. It's a bad habit. Old Joe, sir, wouldn't be as tough as you see him if he had ever encouraged it. You are too great a man, Dombey, to be thoughtful. In your position, sir, you're far above that kind of thing." The Major, even in his friendly remonstrances, thus consulting the dignity and honour of Mr. Dombey, and showing a lively sense of their importance, Mr. Dombey felt more than ever disposed to defer to a gentleman possessing so much good sense and such a well-regulated mind. Accordingly, he made an effort to listen to the Major's stories as they trotted along the turnpike road, and the Major, finding both the pace and the road a great deal better adapted to his conversational powers than the mode of travelling they had just relinquished, came out for his entertainment. But still the Major, blunt and tough as he was, and as he so very often said he was, administered some palatable catering to his companion's appetite. He related, or rather suffered it to escape him, accidentally, and as one might say grudgingly and against his will, how there was a great curiosity and excitement at the club in regard to his friend Dombey. How he was suffocated with questions, sir. How old Joe Bagstock was a greater man than ever on the strength of Dombey. How they said, "Bagstock, your friend Dombey now, what is the view he takes of such and such a question?" "Though, by the rood, sir," said the Major, with a broad stare, "how they discovered that J.B. ever came to know you is a mystery." In this flow of spirits and conversation, only interrupted by his usual plethoric symptoms, and by intervals of lunch, and from time to time by some violent assault upon the native, who wore a pair of earrings in his dark brown ears, and on whom his European clothes sat with an outlandish impossibility of adjustment, being, of their own accord, and without any reference to the tailor's art, long where they ought to be short, short where they ought to be long, tight where they ought to be loose, and loose where they ought to be tight, and to which he imparted a new grace whenever the Major attacked him, by shrinking into them like a shrivelled nut, or a cold monkey. In this flow of spirits and conversation the Major continued all day. So that when evening came on, and found them trotting through the green and leafy road near Leamington, the Major's voice, what with talking and eating and chuckling and choking, appeared to be in the box under the rumble, or in some neighbouring haystack. Nor did the Major improve it at the Royal Hotel, where rooms and dinner had been ordered, and where he so oppressed his organs of speech by eating and drinking, that when he retired to bed he had no voice at all, except to cough with, and could only make himself intelligible to that dark servant by gasping at him. He not only rose next morning, however, like a giant refreshed, but conducted himself at breakfast like a giant refreshing. At this meal they arranged their daily habits. The Major was to take the responsibility of ordering everything to eat and drink, and they were to have a late breakfast together every morning, and a late dinner together every day. Mr. Dombey would prefer remaining in his own room, or walking in the country by himself on that first day of their sojourn at Leamington, but next morning he would be happy to accompany the Major to the pump room and about the town. So they parted until dinner time. Mr. Dombey retired to nurse his wholesome thoughts in his own way. The Major, attended by the native carrying a camp stool, a greatcoat, and an umbrella, swaggered up and down through all the public places, looking into subscription books to find out who was there, looking up old ladies by whom he was much admired, reporting J.B. tougher than ever, and puffing his rich friend Dombey wherever he went. There never was a man who stood by a friend more staunchly than the Major, when, in puffing him, he puffed himself. It was surprising how much new conversation the Major had to let off at dinner time, and what occasion he gave Mr. Dombey to admire his social qualities. At breakfast next morning he knew the contents of the latest newspapers received, and mentioned several subjects in connection with them, on which his opinion had recently been sought by persons of such power and might that they were only to be obscurely hinted at. Mr. Dombey, who had been so long shut up within himself, and who had rarely at any time overstepped the enchanted circle within which the operations on Dombey and Son were conducted, began to think this an improvement on his solitary life, and in place of excusing himself for another day, as he had thought of doing when alone, walked out with the Major arm in arm. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of Dombey and Son. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dombey and Son by Charles Dickens. Recording by Cynthia Lyons. Chapter 21. New Faces. The Major, more blue-faced and staring, more overripe, as it were, than ever, and giving vent every now and then to one of the horse's coughs, not so much of necessity as in a spontaneous explosion of importance, walked arm in arm with Mr. Dombey up the sunny side of the way, with his cheeks swelling over his tight stock, his legs majestically wide apart, and his great head wagging from side to side, as if he were remonstrating within himself for being such a captivating object. They had not walked many yards before the Major encountered somebody he knew, nor many yards farther before the Major encountered somebody else he knew, but he merely shook his fingers at them as he passed, and led Mr. Dombey on, pointing out the localities as they went, and enlivening the walk with any current scandal suggested by them. In this manner the Major and Mr. Dombey were walking arm in arm, much to their own satisfaction, when they beheld advancing towards them a wheeled chair, in which a lady was seated, indolently steering her carriage by a kind of rudder in front, while it was propelled by some unseen power in the rear. Although the lady was not young, she was very blooming in the face, quite rosy, and her dress and attitude were perfectly juvenile. Walking by the side of the chair, and carrying her gossamer parasol with a proud and weary air, as if so great an effort must be soon abandoned, and the parasol dropped, sauntered a much younger lady, very handsome, very haughty, very wilful, who tossed her head and drooped her eyelids, as though if there were anything in all the world worth looking into save a mirror, it certainly was not the earth or sky. "Why, what the devil have we here, sir?" cried the Major, stopping as this little cavalcade drew near. "My dearest Edith," drawled the lady in the chair. "Major Bagstock." The Major no sooner heard the voice than he relinquished Mr. Dombey's arm, darted forward, took the hand of the lady in the chair, and pressed it to his lips. With no less gallantry, the Major folded both his gloves upon his heart, and bowed low to the other lady. And now, the chair having stopped, the motive power became visible in the shape of a flushed page pushing behind, who seemed to have in part outgrown and in part outpushed his strength. For when he stood upright he was tall and wan and thin, and his plight appeared the more forlorn from his having injured the shape of his hat by butting at the carriage with his head to urge it forward, as is sometimes done by elephants in Oriental countries. "Joe Bagstock," said the Major to both ladies, "is a proud and happy man for the rest of his life." "You false creature," said the old lady in the chair, insipidly. "Where do you come from? I can't bear you." "Then suffer old Joe to present a friend, ma'am," said the Major, promptly, "as a reason for being tolerated. Mr. Dombey, Mrs. Skewton." The lady in the chair was gracious. "Mr. Dombey, Mrs. Granger." The lady with the parasol was faintly conscious of Mr. Dombey's taking off his hat and bowing low. "I am delighted, sir," said the Major, "to have this opportunity." The Major seemed in earnest, for he looked at all the three and leered in his ugliest manner. "Mrs. Skewton, Dombey," said the Major, "makes havoc in the heart of old Josh." Mr. Dombey signified that he didn't wonder at it. "You perfidious goblin," said the lady in the chair. "Have done. How long have you been here, bad man?" "1 day," replied the Major. "And can you be a day, or even a minute?" returned the lady, slightly settling her false curls and false eyebrows with her fan, and showing her false teeth, set off by her false complexion. "In the garden of what's-its-name?" "Eden, I suppose, mamma," interrupted the younger lady, scornfully. "My dear Edith," said the other, "I cannot help it. I can never remember those frightful names, without having your whole soul and being inspired by the sight of nature, by the perfume," said Mrs. Skewton, rustling a handkerchief that was faint and sticky with essences, "of her artless breath, you creature." The discrepancy between Mrs. Skewton's fresh enthusiasm of words and forlornly faded manner was hardly less observable than that between her age, which was about 70, and her dress, which would have been youthful for 27. Her attitude in the wheeled chair, which she never varied, was one in which she had been taken in a barouche, some 50 years before, by a then fashionable artist, who had appended to his published sketch the name of Cleopatra, in consequence of a discovery made by the critics of the time, that it bore an exact resemblance to that princess as she reclined on board her galley. Mrs. Skewton was a beauty then, and bucks threw wine glasses over their heads by dozens in her honour. The beauty and the barouche had both passed away, but she still preserved the attitude, and for this reason expressly maintained the wheeled chair and the butting page, then there being nothing whatever, except the attitude, to prevent her from walking. "Mr. Dombey is devoted to nature, I trust," said Mrs. Skewton, settling her diamond brooch. And, by the way, she chiefly lived upon the reputation of some diamonds, and her family connections. "My friend Dombey, ma'am," returned the Major, "may be devoted to her in secret, but a man who is paramount in the greatest city in the universe—" "No one can be a stranger," said Mrs. Skewton, "to Mr. Dombey's immense influence." As Mr. Dombey acknowledged the compliment with a bend of his head, the younger lady, glancing at him, met his eyes. "You reside here, madam?" said Mr. Dombey, addressing her. "No, we have been to a great many places, to Harrogate and Scarborough, and into Devonshire. We have been visiting, and resting here and there. Mamma likes change." "Edith, of course, does not," said Mrs. Skewton, with a ghastly archness. "I have not found that there is any change in such places," was the answer, delivered with supreme indifference. "They libel me. There is only one change, Mr. Dombey," observed Mrs. Skewton, with a mincing sigh, "for which I really care, and that, I fear, I shall never be permitted to enjoy. People cannot spare one, but seclusion and contemplation are my what's-his-name." "If you mean paradise, mamma, you had better say so, to render yourself intelligible," said the younger lady. "My dearest Edith," returned Mrs. Skewton, "you know that I am wholly dependent upon you for those odious names. I assure you, Mr. Dombey, nature intended me for an Arcadian. I am thrown away in society. Cows are my passion. What I have ever sighed for has been to retreat to a Swiss farm, and live entirely surrounded by cows and china." This curious association of objects, suggesting a remembrance of the celebrated bull who got by mistake into a crockery shop, was received with perfect gravity by Mr. Dombey, who intimated his opinion that nature was, no doubt, a very respectable institution. "What I want," drawled Mrs. Skewton, pinching her shrivelled throat, "is heart." It was frightfully true in one sense, if not in that in which she used the phrase. "What I want is frankness, confidence, less conventionality, and freer play of soul. We are dreadfully artificial." We were, indeed. "In short," said Mrs. Skewton, "I want nature everywhere. It would be so extremely charming." "Nature is inviting us away now, mamma, if you are ready," said the younger lady, curling her handsome lip. At this hint, the wan page, who had been surveying the party over the top of the chair, vanished behind it, as if the ground had swallowed him up. "Stop a moment, Withers," said Mrs. Skewton, as the chair began to move, calling to the page with all the languid dignity with which she had called in days of yore to a coachman with a wig, cauliflower nosegay, and silk stockings. "Where are you staying? Abomination!" The Major was staying at the Royal Hotel with his friend Dombey. "You may come and see us any evening when you are good," lisped Mrs. Skewton. "If Mr. Dombey will honour us, we shall be happy. Withers, go on." The Major again pressed to his blue lips the tips of the fingers that were disposed on the ledge of the wheeled chair with careful carelessness, after the Cleopatra model, and Mr. Dombey bowed. The elder lady honoured them both with a very gracious smile and a girlish wave of her hand; the younger lady with the very slightest inclination of her head that common courtesy allowed. The last glimpse of the wrinkled face of the mother, with that patched colour on it, which the sun made infinitely more haggard and dismal than any want of colour could have been, and of the proud beauty of the daughter, with her graceful figure and erect deportment, engendered such an involuntary disposition on the part of both the Major and Mr. Dombey to look after them, that they both turned at the same moment. The page, nearly as much aslant as his own shadow, was toiling after the chair, uphill, like a slow battering ram. The top of Cleopatra's bonnet was fluttering in exactly the same corner to the inch as before, and the beauty, loitering by herself a little in advance, expressed in all her elegant form, from head to foot, the same supreme disregard of everything and everybody. "I tell you what, sir," said the Major, as they resumed their walk again. "If Joe Bagstock were a younger man, there's not a woman in the world whom he'd prefer for Mrs. Bagstock to that woman. By George, sir," said the Major, "she's superb!" "Do you mean the daughter?" inquired Mr. Dombey. "Is Joey B. a turnip, Dombey?" said the Major, "that he should mean the mother?" "You were complimentary to the mother," returned Mr. Dombey. "An ancient flame, sir," chuckled Major Bagstock. "Devilish ancient. I humour her." "She impresses me as being perfectly genteel," said Mr. Dombey. "Genteel, sir," said the Major, stopping short, and staring in his companion's face. "The Honourable Mrs. Skewton, sir, is sister to the late Lord Phoenix, and aunt to the present lord. The family are not wealthy. They're poor, indeed, and she lives upon a small jointure. But if you come to blood, sir," the Major gave a flourish with his stick and walked on again, in despair of being able to say what you came to, if you came to that. "You addressed the daughter, I observed," said Mr. Dombey, after a short pause, "as Mrs. Granger." "Edith Skewton, sir," returned the Major, stopping short again, and punching a mark in the ground with his cane to represent her. "Married at 18, Granger of Ouse," whom the Major indicated by another punch. "Granger, sir," said the Major, tapping the last ideal portrait, and rolling his head emphatically, "was Colonel of Ouse, a devilish handsome fellow, sir, of 41. He died, sir, in the second year of his marriage." The Major ran the representative of the deceased Granger through and through the body with his walking stick, and went on again, carrying the stick over his shoulder. "How long is this ago?" asked Mr. Dombey, making another halt. "Edith Granger, sir," replied the Major, shutting one eye, putting his head on one side, passing his cane into his left hand, and smoothing his shirt frill with his right, "is at the present time not quite 30. And damme, sir," said the Major, shouldering his stick once more, and walking on again, "she's a peerless woman." "Was there any family?" asked Mr. Dombey, presently. "Yes, sir," said the Major. "There was a boy." Mr. Dombey's eyes sought the ground, and a shade came over his face. "Who was drowned, sir," pursued the Major, "when a child of 4 or 5 years old." "Indeed!" said Mr. Dombey, raising his head. "By the upsetting of a boat, in which his nurse had no business to have put him," said the Major. "That's his history. Edith Granger is Edith Granger still; but if tough old Joey B., sir, were a little younger and a little richer, the name of that immortal paragon should be Bagstock." The Major heaved his shoulders and his cheeks, and laughed more like an overfed Mephistopheles than ever as he said the words. "Provided the lady made no objection, I suppose," said Mr. Dombey, coldly. "By gad, sir," said the Major, "the Bagstock breed are not accustomed to that sort of obstacle, though it's true enough that Edith might have married 20 times, but for being proud, sir, proud." Mr. Dombey seemed by his face to think no worse of her for that. "It's a great quality after all," said the Major. "By the Lord, it's a high quality. Dombey, you are proud yourself, and your friend, old Joe, respects you for it, sir." With this tribute to the character of his ally, which seemed to be wrung from him by the force of circumstances and the irresistible tendency of their conversation, the Major closed the subject, and glided into a general exposition of the extent to which he had been beloved and doted on by splendid women and brilliant creatures. On the next day but one, Mr. Dombey and the Major encountered the Honourable Mrs. Skewton and her daughter in the pump room. On the day after they met them again, very near the place where they had met them first. After meeting them thus 3 or 4 times in all, it became a point of mere civility to old acquaintances that the Major should go there one evening. Mr. Dombey had not originally intended to pay visits, but on the Major announcing this intention, he said he would have the pleasure of accompanying him. So the Major told the native to go round before dinner and say, with his and Mr. Dombey's compliments, that they would have the honour of visiting the ladies that same evening, if the ladies were alone. In answer to which message, the native brought back a very small note, with a very large quantity of scent about it, indited by the Honourable Mrs. Skewton to Major Bagstock, and briefly saying, "You are a shocking bear, and I have a great mind not to forgive you, but if you are very good indeed," which was underlined, "you may come. Compliments," in which Edith unites to Mr. Dombey. The Honourable Mrs. Skewton and her daughter, Mrs. Granger, resided, while at Leamington, in lodgings that were fashionable enough and dear enough, but rather limited in point of space and conveniences, so that the Honourable Mrs. Skewton, being in bed, had her feet in the window and her head in the fireplace, while the Honourable Mrs. Skewton's maid was quartered in a closet within the drawing-room, so extremely small that, to avoid developing the whole of its accommodations, she was obliged to writhe in and out of the door like a beautiful serpent. Withers, the wan page, slept out of the house immediately under the tiles at a neighbouring milk shop, and the wheeled chair, which was the stone of that young Sisyphus, passed the night in a shed belonging to the same dairy, where new-laid eggs were produced by the poultry connected with the establishment, who roosted on a broken donkey cart, persuaded, to all appearances, that it grew there, and was a species of tree. Mr. Dombey and the Major found Mrs. Skewton arranged as Cleopatra among the cushions of a sofa, very airily dressed, and certainly not resembling Shakespeare's Cleopatra, whom age could not wither. On the way upstairs they had heard the sound of a harp, but it had ceased on their being announced, and Edith now stood beside it, handsomer and haughtier than ever. It was a remarkable characteristic of this lady's beauty that it appeared to vaunt and assert itself without her aid and against her will. She knew that she was beautiful. It was impossible that it could be otherwise, but she seemed with her own pride to defy her very self. Whether she held cheap attractions that could only call forth admiration that was worthless to her, or whether she designed to render them more precious to admirers by this usage of them, those to whom they were precious seldom paused to consider. "I hope, Mrs. Granger," said Mr. Dombey, advancing a step towards her, "we are not the cause of your ceasing to play." "You? Oh, no." "Why do you not go on then, my dearest Edith?" said Cleopatra.
I left off as I began, of my own fancy." The exquisite indifference of her manner in saying this, an indifference quite removed from dullness or insensibility, for it was pointed with proud purpose, was well set off by the carelessness with which she drew her hand across the strings, and came from that part of the room. "Do you know, Mr Dombey," said her languishing mother, playing with a hand screen, "that occasionally my dearest Edith and myself actually almost differ?" "Not quite sometimes, mamma," said Edith. "Oh, never quite, my darling. Fie, fie, it would break my heart," returned her mother, making a faint attempt to pat her with the screen, which Edith made no movement to meet, "about these cold conventionalities of manner that are observed in little things. Why are we not more natural? Dear me! With all those yearnings and gushings and impulsive throbbings that we have implanted in our souls, and which are so very charming, why are we not more natural?" Mr Dombey said it was very true, very true. "We could be more natural, I suppose, if we tried," said Mrs Skewton. Mr Dombey thought it possible. "Devil a bit, ma'am," said the Major. "We couldn't afford it, unless the world was peopled with J.B.'s, tough and blunt old Joes, ma'am. Plain red herrings with hard roes, sir. We couldn't afford it. It wouldn't do." "You naughty infidel," said Mrs Skewton. "Be mute." "Cleopatra commands," returned the Major, kissing his hand, "and Antony Bagstock obeys." "The man has no sensitiveness," said Mrs Skewton, cruelly holding up the hand screen so as to shut the Major out. "No sympathy. And what do we live for but sympathy? What else is so extremely charming? Without that gleam of sunshine on our cold, cold earth," said Mrs Skewton, arranging her lace tucker, and complacently observing the effect on her bare lean arm, looking upward from the wrist, "how could we possibly bear it? In short, obdurate man," glancing at the Major round the screen, "I would have my world all heart, and Faith is so excessively charming, that I won't allow you to disturb it. Do you hear?" The Major replied that it was hard in Cleopatra to require the world to be all heart, and yet to appropriate to herself the hearts of all the world, which obliged Cleopatra to remind him that flattery was insupportable to her, and that if he had the boldness to address her in that strain any more, she would positively send him home. Withers the wan, at this period, handing round the tea, Mr Dombey again addressed himself to Edith. "There is not much company here, it would seem," said Mr Dombey, in his own portentous gentlemanly way. "I believe not. We see none." "Why, really," observed Mrs Skewton from her couch, "there are no people here just now with whom we care to associate." "They have not enough heart," said Edith, with a smile. The very twilight of a smile, so singularly were its light and darkness blended. "My dearest Edith rallies me, you see," said her mother, shaking her head, which shook a little of itself sometimes, as if the palsy twinkled now and then in opposition to the diamonds. "Wicked one!" "You have been here before, if I am not mistaken," said Mr Dombey, still to Edith. "Oh, several times. I think we have been everywhere." "A beautiful country." "I suppose it is. Everybody says so." "Your cousin Phoenix raves about it, Edith," interposed her mother from her couch. The daughter slightly turned her graceful head, and raising her eyebrows by a hair's breadth, as if her cousin Phoenix were of all the mortal world the least to be regarded, turned her eyes again towards Mr Dombey. "I hope, for the credit of my good taste, that I am tired of the neighbourhood," she said. "You have almost reason to be, madam," he replied,
glancing at a variety of landscape drawings, of which he had already recognised several as representing neighbouring points of view, and which were strewn abundantly about the room. "If these beautiful productions are from your hand." She gave him no reply, but sat in disdainful beauty, quite amazing. "Have they that interest?" said Mr. Dombey. "Are they yours?" "Yes." "And you play, I already know." "Yes." "And sing?" "Yes." She answered all these questions with a strange reluctance, and with that remarkable air of opposition to herself, already noticed as belonging to her beauty. Yet she was not embarrassed, but wholly self-possessed. Neither did she seem to wish to avoid the conversation, for she addressed her face, and, so far as she could, her manner also to him, and continued to do so when he was silent. "You have many resources against weariness, at least," said Mr. Dombey. "Whatever their efficiency may be," she returned, "you know them all now. I have no more." "May I hope to prove them all?" said Mr. Dombey, with solemn gallantry, laying down a drawing he had held, and motioning towards the harp. "Oh, certainly, if you desire it." She rose as she spoke, and crossing by her mother's couch, and directing a stately look towards her, which was instantaneous in its duration, but inclusive, if any one had seen it, of a multitude of expressions, among which that of the twilight smile, without the smile itself, overshadowed all the rest, went out of the room. The Major, who was quite forgiven by this time, had wheeled a little table up to Cleopatra, and was sitting down to play piquet with her. Mr. Dombey, not knowing the game, sat down to watch them for his edification until Edith should return. "We are going to have some music, Mr. Dombey, I hope," said Cleopatra. "Mrs. Granger has been kind enough to promise so." "Ah! That's very nice. Do you propose, Major?" "No, ma'am," said the Major. "Couldn't do it." "You are a barbarous being," replied the lady, "and my hand's destroyed. You are fond of music, Mr. Dombey?" "Eminently so," was Mr. Dombey's answer. "Yes, it's very nice," said Cleopatra, looking at her cards. "So much heart in it, undeveloped recollections of a previous state of existence, and all that, which is so truly charming. Do you know," simpered Cleopatra, reversing the knave of clubs, who had come into her game with heels uppermost, "that if anything could tempt me to put a period to my life, it would be curiosity to find out what it's all about, and what it means. There are so many provoking mysteries, really, that are hidden from us. Major, you to play." The Major played, and Mr. Dombey, looking on for his instruction, would soon have been in a state of dire confusion, but that he gave no attention to the game whatever, and sat wondering instead when Edith would come back. She came at last, and sat down to her harp, and Mr. Dombey rose and stood beside her, listening. He had little taste for music, and no knowledge of the strain she played, but he saw her bending over it, and perhaps he heard among the sounding strings some distant music of his own that tamed the monster of the iron road, and made it less inexorable. Cleopatra had a sharp eye, verily, at piquet. It glistened like a bird's, and did not fix itself upon the game, but pierced the room from end to end, and gleamed on harp, performer, listener, everything. When the haughty beauty had concluded, she arose, and receiving Mr. Dombey's thanks and compliments in exactly the same manner as before, went with scarcely any pause to the piano, and began there. "Edith Granger," any song but that. "Edith Granger, you are very handsome, and your touch upon the keys is brilliant, and your voice is deep and rich, but not the air that his neglected daughter sang to his dead son. Alas, he knows it not, and if he did,
What air of hers would stir him, rigid man? Sleep, lonely Florence, sleep! Peace in thy dreams, although the night has turned dark, and the clouds are gathering, and threaten to discharge themselves in hail. End of chapter 21.